never saw the signs, in the end I got schooled. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Love at least don't hurt when you roll with the punches. Lost, now found, little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break a change. Little bird's guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shun down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found the rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
A kid, waited by the windowsill. Snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. High chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's driving. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long, and I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long, and I know. So we're Santa Claus. I waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen. So let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want, I can't pretend. Taller than the tree, don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy, but can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get out of town. It's a sleigh bell When I was a kid, waited by the windowsill, snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. Hot chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's driving. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring, ding, dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring, ding, dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So we're Santa Claus. I've waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want, I can't pretend. Taller than the tree, don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy, but can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, I take it, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get ring, ding, dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring, ding, dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So we're Santa Claus. I've waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow.
I see my soul so inside. You got me. I got my soul so in my hand.
I just wanna freak it nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the I just wanna freak it nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the
Soul on everything. Soul on everything. I can do soul on everything. Hey, show out my soul. You got me. I have my soul in front of the world. Every time I stand on the stage, I do, you do feel my soul.
I've been doing fine, I'm a son to the weather. So much on my mind, had a change that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly, at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs, in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Loving needs to hurt when you roll with the punches. Once lost, now found, little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break a change. Little bird's guidance, helping conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shun down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found a rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
I see my soul so inside. You got me. I got my soul so in my hand.
I just wanna freak get nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak get nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the boys in the. I just wanna freak get nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak get nasty. With my girls in the front and the boys in the.
Soul on everything. Soul on everything. I can do soul on everything. Say, show out my soul, soul. You got me. I have my soul, soul in front of the world. Every time I stand on the stage, I do, you do feel my soul.
I've been doing fine, I was under the weather. So much on my mind, had a change that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly, add a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs, in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Love at least don't hurt when you roll with the punches. Show me light, open my eyes, reach the path. Everything I survived. From struggle to hustle, I began to survive. Little birds whizzing on, feeling alive. Once lost, now found. Little birds set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break a change. Little birds guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shunned down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found a rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
a kid. Waited by the windowsill, snowflakes were falling, and sleigh bells were calling. Hot chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's driving. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus? I've waited for so long. So where is Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want, I can't pretend. Taller than the tree, don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy, but can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get out of town. It's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus?
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is
me. I have a body
with
blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong
Number 16.
from the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
got eliminated by Execration. He's gonna get eliminated. That's last, and then CG falls. And CG eliminated on Jack King. And CG is down. The gods will be thrown. Execration.
Today, we crown a champion. A grueling first few weeks of the Open qualifiers from hundreds of teams boiled down to just 4 groups during the knockout stage.
They want to play for that placement. They are the disadvantaged, but Madonna, the next, and NCG, your mobile tournament champions. Let's give it up for SR Knockout.
Round 2.
Travel barriers is helping him.
Lordship. He's trying to escape the wrath of the fire.
A lot of things going for him. Artillery, Firefly, right here. Kiko's gonna go in. He falls in.
I can't be like a fucking ball down right now.
Welcome to Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. We're back at week 3 semifinals. I'm Infinity and this is Burger Kim with me. Burger Kim, how are you doing? Coming here at week 3.
I'm great. I'm great. And the last time we casted together was back in FPC 2. So I think this is going to be also a milestone for both of us. This is going to be our first cast in the FPC S3. I'm feeling great. There's a lot of updates actually for this particular week. And I think we have to take that in later on. But yeah, hopefully you're doing okay. I heard you had a quick break like back in week number 1. So happy to see you back here.
Yeah, I'm back. And I'm really excited because the thing is, it's not just, you know what, the things that we're looking for coming into season 3, but rather we also have to look at the changes that has been implemented, the patches that has been created coming here into the season that really just shifted the whole meta coming from season 2 basically going to season 3.
Oh, I'm gonna have to show you this, Infinity, because you haven't seen this last week. Dash has seen this, Jaswami has seen this, but it's a duck side. Look at this.
That looks amazing.
I mean, it's a huge. Yeah,
Who's
it's
the yellow
a huge
one
thing
though?
in the Well, I customized this one, so yeah, because Duckside was a huge thing, and we kept talking about Duckside. So yeah, I mean, the Tagalog broadcasters had this, I had this, so yeah, Duckside was a huge part of the meta, and I think for the past 2 weeks straight, it has been very evident in all of the fights that we had.
For sure, it's been an amazing hero overall, but you know what is amazing as well? Our social media platforms. If you guys want more updates about FPC Season 3 or overall, generally for Farlight 84, please do give a follow onto our social media channels, Farlight 84 at YouTube and Facebook, Farlight 84 _ official for our Instagram, and Farlight _ 84 _ official for TikTok.
Yep, all of these socials for you guys to catch up on the meta. We also have the English broadcast up on Farlight 84 Esports, so give us a follow on that platform as well. Also, you know what? Farlight 84 has been amazing. FPC 3 has been amazing, and it's all because of course, our official partner for FPC 3, that is Tecno. I got my hands on this phone as well. They just released the Tecno Pova 6 Pro, and I believe you guys have to get your hands on it if you gotta have some non-stop gaming. It's really good, especially if you're grinding long hours in Farlight.
Can you pass me one?
Well, I can't pass it over to.
No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. If you have it, then next week, then maybe I can pass it on to you.
I'm kidding. But that aside, though, if you guys want a phone, if you're looking for a phone to play Farlight 84, you have the answer for you. But aside from that, it should be matched with max comfortability, and of course, that is provided by Fantech. Thank you very much to our official chair partner here in FPC Season 3.
Yeah, Fantech. Quick shout out as well to Mrs. Jang of Fantech Philippines, who has been very supportive of us since season 2. You guys have seen glimpses of this too in the grand finals of FPC 2, and hopefully, if you guys need that upgrade on that gaming chair and other peripherals too, I know that they've been offering this for quite some time. Best that you can get in the market, so do get that upgrade.
Yeah, 100%. Huge fan as well. But we're now back into the game, right? The thing is, over the past few weeks, we have seen a lot of changes when it comes to compositions, when it comes to weapon loadouts. And to say the least, it has been a drastic difference from Season 2 to Season 3 on top of the map change that we've had. So very excited to see what will be the difference maker here today for Week 3 semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the maps that we've seen a mix-up of Lambton and Sunset City back in Season 2, and then here in Season 3, we are solely going to be focusing all of our resources and all of our attention to Sunderland Realms. And looking at this, we got the weekly schedules for the semis here for the mobile, 3 matches each for all of the groups here. And I think the pointing system is a little bit familiar to everyone already, since this is not a drastic change from Season 2, quite similar to, which is what makes it really exciting every week for everyone to be catching up on those FPC points and being on top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the removal, if you may say so myself, of jetpacks, the game is going to be much more slower. But the thing is, the game is already slow because of the rank point system that we've had, 25 points for the first place, 20 points for the second place, and 17 points for the third. And the thing is, with that removal as well, this will be a mirror of strategy coming into Season 3 that everyone's going to play it a bunch more slower, and everyone wants to play for placements. But aside from that, they're playing for the prize pool as well, with an overall 37,500 USD.
Yeah, huge prize pool for everyone. And I think, for both the mobile and PC, a lot of these players are looking to not only get the prize pool, but also get that title of being the champions of FPC. For the past 2 seasons, we've seen different winners, different champions. For Season 1, we got Execration. Season 2, we got, of course, the Uncrowned Kings, no longer uncrowned, NCG. And this season, we're still waiting for a champion. So you guys want to be a part of FPC, you guys can still register on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We got our weekly qualifier. So if you guys want to be a part of FPC, hopefully you guys can participate and be a part of our semifinals, and maybe of course our weekly finals as well for the mobile division.
And I'm glad that you mentioned about the former Uncrowned Kings, now the defending champion of Season 2, because recently they have shifted their composition, not in the sense of heroes, but in the sense of players. They have shifted their players around, and they have boarded out Jay-Z, Majo, Pabi, Kiko, and pretty much only Jay-Z has been onboarded, coming in from Ghost Reborn from Season 1 and Season 2. So that will be an interesting change, given the fact that this is the IGL of GSRI.
Yeah, actually, I messaged Mad Mars earlier. I was like, okay, is this gonna be just a quick break for you, or are you guys gonna be coming back soon? Or it's really interesting, right? Like former, should I say, maybe rivals coming in together in NCG. So I think that's gonna be really interesting. We're gonna be seeing them later on, but for now, Infinity, of course, we have to take a look back at what happened in the previous weeks of FPC. Let's take a look at our weekly videos here, our weekly highlights for all of our FPC players here in the mobile division.
Perform in this map on. So what? If it explodes, if everything goes down in hell for this game, sure. I
wasn't able to reach the top, but they're gonna be fighting here. And most of the time, whenever you fight a battle against someone,
you use Summon Crush because of the capability of movement speed.
Oh, look at this though. Conversion coming in from Latest. They're gonna be hearing the revive happening. And they're not gonna be able to react. Oh, let's stay.
Uses the hologram guys. But one man down. They are inside right now at the duck side again. As another 5 might be around because Monergy is surrounded also by Oasis around the vicinity, but PvE might be winning with those fights. But as a third party that we are expecting, Oasis, Lancelot and Powtoon is soaring up front.
More important than 25 points on top one. You know what? Rocky Zone is not in that area. You do do have some buildings, you do have some places that you can get some resources from, but that is up for 4v. That's why Rocky Zone is not a good spot for Rocky. Hey, but this gives a lot of information. What? That's a very big fight happening though. NRX, from what we're seeing from back one, only 2 members remain. They're fighting inside, and NRX is still winning the fight, isolating the battle, and they're winning the war. 420 is gonna die. There's only one more person standing. The base blast just was enough to kill him. Oh, impact.
A glimpse of the past, the first step to Sunder Realms. We have just seen the change of the map, the change of the location we play in, coming in from Season 2, now in Sunder Realms, and I just gotta say so myself, it's just an amazing map overall. A lot of verticality and a lot of spaces to work with, but it's going to really force these teams to play adaptive and also to play much more slower.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned that this new map, not only does it have like it's landlocked, there's a lot of changes in terms of the playstyle, but I think in the current update too, they've added a lot more cover here for all of the players to actually have that extra space to be able to make in the play. But of course, you guys are wondering what's going to be happening next. Let's take a look at the mobile Group A, which we'll be seeing later on. I'm actually super excited since there's a patch that came up, and I want to see how these teams will actually surprise us this week, since for the past 2 weeks it is almost the same player.
Yeah, addition of Freddy coming into Farlight 84, and also the Jet Slide now in play as well. And yesterday we were playing as well, Farlight 84, we were testing out these Jet Slides, and it's going to be a fantastic way to enter onto those fights and engage onto these big chaotic team fights. But overall, that can be expected later on when we go back after this short break. And we're back into FPC Season 3 weekly semifinals. And we guys told you it's going to be a short break. It's going to be a quick one. And once again, we are here and we are moments away from Game 1 of Group A.
Yeah. We have to talk about a lot of things before we start off. The leaderboards in particular, we got LF for Org X. That has never happened, right? Like an org, or rather a team that is still looking for an org topping the leaderboards. Then you got Execration on the second, and then you got the likes of Blackfire and NCG following the list as well. Which is really interesting here is, if I'm not mistaken, LF4 Org is actually the squad that was Cloud Avenue last season. So it's quite interesting that they haven't gotten picked up. If you guys are looking for a team, then this is definitely the best one to go. Number 1 currently so far.
Yeah. CMX, I mean, they are a prominent team coming in from Season 1, Season 2. They have so much history built into these individual players. But looking into the bigger perspective, let's look at other teams as well included here in Group A. And one more notable team is Blackfire on top of the list.
Wow. LF4 Org, Blackfire, you got Honda. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Honda Civic. The name of the squad is Honda Civic. You got XFTM, Hestia, PVME, Master X2, NBEMT, VVAXP, E8 Pro, F-Sera, Celax, and then you got LF4 Org 4. So there are 2 LF4 orgs here, but not to be confused. One is number 4, the other one is X, which is currently number 1 on the Farlight 84 on FPC3's leaderboards.
Yeah, they're just super strong. They are very prominent, so eyes on them later on. But also one of the teams that I'm looking at, aside from these teams, or aside from these players, is F-Sera. I believe, Secrecy Flame may not be the most popular team, may not be the favorites coming into FPC Season 3, but so far, coming in from last week's semifinals, they have been rising up to the occasion.
Yeah. Actually, F-Sera was one of the squads actually in the first week that had a lot of squads filled out, the Sera squad. So they got F-Sera, they got the Sera X, a lot actually. And it was F-Sera actually coming in on top, being here on Group A. And, you did point out Blackfire too. They were one of the explosive squads back in Season 2, kickstarting it off with a 3-peat or 3-map win. Here in Season 3, I wouldn't say they're underperforming, but I'd say still a good run, but maybe they're still kind of getting their hands on like Sunderland Realms and gotta get a feel of it just yet. Maybe they haven't adjusted quite well, but we'll find out, right? And so far they've been adjusting pretty well back in week number 2.
Yeah, I think at this point it's a lot of teams still really getting a feel of the new map that we have, especially considering that we have a lot of changes. Like geographically aside, we also have the changes when it comes to like the sponsor boxes. We have the airdrop rain, we have the super airdrop, and all of these things that really just change the whole spectrum of playing the game. And aside from that as well, we have different levels of weapons now. We have level 1, level 2, and then level 3, which really just force these teams and force these players to adapt into the changes, adapt into these implementations by the Farlight 84 team.
Yeah, apart from that too is that the gunfights are a bit more evident. I'm not so sure if you noticed that back in week 1, week 2, they're a bit more prominent, and I think especially in the mobile division where a lot of these squads, a lot of these players actually go for a bit more of the support and the defensive type of capsulers as compared to back in maybe Season 1, Season 2. There was a lot of Lucindas, a whole lot of Cyphers, but now they're actually nowhere to be found. It is Duckside on top, followed by a Sunil. Then you got a Young, and then a Mashal. So absolutely no attackers have been seen. We've seen a bunch of captains, but not really like a standout. So it's still Duckside on top. I don't know about this particular patch. Will we see Freddy, or will the teams try to kind of test it out in their composition? Especially we're talking about the mobile division here.
Sure, it could be tested, right? But thus far, I think Freddy's still on like the gray area of things. And of course, you know what is not in the gray area is the code that we are giving away for the viewers watching at home. It's 1,000 gold.
This is huge, especially for the players, especially the newer ones who are being introduced to Farlight 84. A huge leap of gold, especially if you needed to, buy some of these heroes or maybe even go in for the spins. Really big help. Hope you guys got that. Take a screen cap. Let your friends know that FPC is currently ongoing every week, and you guys can help us unlock the rewards. So be sure to keep sharing this live stream to let everybody know that FPC 3 is currently ongoing.
Yeah, and it's a small bite into receiving the whole cookie of buying Freddy, because the thing is, the new release of the hero, yes, it's free, but if you want to directly buy him, that's 1,000 gold for you.
Oh yeah.
One step away from the 30,000 that you need into buying a new hero.
I was gonna say, is it because you have that amount of gold? Like,
Well,
I'm kidding.
In game, sure.
In game,
Sure.
but in real life,
let's not talk
hopefully
about
it's
that.
the same case. Hopefully it's the same case in real life. But you know what? Definitely for everybody who wants to test it out, this week is gonna be really big, especially in terms of the ranked games that you're gonna be playing. Right? Freddy's up. I think it's it's weird. Like I've seen I don't know, like it feels weird to play this hero, right? It feels like a combination of Maggie, like it's a very offensive type of attacker. There's a lot of plays that you can do. So I'm thinking earlier, like, is this gonna kind of shift the meta back into like the Lucindas and Cyphers right now, since the Freddys are gonna be a bit more evident, whereas the Duck side is more of like a utility type of play that we've been seeing for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. And we have tested it yesterday, like Freddy going in, shout out to Birding and Dash. But you know what? More of this discussion later on. We're just going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's game 1 of Group A. are back once more. Group A, Game 1, just moments away. I'm still Infinity and the still Burger Kim. We are pretty much here once again.
Still moments away from the game. Still moments away from the game.
100%.
Don't worry. We're gonna get to that because I think since it's a new patch, a lot of things have changed, and we've been talking about it before the break, right? Like Freddy, we've talked a little bit about the Sunder Realms, and we have to talk about the guns too. Like there's a lot of changes from 2.0 to 2.1. I'm looking at some of the guns here that have been amped up to at least like 24 in terms of damage. I'm looking at the Ancient Star. I'm not so sure what the damage was when it was first released, but I'm not so sure. Will this be enough for like Lucinda's to come back? Because this is a huge amp up as compared to the last one.
And I believe Callie mentioned it before. I believe it was around like 90 or something, 90 or so. So right now it's a lot more when it comes to the damage
it's 96
aspect of Asian Star. As you mentioned, it's now 96. Although it will be a bit more harder to really execute that one tap, one shot type of situation, considering that Duck side gives a lot more shields. We now see Sayana, the rise of Sayana as well, in a little bit more of these compositions left and right. That gives shield and also gives that extra HP regeneration. And given the fact that 96 times 2, that's probably like what? 180, 192 around like that.
I'm so glad
amount
you're
of
here.
damage. So it's
I'm
not
so glad you're here. I can't do that.
it's not exactly the max damage that you can really dish out, especially if you're fighting up against the defenders with Duckside and Embers.
Yeah, speaking of the defender too, it has been I would say replaced. I still do see some defender plays coming out from some of the players who actually prefer that, but it has been adjusted as well, like giving a little bit more damage this time with the 2.1 update. I think it's before it was like 36 and now it's at 38. So this should at least like make it probably like one of the go-to guns again. But so far, like in the previous weeks, especially for mobile, it's super evident that the usual combinations like a VSS, then you combine it with a Mad Rabbit, VSS, AK-77, and if you got that upgrade on the color too of the guns, like you got the blue, purple, and the orange, then definitely go for those. The AK-77 too might be a big thing to coming into this patch, 16 to 20 in the current update.
Yeah, and I think that will still be the weapons that we're evolving into, coming into today's, coming into the following weeks, if the patch stays the same, because it's just so strong. VSS right now, yes, it's not really the best gun from what we have seen back in Season 1 and Season 2, but the thing is, right now, when it comes to these changes, VSS pretty much just only needs ammunitions, just needs a stock as well to be that good, and it's just really a staple, especially when it comes to those long range fights. But one of my favorites coming into the patch right now is Generator. Generator's accuracy is insane.
Yeah, I mean the damage is like 8 to 11, and I think this is one of the most overlooked guns too, even in the previous patches. I actually picked one up because there was no choice. That was the only gun up, and when I was like clicking, I was like, oh, not bad actually. But since the players love to go for the defenders and VSS, definitely those are the staples. I think the Generator might be a thing, a huge up as well on terms of damage. But Infinity, I'm hearing the sounds here. Head into Sunder Realms here. It's going to be the first map here of Group A of the Mobile Division Semifinals. We've seen the list of teams earlier, and they're going to be dropping it in here real hot right now. And looking at this, it is actually the POV of the team I talked about, LF4 Org X.
Yeah, absolutely insane. This is the team that pretty much became one of the favorites through into the past seasons, but right now as well, going to be one of the top team to look at here in this group. But as you have mentioned, we're already jumping into the first game of this group, but rather the first game of this day as well.
Now looking at this, definitely all eyes on LF4 Org X. They're right in the middle, and I don't know, was it, I think it was with just Suave or Dash that I was talking about the middle of the map. Like nobody really loves to head over to Rocky Zone or Nova Bazaar. There were times that it happened, but it was because of the flight path. But it seems like all of the squads here so far are gathering over at the sides. We see a lot of congestion over at the Pioneer Center, which is pretty much very evident in all of the maps since that's a lot of resources. I think among all of the POIs that has the most And over at the south side, the lab, actually Blackfire and NBEMT actually going at it already very early on. Shield XPs are also evident there, so we can expect to see a lot of those players camping out there. But for LF4 Org X, they got in a lot of these resources in the middle of the map.
Man, it's just very interesting because the thing is, LF Org, or rather Rocky Zone, the drop point of LF Org X, is pretty much a death trap. If you're looking at the overall gist of the map, if we're looking at the preview of the map a while ago, there is only 2 exits and 2 entrances coming into that zone, and you cannot move across the hills, the mountains, as it spans throughout the skies, very, very high. And that's the reason why a lot of these teams does not prefer to go into the Rocky Zone. On top of the consideration that it is in the center of Sunder Realms.
Yeah, all eyes are gonna be on you whenever people go on for the rotation, and if you get sandwiched in between those two terrains, it's not gonna be easy. The only way out is actually gonna be a detour over the entire area, and we're starting to see Group A being a little bit more calm and calculated here for the past 2 weeks. Actually, Infinity, there was a lot of gunfights already, a lot of contention for the areas, but now it seems like everybody's avoiding that in Group A. No one's making a move just yet.
Yeah, everyone wants to play safe. Although this early game allows you to be a bit more aggressive with the respawners available, and you can see it with a lot of teams a while ago, with Honda actually having a couple of trades here and there. You have VVXP falling down as well alongside Master X2. These early game engages allows these teams to be able to garner a couple of points in the early game, as every single kill gains you 1 single point as well. But when it comes to later on, when the first zone closes in, the second zone closes in, with respawners now going poof, that will be the time wherein every single team plays a bit more patient.
Now Master X, they've managed to get F Sierra out. Now it's gonna be them on the side, just healing up from the last one, which is what makes the early gunfights really interesting, right? Like, whoever is the last one on top, they should be able to take in or reap in all of the rewards here, which is why some of the teams are willing to let go first. But now Pioneer Center, like I mentioned, a lot of resources here. We see 3 squads already camping out. 11 actually might be sandwiched in between. But then again, this is still, respawner pods are still up, so it is still pretty much fine. Everybody's willing to go and even fight outside the zone here. Even in the previous piece here of FPC, that is very much evident.
Yeah, double white dwarfs, the return of the classic weapon loadouts that we've seen back in the start of Season 2. Going into the hands of Duckside here for Apsara, but I like their composition overall. They have Lucinda, they have Sunil, and pretty much will give them a lot of capabilities to go into these fights and enter onto these big engages. Summy Crush to be one of the most pivotal ultimates that we have seen here in patch 2.0. But so far, just a play of safety here into the early game. Won't be the name of the game, but zone goes down. Ooh.
Man, that is gonna be tough here. The zone's closing in on them as well. We see a Lucinda here for the side of F Sarah. Actually, something new. Last time, the last team to ever use this in the meta was actually NCG, and now some of the teams are starting to adapt. Ooh, it's getting really messy here on the edge of the zone. 7 and Sticks still gonna go at it.
Yeah, and so far, right now in the early game, with Master X2 getting pincered out by 2 teams, Squad 11 and Squad 6 to be more specific. 2 members left for this team as well, just trying to scour away. And this is the strength of having that potential in the early game matchup, of having a lot of kills, because right now when you get that level 4 shield early onto the game, it just gives you a lot of sustainability. Right now we're seeing them push it out. The rolling impact, gaining distance covered. Catch up onto Master X2. Only 1 member remain, and that will not be the situation soon enough. But the overplay, or well, the outplay.
Okay, there's still gonna be more.
They did, but as you have mentioned, F-Sir just came through into the route to finish them off. But fight's not over, as PVME is still fighting up against F-Sera in a situation with a 1-for-1 trade. But F-Sir still has 3 members still remaining, up and alive. Cashing him up, goes for the side dash, and that will be PVME who goes down. 11 teams remaining into this game, and F-Zero has capability to go for the revive.
Wow, 8 frags for F-Zera. You did mention this team, right? Like, not the most explosive, not really the one that usually comes up on top, but they are really strong in the early game. Managed to actually, chase out the other squad, bully out the other squads here. But what I'm really worried about here for F-Zera is once they get in the zone, wow, there's still another one, and that's gonna be zone cleaning up the work. Seven actually gonna be waiting for them to camp out here for the side of F-Zero and manage to try and get that elimination. But over on the middle of the map, you see Nova Bazaar, you got LF4 or X, our current team that is on top of the leaderboards right now, and they're going up against three. Looking at their composition, nothing too crazy, nothing too new, but I do see a bow on their sides under the hands of Calix though. Something new that we haven't seen for the past 2 weeks.
Definitely not something that we have seen over the prior weeks that we've had, but LF Orgex batting up against Honda, not a good situation considering that you have level 5 shields already onto the likes of Mayshell, already very strong weapon loadouts and armor shields at the moment. Not exactly the most optimal situation here for LF Orgex, and this is one of the downsides of dropping into the likes of Nova or even the Rocky Zone, is that you're onto the center of Thunder Realms. You are vulnerable into the attacks like this.
Yeah, they're camping in between these buildings here, and so far Honda with the early trades that they had, we have the orange armor here onto Gabriel though. It's not gonna be easy for L4 or X. Man, if they do manage to chase them out here, it's gonna be a win here. But L4 Org right now, they're doing in a couple of trades here, waiting to be aggressive here from the start. And man, they do chase out Honda here. It's gonna be L4 Org actually picking up everything. Look at that orange armor for Nash TZ as early as the mid game here of this first map of the game.
And their playstyle is just too clever. What they did there was to play as a united front and to hide against their enemy team. Because the thing is, with a disadvantage when it comes to shields, level 3 shields compared to their opponents a while back, with level 5 and level 4 shields, they need not to be able to rush them and just play for time. Let them rush and you counter engage.
Yeah, which is what we see what the teams have been doing actually. And this is another thing that the teams have been doing even in week number 2. Camping outside the zone. As long as it's the first zone, all of these teams are willing to do that. And it seems like F-Zero is trying to find a lot of these teams that are camping on the outside of the zone, and it's BBA XP.
Oh, and F-Star is just a raid boss. Just riding on a flamethrower and mincing up every single team they come across. 11 kills already to their name. They're still outside of the danger zone.
I think the isolated plays coming out from them too, and so far, right, they're cleaning up the work here, playing not even on the edges of the zone, they're playing on the edge of the danger zone. Finally, they make it inside, and so far, they did get that takedown onto VBAXP. They still managed to have their respawn pods up, so it is not going to be an elimination just yet. So far, all of the teams are on the edge, and this is something that we've seen also in the previous weeks here of FPC 3. All these teams are willing to do that, willing to get in those kills because this kind of racks up their points. We've seen the likes of Execration and NCG also, they're not really racking up the frags in the early game, but getting in the optimal position on the center of the map. But for these other teams, so far, they're willing to cap out outside just to get the kills. One of them is F-Zero, currently leading right now in terms of the kills, followed by Honda, and all of them are on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, and even NBEMT Newborn only has been eliminated into this game. The 11 teams into this matchup. With second zone already closing in, you're already starting to feel that these teams just want to go aggressive as pretty much the respawners are going out already. And Hesky at this point with full level 4 shields need not to be able to go in for full on engage.
Yeah, I was gonna point out that was the first Freddy I've seen in this map being utilized by Hestia. We haven't seen so much of them just yet, but I want to see once it comes into the center, how will they pull that type of play? So far, they're still camping out on the buildings, still waiting for someone to come right in. But over here on this side, in the middle of Nova Bazaar and Rocky Zone, we see squad number 3, 11 and 1. 3 in the middle. Honda still looking for a lot of the targets here. And so far, they actually had a decent week number 2. And so far, I think for week number 3, they're trying to bounce back by at least trying to get in a lot of the kills. Speaking of the kills, we see Master X2. They do spot 1 here.
Yeah, and that's PVME, the lone wolf, coming from this team. If it gets eliminated, PVME is out. So a good call to be able to use the rolling impact with a full speed charge to relocate himself. As you see right now, it's just Yuri, the only one left standing for the team.
Oh, great escape for this guy, but it's not gonna be easy, right? Without his other teammates. And we see the sponsor box coming in too. I think that was what Master X2 was trying to get at. He's gonna give a lot of those upgrades, especially when we head over into the mid game here. And we see these other teams that we haven't seen a lot of these early gunfights. They've been camping out on the safe spot, trying to play it safe, trying to play it cool before we head over into the final 2 circles. And so far, all of them are just trading in pot shots here and there. Nobody's trying to make a move yet. Not unless, you know, you are teams like Blackfire, teams like LF4 or X, they are willing to go for the engaged orange armors already for Blackfire here.
Blackfire already pushing out. Level 5 shields across 3 members here. And Secrecy just got melted. Only 1 member remaining for the team that we have been stating as a raid boss here. And now Blackfire wants to contest that title as F-Zera goes down. 10 teams remain.
Wow, to think that F-Zera had a good start, had, you know, one of the most frags actually in this game, just like that. Taken down by Blackfire. Right now starting to rack up those frags and even those armors. Orange already for Jet. 4 frags. To top it all up, Hale also has a decent amount of frags here. 5 leading in the charge here for Blackfire, still treading on the edge of the zone. And so far, looking at the teams left here, we're looking at the likes of Blackfire, we're looking at the likes of LF4 Org X that is on top of the leaderboards. But like what you mentioned, there are other teams here that are looking to take in that top spot. And so far, everybody is kind of calculated here when it comes to the moves that they're making. No one is just, you know, they're willing to trade shots, but they're not willing to go for the full engage.
Yeah, 100%. And now you see the likes of the weapon loadouts, right? VS as so far has been one of the strongest weapon in the game when it comes to long-range fights, when it comes to these long-range pokes, as it gives you so much damage per bullet. 1 hit, it just melts those shields up. And right now, the member is coming from Honda. Lost his shield by a second there within inches of that.
Yeah,
has to go for the resets for now, but that just gave them information of where LF Org is at.
Yeah, they're right over here. They have a good vantage point of where Honda is currently at par with them in terms of the frags here. But this is what you get, right? Like, when you're in the center, you can get caught in between a pincer move. This is not good for the side of Honda. Over on the other side, you see LF4 Org X. The other side, you got Blackfire as well. So to make a move over to the other side in an area as open as this is not going to be easy. Everybody's looking for cover here right now.
And we're going to the final zone in 20-second time with 8 squads remaining. 30 players left in this game. So a lot of teams that stands here in this map 1. We've mentioned this a while ago that the game will be much more slower, but not like this. And a Master X2 will be able to eliminate Vestos, but right now the ultimate coming through for Bo, eliminates 1, knocks down 1. Now you have the side on the other members. They are scattered around. This is not what you wanted, especially coming down fourth into a 1v1 team fight. With LF4 now pushing them out. No more shields left. That will be another one down for Honda. Brings it down to a 4v2.
Oh, they were willing to let go of that frenzy bomb. Last one left, and man, they're trading shots to the other side. They got Blackfire too that has their eyes set on them. But the one that really took a lot of the hits was Honda, right there in the middle. Blackfire looking to take down LF4 Org, where it is they're at their lowest. 3 members left here, but they're fighting back here up against them.
Blackfire shifting their gears a bit more forward. Wants to be a bit more aggressive here. They are stuck between 2 heals, but they have cover when it comes to these weapon boxes, as Blackfire finds cover. And right now, Master X2 has sights on Hestia. That is the team that goes down. But Blackfire as well, receiving a lot of damage from far away. Master X2 slowly creeping in. 6 teams remaining into this matchup as Honda brings down a couple of members left and right. 5 teams remaining into this game.
So far, it is actually Blackfire that got taken down there. Reaper is down, and we're down to 5 squads. And so far, looking at the other squads here, not a lot of frags as compared to the other ones that are still in the lobby. But look at LF4 Org X. Just like that, a lot of these members have been gunned down. Master X still here. 4 squads remaining in this lobby. It's really exciting. Look at this very interesting place coming in to LF4 Org X might get that last airdrop as well.
Yeah, Master X2 left his back unattended, and now Hestia will be able to answer back. Goes for the resets right now, just playing it on zone edge. Fire team, still full 4-member squad. Only 2 frags, but that doesn't matter. They are currently one of the squads that we're looking at to take the top 1 victory into this map 1. There are only 9 players left, meaning that they are currently sitting at the only squad that has full members in their team. Hestia just fell down when it comes to the danger zone. Really unfortunate for Hestia as a team, but LF Org X has sights on the head of the last remaining member for Hestia. Blinding Mark already used up, with danger zone with closing in. He has to move soon.
Yeah, squad number 4 right now is just taking in shots after them. 5 gonna try to go in for the flank, but it is not enough. Numbers advantage are over to LF4 Org X. Look at the ultimates up here for LF4 Org X. They got that frenzy bomb up.
Astraya just fell down. Makes it an even level playing field for LF Org X up against Fire Team at this moment.
Yeah,
That lone wolf, that rat, should not be even moving at this point. Just wait for Fire Team and LF Org to be able to fight this out. And by time, that's pretty much the only thing he needs to do. But in moments time, there's LF Org X that has to fight up Fire Team. Getting those shots back and forth. Fire Team, this is one of their members. Pulse Chase goes down, but the train comes through as Kyle gets depleted, gets defeated. And LF Org X with the left and right movement. 2 teams remaining as Fire Team gets eliminated.
There you go. That last straggler up against 2. This should be an easy job. Not next game, the Summit Crush.
Goes for the knockup, and now Darkseid wants to go for the miracle play, but not like this. LF Org still shoots their chance at victory for map 1.
Wow, the teeter toss of the emotions there and the feel of that last clash. Like, everybody has their eyes set on LF Org X and squad number 4 at that particular moment. There was a lot more terrain that was added to this particular map, which provided a lot more cover and a lot more time. But ultimately, time just said that it is LF Org X standing here on top. And I'm not surprised too. What I'm surprised at is they still don't have an org picking them up just yet. And they have topped the leaderboards so far in FPC 3. So, you know what? If you're an org, you want to look for a team to sponsor, LF Org X is one of them. Taking a look at the overall picture here, 2,590 damage here for Calyx. I'm not surprised with the dynamic duo. I'm not so sure if Juve here actually has Bula. We'll find out later on, but it is no surprise for me. They took in the top spot here. I was actually having my eyes set on Blackfire, but looking at the way that this was made here for map number 1 rather, is that it was a lot more slower as compared to what we've seen in the previous weeks of FPC 3, where everybody was willing to go in for those early game gunfights. And so far here in this map number 1, we've seen a lot of stalemates, a lot of camping out. But LF Org X, knowing that they've done their rotation in the middle of the map and then went over to the final circle, being fully equipped with everything and with no contest at all from their squads, made it so much more easier for them.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate that, you know what, F-Zero had a fantastic first couple of minute run into map 1, but Blackfire just came through all of a sudden, jumped them up, and now they are gone. They are eliminated. They are the second team that was out in game 1, which is really unfortunate, right? Because we were looking at Secrecy to really just crawl themselves up into the leaderboard, but thus far, LF Org X, Hestia, and even the other team, Fire Team, made it through the gates of hell into that game and just shoot them up into top 3, top 5 standing.
Yeah, man. A lot to take in here, Infinity. Gotta catch our breaths first before we head over to map number 2. But for now, let's take a look at what happened in map number 1 here as we look at our highlights to get a look back at the best place.
And the MVP coming from that game number 1 is no other than Calyx. I mean, just look at the damage. Probably one of the most, if not the biggest damage that we've seen all throughout the 3 weeks of Season 3.
Yeah, I think this is also refreshing coming into week number 3, right? Like for the past few weeks, we've seen a lot of the duck sides really amping up the MVP slot. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, even taking in at least like 3 MVP slots per map. But this is the first time that we actually see the bow take the centerpiece here for the MVP slot, going to Calyx, one of the names that you already know for the past seasons of MVP, really making the plays here for LF4 Org X. 2,590 damage and 5 kills in total. If I'm not mistaken, he was also taken out in the last encounter there, up against the last 2 remaining squads there for LF4 or X. But ultimately what really mattered is when he popped in that frenzy bomb in that last particular moment, giving away their location, but at the same time, that's also what kind of amped up his damage to being 2,590 here, one of the most that we've seen coming through week number 3.
Yeah, it's not just that as well. The ultimate of Calyx from Bo, we've seen it delete members left and right, especially coming into the final zone as well. Just outright insane. That just stacked up when it comes to the damage aspect of why Calyx's damage output from game 1 is 2.6k.
Yeah. Overall, not just the kills, right? Like we have to factor in the damage as well. And having Calyx here is also refreshing too. Apart from seeing a bow once again here in the mobile division, Calyx is usually the type of player to go in for the Mayshals. But now this week, having in this composition that they have is pretty interesting, right? Like adding a little bit more of the attackers to the composition. I like this. I like this change coming through for FPC week number 3. For the past 2 weeks straight, we've seen top sides, we've seen a lot of supports, and hopefully this time we've seen a couple of friends, a couple of bows here, and I'm hoping to see more of them in the upcoming map. But now we're going to be heading to map number 2 here, Infinity. It is still going to be Sunder Realms here as we drop right in. LF4 Org X just took in the map number 1. Let's see if they can do the exact same thing here for map number 2.
We're starting off with LF Org X once more. Top 1 team coming in from the prior map will drop onto the similar location that they did back in game 1. We're in Rocky Zone, and Nova is their turf.
Yeah.
With the rest of the teams in this game just going onto the outskirts of Sunder Realms.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other squads that does this, and no contest at all from the other squads. We've seen the likes of like NRX Proverbs back in season 2, like contesting execration at the Sunflower Shopping Mall. But this time, like, we don't see any contest at all for like the top teams. We've seen Blackfire do that, but so far they've been dropping in on the south side of the map, which is the lab. And if Org pretty much has this, they also got the, if I'm not mistaken, the high resource area for some of their members here. It is not going to be good, right? When you head over into the mid to late game where it kind of really amps up all of the arsenal that you have. And looking at the way the circle is going to be closing, might actually be closing in on the southwest side of our map.
Yeah, it's down into the bottom left of Sunder Realms where the save zone will land. This far, that's particularly new from what we've seen from the prior game. And thus far here in the early game, we have these early engages as to be expected, but all of these teams having to prioritize the corners of Sunder Realms. As we have stated, even in the prior seasons, that these corners are pivotal POIs in the initial start of the game, given the fact that there is a lot of options that you can go after your initial drop point.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. 4 and XDFM actually just going at it. Very early ultimates being invested here. And I think, some of these newer squads coming into this map, right? They want to rack up as much frags as they can get, which kind of explains all of these early gunfights. And looking at the combination that Kyle has here, wow, is that an Ancient Star and an AK-77? I want to see that being put into play.
It's good. It's good. It especially can obliterate any players, even a duck site in the early game. Because you have to consider, right, the most amount of HPs that any individual characters can have, if it's not a defender, is going to be 120 HP. And that's disregarding the shield, right? If you add the shield, that's going to be another 20, 40, 60 HPs, especially coming down into the early game. So those Ancient Star, if you stack them up, would be fantastic in the early game, but that should be shifted in the middle to late game, wherein fights such as long range engage will be much more prominent compared to the early game.
Yeah, plus 24 damage on the Ancient Star. So we kind of see it, players actually picking up. Not just that, even the White Dwarf actually is being picked up here. You've seen the double White Dwarf actually being picked up earlier in map number 1. So I would say a nice throwback to season 2, or I think it was season 2 that we've seen, like, the White Dwarf was really heavily prioritized, and the Jupiter that was prioritized back in season 1. So I love it, the adjustments that were made, and even the bows coming back up into play. In particular, Org is one of the teams that has been utilizing this capsular so far to its fullest potential.
Yeah, and the teammates of Calyx was like, wait for me, man, wait for me, I'm trying to ride your car, dude, just chill. But right now, they have ridden the car, they have ridden the flamethrower. We're good now.
Oh man, this is quite interesting too, coming out from Org X. So far they've racked up 1, and it is, they have a duck side here. Some of the teams actually go for, putting in all of their resources onto the duck side. But, the team like Org X, it's quite interesting too that they now have the attacker for the past few weeks. Likes of Young and Sneal are so evident. And looking at the way that Org X is rotating here, they really prioritize taking in that sponsor box. It's something that the other team has overlooked here.
Yeah, and it's pretty much already going to be the foundation of competitions now. Duckside and Sneal will never lose its effectiveness and even value coming into Season 3, just because the hologram guide gives you extra movement speed, extra damage as well, and then Duckside can start up the fight, can start the engage with a rolling impact with a full speed charge as well to follow up with the Summit Crush. It's just too good, and it's going to be just a staple. Now, the rest of the 2 members could be shifted around with the likes of Young, could be Freddy, as we have seen down into the screens, could also be the likes of Mayshels. It's really up to these teams what type of strategy, what type of compositions they want to play, and what type of aggression do they want to play.
Yeah, it's a bit more variety right now coming into week number 3 here. Like, different types of competition as compared to the last one, but PBMA, if they manage to take this one out, I don't think they have their respawn pods up here for FTM that was bullied out by this exact same spot earlier.
Yeah, thus far, PV Esports is just hunting people down. Well, hunting a person down with only one kill to their name, but it doesn't really matter at this point. They have level 4 shields. Now Bo uses up the ultimate, pushes them back and forces them away. So right now, Org X still pretty much that aggressive team that we have seen back in map 1.
A lot of these squads are also camping out to where the sponsor boxes are. Actually, for the past 2 weeks, the sponsor boxes have been prioritized by some teams, but all these teams are just willing to go for these early trades just like this. Man, it's gonna be really hard when you get to the center of the zone where you don't really have much. You just drag back into Sunderland realms. You do have the same guns that you've got when you got eliminated, but at the same time you don't have that much resources or armor when you land back in, so you gotta have to be extra careful when it comes to those engages. 5 and 10 actually might go at it here. A lot of information again has been invested, and then Setsu, one of the players that has picked up this Freddy here so far. Hopefully, let's see if this will be helping their squad get it a victory here.
Ooh, 1 HP remaining for Evo, but still surviving that. And thus far, S-Pro, or E8 Pro, gets a couple of kills from their opponents left and right. Already stack up with 5 kills to their name. Very strong suit, kills down Hestia. On top of that, a very good position overall in the edge of the zone with a Mayshal ongoing show as well. Information is free for this team.
6 frags for them. It's gonna be a problem though because LF4 wants their spot, and I think all the information has been made from all the gunshots that they've had, and so far LF4 X, they have been doing the cleanup work and looking at where E8 Pro is. That is exactly where they want to be in, man.
That's unfortunate. He was like, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna stay onto the edge of the hill to not be hit by the bow ultimate, but not like this. I mean, he tried to go for that, but very unfortunate that he went a little bit overboard and still got hit by the ultimate bow. And Org X so far gets 2 kills to their name against E8 Pro. Pretty much already having conquered down this position in the southwest part of the map. They really want to get through. The PV Esports as well, having to fight another team in this location. Mayshal uses up the ongoing show.
Divulge has been made too.
I would search up this building. And now going in for the Summit Crush, knocks off one, gets information, and now it's just Yuri who just needs to shoot his shots. That will be PVME trading back left and right for Newborn as they get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, bullying out another squad here should be great, right? Like NBMT. So far, this is one of the squads that has racked up a lot of the frags in week number 1. And looking at how they're going up against these other squads who are here in this lobby, so far they are just going in for the pickoffs over on the edge of the circle. And looking at the way this zone is closing in, right? You got the airdrop in the middle, and almost all the time you kind of see LN4 or X has their sights on them, and now they do find F Sarah here. They might go in for a siege, and you know what better way to siege this area by planting in the frenzy bomb and then going for a flank. A lot of damage has been made here, Infinity, and here they come. Here is LN4 or X.
Hologram Guide peeks down the door, will not be able to see anyone, and now goes back up. And Divulge already used, so that's information provided for the opponents here by Org X, but it doesn't matter, as that will be something that they do when they rushed in. It's a pincer maneuver up against their opponents. And so far, they have sights onto the roof. They have the positions inside of the building as well. Infiltration will be succeeding for Org X as Renji will fall down.
Wow, 11 frags just like that for LF4 or X. I think they're playing the frenzy bomb like a tarantula play here. Kind of like depleting everyone's shields before they go in for a siege, which is actually pretty smart. And looking at the way things are going, looking at the way the squads are rotating here, the supply drop is, the airdrop rain actually is being ignored by everyone at the moment. Everybody's trying to go in for these kills. A lot of information has been made, the divulge, which we've seen for the past 2 weeks. Information is vital, but how do you use all of these information right now, knowing that there's at least 2 or 3 squads that are in the vicinity? 2 frags here for Selak, squad number 12. They have to take out 9 here before they head over to the center of the circle, and both of them already have the information made here.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to the patterns of FPC so far, it really depends on the lobbies whether a team wants to go for that. What a nade coming through for BQT. That was just perfect shot coming through from Celax.
Yeah, they are able to get Tupac up here as well. So, man, that was quite interesting coming out from them. They got Jisoo there over the side, and this is why you see that the BSS is still pretty much evident here in this particular map. And looking at the kills that we have in total, it is still, wow, this is looking really scary. LF4 Org X getting in 12 frags here so far. They've been just won in the last map, and I think they're trying to go in for the supply drop here as well. And man, they are those type they're that type of org that is willing to go for the risky plays, knowing that they are going to be exposed out in the open when they take these things. But you know, if it is for upgrading what they have, they're willing to do so.
Yeah, and the reason why a lot of these teams don't want to go for the air raid is because it gives you, or well, you're exposing yourself.
Yeah.
When it comes to the information to every single team in the game. And that will be something that these teams have to be worried about. If they go for the airdrop rain, they will be exposing themselves to everyone in the vicinity. And that is the reason why no one wants to go for it. And thus far, Celax, we'll see how they are going to keep themselves into the safe zone, as we're already going down into the final one that will surround Nova Bazaar.
Oh, that's pretty interesting too, coming through here for this map, right? Like getting in the Nova Bazaar as the final circle, it gets pretty confusing. And at the same time, there's a lot of angles that you have to look at when that is the final circle. You got a lot of infrastructures coming in too. So I think, you know, the team that is actually camping out in Nova Bazaar will be good, especially you kind of have a feel of the area first before everybody comes in. This is pretty interesting too. We still have 11 squads that are here in this lobby. No eliminations just yet, only one so far. And this is going to be really chaotic once it comes to the mid to late game here, knowing that there's these amount of squads that are still up here in this lobby. And so far, I was talking about how getting a prime position on Nova Bazaar will be important. 3 and 2 are already here, and I believe some information has been made already, so everybody's just taking in what they can first. And looking at Honda, they don't have any frags here as compared to map number 1, but they do have the orange armor here.
Could be chaos at this point. 10 squads remaining into the final zone. But considering that there are 27 players left, these are all rats that we're talking about. And just like that, one of the rats have fallen. Master X2 will be able to find them out. We'll be able to call out the rat executioners. We'll see. Thus far, Viva XP will also fall down. We'll get eliminated out of this game with 25 players left. 8 squads remaining into this matchup. And LF4X looking pretty. Coming into the final zone with 12 kills, but overall 2 level 5 shields and 2 level 4 shields. Put them at a staple situation here into this late game that we're talking about. The danger zone closing in 25 seconds. So still a lot of time for these rats to play more towards the outskirts and not show and put themselves out there.
Oh, this is pretty smart coming out from LF4X. They got themselves a good spot over here at the bridge, kind of knowing that the other squads who are willing to fight on the edge of the zone, they can gatekeep them from coming in. And so far, over the other side, you got Celax. Over on this other side, they got Master X2. And this is just kind of feeding LF4X all those kills. Whereas Master X3, their backs against the wall here. They have to make a move here as they're taking a lot of shots here.
2 down.
LF4X, 1 already down.
Mayshell going with the ongoing show, but not enough. Now with only 1 member remaining for Master X2, but LF4X sights on them, and that will be enough. Master X2 gets eliminated as LF4 puts them to the ground.
There's gonna be another one over on the other side. They're trying to get them down as well, and looking at them, all of the ultimates have been already invested, tactical skills as well. So LF4 or X, they know when to strike here, and they got a very good position here by the bridge. And there you have it again. The bows coming in, dishing out the damage before they go in for a siege. And Selak, this is not gonna be easy. They're over at the edge, they're still healing up here, but look at the way Juve is playing this, right? Depleting all their shields before they come right in, and Remy or the rest of the squad just goes in for the final push.
This is just a perfect pincer maneuver from LF4X. There's just no escape for Selak, stuck on the corner. Pretty much. No way of escape there. LF4X becomes the gatekeeper
They might
of
push this,
Selak
though.
at this point. Only 2 members left. Coming in from this squad, coming in from this team. Could still go for the revive, but with LF4 pushing them out, Tupac already
more?
goes down. 1 member left for Selak and goes for the bomb, but the Summon Crush pushes them up into the air, and Selak will get obliterated. LF4X will push them out. Honda is vulnerable to the attack of LF4X as the information has been provided for the team.
I can't believe we're saying all of this. Like LF4 org, they're still looking for an org. This is forward Cloud Avenue, by the way, coming right in with the expertise here of Calix and the rest of the gang who has been playing in FPC for quite some time. They have the most frags here. Honda with 3 frags, orange armor, but they might get sandwiched in here between squad number 8, who has just a lot more arsenal here. They have to be prepared. The zone's closing in on them, but look at oh wow,
BK.
LF4 org has the best position here.
BK, this is 3 teams with full 4 members. This is 12 players left into the game with 3 squads remaining. So pretty much a full squad across the board for each and every single team in this final zone. So the thing is, the first 2 teams that will clash will be at a massive disadvantage because a third party could happen here from this game. So it's all about hide and seek. That will be the name of the game from here on forward. Has to buy time, wait for a little bit, but Honda slowly creeping themselves into the zone where an LF4 is standing. Not really the best option here.
They got the high ground here for LF4 org X. They can beam everybody down. Just look at that.
Honda.
They got the god spot here. But look at Juve trying to go for the flank here up against Honda.
Has
Bringing in
sights.
shots here.
You have Calix up into the air, goes for the bomb, and now the springboard also goes through, but Odlum already is eliminated, and that will be a knockout that LF4 needs. It's a 3v4v4, a situation wherein Honda doesn't want to go for, and now Loki brings down Nash TZ. This will be NBEMN's game. It's Newborn who is a 4-member squad up against the rest of the teams with only 3 members left across the board. Loki goes down, but LF4 fights back. The turnaround of LF4. This will be something that puts them on top. And now LF4 is now fighting up against the last one for Honda. 2 members left for this team. Former Climax in the center of the zone goes in for the resets for now. It's Remy who goes down. Everyone in the danger zone, and LF4 will win it through and through. Takes the back-to-back finish here in Group A.
What an explosive performance coming out for LF4 X. To think that the last map, they had, at least like a double-digit frag, and this time amping it all the way up to 25. I actually thought it might be like a healing battle once again when it came here to this final circle, but look at the way they actually played it, right? Probably, LF4 or X, what they really had done right, even in the mid to late game, was have a really good position. And looking at the way the circle closed, it was in that point wherein, LF4 or X had their sights on everybody. Everybody else at the low ground, and they were able to beam everybody down. But when it came to Gabriel and the last member there of LF4 or X that was trying to go in for the heal up, it was still LF4 or X that had the prime position and had the prime arsenal going into the battle. battle. And looking at this, Juve and Calyx have the most damage here, 2,500 at least for both of these members, racking up 10 frags in total here for Juve and 14 assists for Remy. Proven and tested already in the past few weeks, and I'm not surprised coming into week number 3 on how well they played. And I think they were also one of the first few squads that has utilized the bow in their composition.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, how Bo played that from this team, Calyx to be more specific, who has played this hero, very fantastic. The ultimate being utilized to really gatekeep these positions, especially coming into these buildings. We're in, just go for the ultimate onto these entrances and exits. So pretty much it is LF Org who only needs to go through one door, and that will pretty much be the corner wherein their opponents are sitting at. Very, very clever. LF Org winning back-to-back once again in this group. I mean, that itself is a statement.
I would be surprised, like, if they win in this next map. That should really amp up their leaderboard score as well. I mean, not only do they have the map win, they also got the most frags, right? Like 25, and for map number 1 too, they have a lot of frags. So that might actually put them on the top spot here. Not unless, the other squads here will manage to keep up with them, at least, either with the frags or either with the damage or maybe even the assist here to go head to head with LF4X. I'm looking at the likes of Blackfire, maybe even Honda or F-Sera, like what you mentioned earlier. That might actually put them at par here with LF4X. Looks like they're starting it off real strong here, and it's no way of stopping them so far because they are number 1 on the leaderboards. And if they come up on top here once again for this week, I still wouldn't be surprised with the performance that they gave for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic overall. The performance of LF Org. I mean, this is the history, the knowledge that is being built up by LF Org in individual level for the past 2 seasons, even way back right before Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. So that will be interesting, but we'll see. Let's see rather on how LF Org performed in the prior game. And the player who did that job is Juva Vebi from LF Org X with 2.5k damage. What a play coming from Duck side.
Yeah, this is a throwback. This is it. This is what I've been seeing for the past 2 weeks. The Duck sides, and you've seen like how the Summit Crush still provides so much impact, so much damage, especially when it comes to like close quarter combat, and 10 frags in total. for Juve here on the Duck side. And looking at how LF4 Org kind of plays, they're that type of team that it is fine that if information has been made on them, their location has been already detected by enemies. They're willing to do all these aggressive plays. And so far, looking at the lobby here, they have been that type of aggressive team that takes in, calculated risk, and at the same time, if it is the time to go, they are willing to go all out. 2,529. This is still, so far in this current week, it is Calix still leading 2,590. So yeah, this kind of still says that Duck side is still pretty much relevant. Although I do like the adjustments that were made by LF4X this time, putting in a bow into their composition. You've seen the frenzy bombs being utilized like a tarantula play, whereas the rest of the teams tries to go for the siege after the shields have been depleted. So I like this adjustment that has been made by this team, and overall I think they have performed so well for the past 2 maps. Let's see when we come into map number 3.
Yeah, and the overall, pretty much the composition of LF Org X is something to really behold coming into FPC Season 3, because the thing is, their composition relies on pretty much 2 engagers. One would be Duckside, one would be Bow. And then you have the likes of Sunil to really just push them up further when it comes to engaging onto these fights, when it comes to really just pushing down the limits of what the team does. And so far they're making it work. And from what we have seen back in the days for Kime X, is that their playstyle is aggressive, and right now that composition, that playstyle still really just shouts onto this team's name.
Yeah, right. Even back in season 2, where Cloud Avenue was one of the teams that everybody has their eyes set on trying to get in the championship back in FPC 2. And looking at season 3 here, looking at the way their team is playing here at Sunder Realms, it seems like they have adjusted quite well here in this map. And looking at the other teams that have racked up a lot of the frags also in the early game, we got the likes of Hestia, we got the likes of F-Zera, and even a Honda that has got that double digit in the early game, but kind of fails to close it out once it reaches like the mid to late game. When we get into our last 3 circles, they kind of either get eliminated by another squad or get get pressured by squads like LF4X.
And it was actually a bit of a shocker if we look back into that game too, because what we have mentioned, right, the first 2 teams that will be fighting will be on a massive disadvantage up against the rest, because there are only 3 squads remaining with 4 players each team onto that final zone. And initially it was LF4 who was fighting up against, I believe, Honda as well was there, but the thing is, the center of the safe zone was onto LF4X, which made it so much more advantageous for them to play for time, right? And it's just LF4X was able to capitalize onto that situation and was able to win it. And now the big mystery will still rely here onto LF4. Can they do the unbelievable, the back-to-back-to-back finish here in this group for week 3 semifinals?
I mean, they are in the same group as the squad that did it last season, which was Blackfire, going for a 3-map win back in season 2, opening up the season with that. And looking at how LF4X has played in the past 2 maps, it is very likely, but I'm looking at the other teams that are here too in this particular map. We got Blackfire, we got Hestia. Let's see if these squads, when they manage to get into the final circle, hopefully they try to at least capitalize on the situation. And so far, nobody is contesting LF4X, which is kind of what makes me question, like, is it wise to contest up against LF4 spots? Because so far, right, like, they are willing to be aggressive because they haven't gone into those early gunfights. So by the time it reaches the mid game, all of these other squads that are camping onto the sides of the map, their respawn pods have already been taken out, right? But for LF4X, nobody's contesting their area. They haven't gotten into any gunfights up against the other teams. They have that additional respawn pods, so they are willing to go for the aggressive in the mid game.
Yeah, and there's a reason why the playstyle of LF4X works for them. Because if you're looking at their drop points, right, it is onto Rocky Zone and it is onto Nova. And the thing is, all of them are split across different locations, split across different mini POIs and POIs. And that just gave them so much more land for cover, so much more information. Like, who are the teams that surrounds them in
Yeah.
this POI, in this specific location? What are the loots that we had? We don't have to share it across two players in an individual level, in an individual spot, right? Rocky Zone could be one member just looting it. And the other locations that surrounds it could be other members of LF Org X that goes for the loot. So very optimized situation there for LF Org X. Yes, this may be a little bit risky because it puts them
Yeah.
at a vulnerable state in the center of the map, but nevertheless, it's optimal.
Yeah, very optimal for, I would say players like me who doesn't really want to go for those early gunfights. I think it is very risky, especially for, looking at the squads that are here. It is still pretty much the same PVME and FSERA. Although, what kind of works when it comes to these early gunfights, at least you get to rack up the kills, right? You get to rack up these frags, which are still pretty much important in the overall picture. But looking at the way things are going here, I think everyone's just playing around Pioneer Center right now. And what I like about this area, though, is I do understand why these squads actually drop here in this area. Is because when you rotate, at least you get like 6 shield XP devices, which is kind of why that area is highly contested. Blackfire, this is kind of standard for them, really doing very well in the early game. Let's see if they can actually convert here up against the other squads that are in the vicinity.
And for sure, right? When it comes to these early games, there's really a lot of perspectives to look at. There is a lot of situations to consider, but two of the strategies or two of the paths that any of these teams could go for is to either stack kills and stack points as an effect of stacking up kills, or to stack loot to play for placements. That's pretty much two of these paths wherein these teams could do. And thus far, from what we have been seeing, it's a mix of both worlds.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get both, then why not? That would be great. But so far, like all of these squads here, I think a lot of them are willing to go for the early gunfights. Like, I think in terms of the lobby here, two of the most aggressive teams, Blackfire, Elephor, Org are here, which is it was just great, right? But as compared to the other teams back in the other in the previous weeks, rather, is that there were a lot of these early gunfights. I think like 4 or 5 squads were willing to fight outside the zone. But in this particular map, right, like you kind of know who you're going up against when it comes to like your drop spots. Like, let's say for squad number 4, they know that there is, like, say, FSERA, who's usually there, so you can kind of already gather what type of playstyle that they have, and again, rack these frags as much as possible in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. And I like that coming in from Doms. He was like, nope, get out of here. Rolling impact with the full speed charge knocks their opponents down to the ground from the rooftop. Very, very fun. And this is the change. This is the change that pretty much changed the ball game. That's redundant, but the thing is, that's really the situation that we have right now for Farlight 84. These changes, the jetpack not being available, the jet slide coming in as a replacement for mobility, and then you have the reworks of individual heroes, is a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, a lot of these additions to this game, I would say, makes it all the more interesting, right? And with the jet slides that you've been seeing actually for the past 2 maps, adds to that mobility, adds to that extra spice when it comes to like all these gunfights that we are having. And so far, we're seeing a lot of these squads. I already know who's who's going in for these early gunfights. It's always like E8 Pro, we see them, but the likes of L4 or X, they're that type of squad to actually pop up when it comes to the mid game, right? Like, we don't really see a lot of them in the early game, which is kind of understandable since they are in the middle of the map. They haven't been able to encounter anyone, so I like it coming in from their side, and they kind of rack up the frags when it comes to the mid to late game. And looking at the way things are going here, you see the sponsor box going to be spawning in, and I think LF4 is that type of team to actually go for it.
And definitely from what LF4 is doing, they're hunting people down, and unfortunately E8 Pro has to say goodbye to the hands of Fire Team. That's the second squad that gets eliminated into this game with 35 players left, but so far still into the early game that we have mentioned a while ago. But very shocking to see how Fire Team performed in these early phases, wherein they already got 9 kills to their name.
Ooh, there's the War Falcon. Actually, I was talking about this with Dash and Osiris the previous weeks. Like, yeah, the War Falcon would be so good in an area like Sunder Realms, right? Like, you got in landlocked areas, you got in all these gunfights, and adding up the War Falcon will give so much more information. There's the ongoing show here. You got Honda and the other squad going up against each other. And an understandable 3 Shield XP devices here.
Yeah, although the unfortunate part of about the War Falcon is that it's not that prominent anymore compared to the past 2 seasons. Ooh, but right now that Summit Crush is just perfect coming in from Autumn, but not enough. There's no follow-up. It's just really unfortunate, but we still have 2 members for the 1-4-1 or well 1v1 fight into the building. We'll get those kills. He has 1 more member for Newborn. Goes in for the reset. But the revives are coming through. It's a 2v1. It got brings it down to a massive disadvantage for Loki. And that will be Honda who wins it.
That's Gabriel is back. Actually, this is the guy that is always the last when it comes to the team fight. Like, he's always up. Pretty much like Saint from the other squad. The last man standing and can clutch those 1v1 plays. So yeah, that's why I actually remember this IGN. So yeah, Honda here so far. I did mention that this was the squad that really loves to rack up these frags in the early game. In map number 1 and map number 2, you've seen the same case. And it's actually good, right? Like, getting in those frags, not only do you get frags, you also get in your shields, you get in your arsenal here, building it up to when you head over to the final circle. We see the airdrop rain coming in as well. It's going to be closing in on the north side of Noble Bazaar. So let's see if the squads that are in the vicinity will try and take it. But so far, Honda here, 8 frags. Let's take a look. Oh, right on cue. There you go. It's gonna look at who's on top. It is actually XFTM, care of the early takedowns that they've had in their vicinity, followed by Honda with 8 frags in total.
They're just being a menace to Blackfire, hunting them down. They saw them a while ago. And they really want to put them to the ground, get that ace. But so far, Blackfire is split apart.
Yep.
So the thing is, LF4 has to move into the safe zone soon and just let them be.
Yeah.
But Honda has to be wary of their backs because that is LF4 that they're looking at. Very, very quickly moving into the safe zone. Blinding Mark already used.
Oh no.
1 down already though. And LF4 just beamed one of the members for Honda so quickly.
Yeah, that's what you get, right? Information now, numbers advantage towards their side. And this is an org you wouldn't want to go up against. But there you go, the signal coming in from them. You got the Frenzy Bomb coming through. Classic moves coming out from LF4 Org X. They want the spot in the Nova Bazaar. And not to mention, that gives them access to that supply drop. So Honda better be prepared for this one. 1 member already down. Let's see how they will siege this. Gabriel already on the top side, giving it information to their side. But you know what, LF4 Org X, they're just not going to waste any time, going straight for the airdrop rain over at the side of Nova Bazaar.
And I love this. The thing is, they are onto pretty much zone edge. So they have much more capabilities to go for the airdrop rain, but there are 2 teams just surrounding them. That's Blackfire and Newborn. So ever they go for the airdrop, their location will show up into the map. And that will be the possibility and opening for Blackfire and Newborn to pounce them.
Yeah. I mean, look at the top team so far in the leaderboards. I'm looking at them. You got LF4 X. You got Blackfire as well here, right where they want to be at, which is the airdrop rain. And so far, LF4 X, they've already stacked up pretty well. Orange armors for them. They're looking to take in that airdrop as well right in the middle, but it's not going to be easy this time. They have to clean up the works over at the sides. Everybody has their eyes set on them. And so far, it's actually 8 NBMT making a run for it, actually evading the crosshair there of Calyx, moving towards the terrain here for cover. But you know, so far nobody's making a move just yet. I think this is a wise move coming out from 8, going in for the detour instead of going for the engage up against LF4 Org X.
Indeed so, especially considering that respawners are already unavailable at this state of the game. Pushing down engages and forcing out issues is not the optimal situation That's very unfortunate for PV Esports falling down outside of the danger zone, but going back. At this stage, everyone has to play it safe. If they want to go in for placements, they need not to force out these fights. And that's pretty much the name of the game. PV Esports just falling down left and right. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, at the state, right? Like, no more of those respawn pods up. You got the sponsor box right where squad number 3 is. And the airdrop seems to be the target here of Blackfire, as well as LF4 X. But knowing that this is Nova Bazaar, they're camping at, there's a lot of angles that you have to look at. So they're not willing to go for the full commit. I think squad number 3 can go for that sponsor box. Really, really nearby. Kind of builds up their arsenal before they go in for the final engage. And looking at this, squad number 8 is just willing to do exactly this. Camp it out here before they go for the engage, knowing that there's still 10 squads here at the lobby. And going up against LF4 X that has won 2 maps straight here for this particular group is not going to be a wise idea, knowing that there is still going to be 10 squads that are in this lobby. And so far, everybody is just building up here against the momentum, building up and taking in those arsenal. But right now, you see NBMT going up against Master X. They got a Tarantula there for Master X too.
Yeah. And Sangria just got hit.
Yep.
Face front.
Oh no.
From the missile barrage from the Rocket Tarantula. That's really unfortunate. Brings it down to 4v3. Newborn. Very vulnerable to the state wherein Master X2 could just pounce them. Long range pokes, long range engages from the VSS. Shoots them and pinches them apart. But the thing is, Newborn will be able to escape their grasp and go out of the hill.
Yeah, they might find LF4 X there though. They've already lost one here, so numbers advantage are gonna go to the side of LF4 X. You got Hestia there also right in the middle, but this might be a 3-way squad clash. Squad number 1, 7, and 8 sandwich again in the middle. I think they thought that detour might be good for them, but you know, it actually forces them to choose here. Do they go for 7? Do they go for 1? And at this point, one member already down. It's their attacker. It's the Maggie already out. So they really have to think it through before they go for the engage here. You still got 10 squads here.
They should go for none. That's the answer. They are stuck between 2 squads, and the thing is, going for one or the other is just the death of them. That is 4 members complete for both squad 7 and squad 1.
Yeah.
So a very unfortunate situation if they would just force out the issues when they are only 3 members alive.
In 30 seconds.
So much pressure actually being exerted onto them, right? Like, not only do they get the frenzy bomb from the bow there of LF4 X, and at the same time over the other side they're getting in a lot of the pressure as well from squad number 6, so it's not gonna be good there for Newborn. But over here at the side, another squad racking up the frags here. It is squad number 4, 11 frags in total, and you get that final supply dropping in to Sunder Realms in just a little bit. But looking at the way things are going here, it is going to be chaos there right in the center of the circle where a lot of the squads are already closing in.
Welcome to the chaos. That's pretty much it. LF Org now, no shields for Calyx and Remy, having to fight another team here. Goes back out, 1 member already down. Their duck side is out for the count. Calyx will be able to go for a reset. But Nash TZ and Calyx, the only members alive to carry out the name of the squad. And Nash TZ gets eliminated. LF Org is out of the game.
Not just yet. I think they do have Calyx up there. It's going to be hard to be a straggler here. And looking at the way things are playing, a lot of terrain in the northern side here of Nova Bazaar, but Blackfire, just like how they did it, just like how they played in the previous season, was able to catch LF4 X in such a tight position, and now they have their eyes set on another. That's going to be squad number 3 here.
And now, Group A rivals here for LF4. Blackfire jumps into this fight against Honda, has sights on them. Only 2 members alive, so a 3v2 situation here. Blackfire has the high ground, has the vantage point. Coming through with the ongoing show as well. Goes for the rope, goes for the zipline. Not the best option, and Otlum will get deleted. And Blackfire has to only look for 1 member left, and that will be it. Honda goes down.
Blackfire just eliminated 2 squads like that. Well, not fully eliminating LF4. They managed to create in the pressure. 6 squads in total here fighting over at a very interesting area. A lot of terrain for cover here. And I like Blackfire here. They got the best position. They got the bad spot. And looking at them beaming every single one down.
Very methodical play coming from Blackfire. Went in for the springboard for their opponents, but the thing is, they knocked down one member and they destroyed the springboard. And with that said, only Tupac was able to come across.
Oh man, looking at the kill feed here, it is Blackfire stacking it up next to XFTM. So far, they're the ones that have the most, and with this kind of momentum that you give to Blackfire, they just might actually take this thing in, or actually even pressure out all the other squads. And looking at everyone who's in the circle here, it is pretty interesting. It's not gonna be a full squad already for some of these squads coming in. You got XFTM still complete. You got, I think, Blackfire is still complete here. And the rest are actually playing with either 2 or 1 member left. But look at Blackfire there, already making a move towards the other side. They might find XFTM here. Fight for a power spot.
Fire
and
team.
that's what you get.
One more HP, gets deleted. One member down. Blackfire just bought themselves a good advantage as they brought it down to an even level playing field because Fire Team is the squad who has 4 members left. Blackfire just changed that.
They definitely did a lot of pressure. They're also in the center of the circle. XFTM, even though they got the frags, they are so exposed. And I think at the same time, the circle will not be closing in on their favor. Again, the high ground is just way too good here for Blackfire, who's just trading in shots. Speaking of the high ground, Hybrid pops in that ongoing show.
Cancel goes down. Ongoing show has to go down. Mayshell has to go for the reset, but it gets a kneel for Blackfire. One more shot, and that will put him to the ground. And now Hybrid loses his shield. Blackfire goes for the trade. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Only 2 members alive for Blackfire this time around, but goes for the jetpack. Goes in. Only 1 member left with a 1 for 1 trade. And now Xiao, 1 more HP, no shields left. 1 shot to the head. He goes down. 2 squads remaining, but it's a 2v1, and Hestia will win it all for map 3.
Wow, that was the Freddy taking in the final shot there for Hestia. Is this kind of like a foreshadowing of what we will see in the next coming weeks of FPC 3? I mean, it's just the beginning, but so far, with how things were going in that final circle, Blackfire had the best position, best arsenal, but at the same time, they weren't able to close it out. They were trading in a lot of shots back and forth, and Hestia, even though without the numbers advantage in that final circle, they had 2 remaining members there, but you know, it was a 1v1 duel for that final spot, and they managed to snag it in.
Yeah, they were able to squeeze themselves into the top 1 position, and it's very unfortunate from what we have seen coming in from that game, that final zone. Very detrimental for the likes of LF Org having to be 2 squads when they were trying to creep in into the safe zone. Very unfortunate they had to really just gateway themselves into pretty much the death pass from that situation. So back to back finish will not be available this time around for LF4X, but still a good finish overall. But as you have mentioned, that final engage, that final zone overall, it was a 4v3v3, and still Hestia made it through into the top 1 spot.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious to see what the team rankings will be here for A, right? I'm looking at, you know, so far, like, in terms of the total frags that has been ranked, you got, like, LF4X, you got Blackfire, but it was Hestia that actually won this map. So, man, look at this. 7 frags as compared to the other top squads that we've seen in the lobby, like the likes of Blackfire and LF4X that has taken in as much as 25. But looking at the way the map closed in here for Hestia, so far they have done pretty well, and it was Brent's, the Freddy, that actually sealed the deal here for Hestia to take in the victory here. Not the most damage, like what I mentioned, they only had 2 remaining members there in the final circle. And looking at the way this closed out for all of the squads, LF4X actually quite unfortunate here, not as explosive as they were since they were sandwiched in between 2 squads when it reached the mid game. Blackfire was one of them, and Honda as well being eliminated by the sides of Blackfire. I actually thought that Blackfire might actually pull it through to get the top spot, but then again, it is the positioning of Hestia that kind of got them into this situation. They were in the middle of the circle, and by the time it closed in, all they needed to do was get out and get in that final gunfight that was won by them. Quite unfortunate too for XFTM, since they are, one of the squads that has racked up the most ranks next to Blackfire in this map.
And that's the thing. Fire team had the most advantage coming in from that final fight. They were the 4-man squad compared to Hestia and compared to Blackfire, which only has 3 members each team. And what happened there was Hestia, Fire team was fighting up against Blackfire, so Hestia just came through as a third party and just obliterated these 2 teams.
Taking notes from LF4orgX, the originators of the third-party play coming through, and really, really unfortunate when it comes to that situation, right? Like, you build up the momentum already, all the way for Blackfire, all the way for XFTM, and to have another squad just take it all in to take that top spot is just unfortunate, but very much well played there for Hestia. Even though you don't have the numbers advantage, sometimes it can actually work towards your favor.
Yeah, it could definitely work, but you know what? It's a case-to-case basis, so it really depends on those situations, like what happens here. And I think that is consistently what we have emphasized, that adapting into those situations will always be important. So we'll see how Hestia adapted into the highlights coming in to Game 3 of this group. And the one who did most of the work would be Brent with 600 damage coming in from Hestia. A wonderful win coming in from this team all of a sudden out of the blue here in map 3.
Yeah, the Freddy that I was pointing out, I was asking everyone if this is going to be used today. And yeah, you can use Freddy in your composition. And it does get really confusing if you are playing a Freddy at the same time. There's a lot of clones, there's a lot that you have to take into consideration. So, factoring in the clones of Freddy here, I would say it is an unfair matchup. But looking at the way this was played, looking at the total damage and the amount of kills here, this was all because of the likes of Fire Team and Blackfire just going up against each other head on, which made way for the other smaller teams or the other teams that didn't have complete members to be able to shine here. It was actually a 1v1 situation in that final clash, wherein Brents was just able to seal the deal with that final shot and being able to take in this map for Hestia. Overall, I would say this is still pretty good. 5 kills in total for Brents in this map.
Yeah, and the thing about Freddy, I just want to touch up on it, because the thing is, I believe the playstyle of Freddy revolves around information gathering and also those outplay potentials. It's pretty much a mix of these 2 departments that is really strong built into Freddy, because you can set out clones. If someone shoots it, that's information. And the thing is, if you use your ultimate as well, you could go back and TP into your place, which once again opens up a huge portal of information for the team. So overall, it's really, really good. And in addition to the possibility and options to go for outplays just because of the availability of teleports in his skill kit.
Yeah, not only does Cypher have that, I was actually looking at the skills here of Freddy. It's actually quite similar to the chord shift of the Cypher. So I'm looking forward to see more of this. Maybe in the upcoming weeks, let's see for the next few groups. But of course, Infinity, let's take a look at the team rankings here so far for Group A, and it is, of course, Elephorog without a doubt taking in the top spot with the 2 map victories that they got, followed by Blackfire and Hestia actually shooting all the way up to 3 with that map win, followed by XFTM and then Master X2, and the likes of Honda and Sarah, who has also gathered enough frags in that early game for both map number 1 and map number 2.
Yeah, it might be a shocker for some. It might be a surprise that Blackfire, why are they number 2? They did not win anything. Shouldn't be Hestia coming out, but the thing is, Blackfire's average placements coming into the whole Group A has been top 3 in average across 3 maps, which is really, really good. That's why they're able to stack up onto 42 placement points on top of the 34 kill points that they were able to do just because of how aggressive they are coming into the mid game. And that is the reason why they are currently top 2 when it comes to this specific group. And of course, Hestia, they won 1 victory coming in from that group that just bought them 25 points out of the get-go.
Yeah, instantly like that, and which is why you see how some of the teams also, getting in those frags in the early game wherein the respawn pods are up is still pretty vital, which kind of explains why the likes of, F-Zera and Honda are also on the upper half of the list. And yeah, I mean, overall, this was, I would say, teeter toss of emotions for this particular group. You got a lot of highs, you got a lot of very slow moments as well, especially coming into the early game as compared to what we actually had for the past 2 weeks of FPC.
Pretty much the roller coaster of FPC, right? Because the thing is, there's just a lot of situations wherein you cannot expect and you cannot predict, and this is the essence of a battle royale game overall, right? Because it's very unorthodox. There's not really a standard for pretty much everything, and that can still follow through into Mobile Group B later on.
You're gonna get a whole lot of roller coaster emotions there too. We'll have to find out, because I'm actually looking at the teams and it is looking quite stacked for Mobile Group B. So if you guys haven't seen your favorite teams play just yet, they might be playing here in Group B. We're gonna be having a total of 4 semifinals here for the mobile division, so don't miss out. We're gonna be having B in just a little bit, but that was just Group A, and what an amazing 3 maps that we had so far.
It's a start. It's only the start here at FPC Season 3, Week 3 for the semi-finals. There's a lot more in store for the viewers watching at home. There's 3 more groups coming up all throughout the day. But before then, we're just going to take a short break. But when we come back, it's Group B for the mobile semi-finals.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop. No. It's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop. No. It's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Welcome back to FPC Season 3 for the Week 3 Semi-Finals in the mobile division. And the thing is, we're now stepping foot into Group B this time around.
Whoa! Not yet
That's
Group
too
D,
quick.
but
Too quick.
yeah. Too quick. Yeah, it's a Group B. For all of us, Infinity's just got us all hyped up for Group D. But yes, you're going to be having action-packed matches all the way to Group D, and you're watching Group B right now. And looking at the teams here, and I did mention it's going to be a bit stacked. You're going to be seeing the qualified teams later on, but we've seen already glimpses of the play styles that can be made with the Freddy for the past
Right.
3 maps of Group A. Let's see how this team will be able to adjust to that type of play style. Will we see some new capsulers here? We've seen the bow for the side of LF4 or X from Group A. Let's see if this team or this map or this group rather will actually be utilizing something new as well.
Yeah, for sure. Because the thing is, this Group B is going to be stacked as well, as I believe you have mentioned already, even into the ending of Group A. Because the thing is, Group B has a lot of familiar names now that I'm looking at it, which will be seen by the viewers watching at home real soon. So this will be an interesting group to really watch out for.
Speaking of the teams, let's take a look at the qualified teams here, Infinity, for Group B. And boy, speaking of the stack, that is our Season 1 champions, Execration there. You got Crimson Beta, by the way. Last few weeks ago, they were known as Crimson. I believe this is the same team grouped up with Beta. And you got AXGS, you got Vitas coming in here, SRSNG, you got NRX Proverbs, TPLK, you got SDS Sarah, another Sarah team coming in, 1NMP, AXGK, you got Hestia, another team, you got Stream Raider 717 coming in here too, and DX Sarah. So that is 2 sister teams here in this particular group, 2 Sarah teams coming in here. So you've already seen one in Group A, and now you're gonna be seeing more of them coming in here to Group B.
Yeah, and definitely so. And as you have mentioned a while ago, right, the likes of Execration, Crimson Beta, you have the likes of TI6 as well joining into fray. So these are the names that really just stuck on top of my head going into Season 1, Season 2. But there's also new names coming through into this group as well. We've seen Sarah a while ago. The sister team is here in Group B, which is Secrecy Saint. So will be a very interesting to see how these teams perform up against the likes of the defending champ, or well, rather the champions of Season 1 in FPC.
Yeah, Execration. I think even though you mentioned that it is, the Uncrowned Kings finally taking in the title for Season 2, but Execration still showing no signs that they're stopping here in Season 3, because coming right in here so far, next to LF4 or X actually, that you guys have seen in Group A, they are actually the next one when it comes to the leaderboards of FPC 3. They're standing at number 2, so I won't be surprised if they come in with an explosive performance too here at Group B. And looking at their roster, there is not a lot of change that we see. Actually, Sato has been transferred or actually moved out to another squad, Darling, and they got the likes of Yato from Built Different actually filling in the shoes of Sato here, coming into Execration here for this season.
Yeah, so those are the perspectives that is really the storyline of this group. Can the Season 1 champions redeem back their pretty much their peak coming into Season 3? Can they have these vengeance redemption story here in Season 3 and get back their throne away from NCG? And for the rest of the teams, it's up to them to rise up to the occasion and really push Execration down the drain, where it comes to if they can. Like, that's the question, if they can do so.
Speaking of Infinity, I think you can hear the sounds coming right in. We're going to be dropping into Sunder Realms in just a bit. Probably my favorite place currently. And quite interesting too that, a lot of the teams have quickly adapted to Sunder Realms. And we've already seen this in the past 2 weeks. We're going to be dropping in once again. You got the likes of Execration, another team I would like to point out too that has been explosive back in week number 2. You got the likes of Crimson, now known as Crimson Beta, also here in this particular group. And looking at their stats, next to Execration. So far, they are at par with them in terms of the assists, the kills, and the damage. So I might actually see the likes of these teams actually might go head to head with each other for map number one or group A. Actually, it was the likes of Blackfire and LFO North X. But looking at the way the flight path dropped in execration, there is still not really any contest from the other teams. They always do the split drop too, but this time it is over at the place called Little Dipper, I would say, and transport port. A split drop for execration here in our first map.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I want to talk about as well. Like jumping into the initial point, wherein Execration is dropping more towards the northern left side of the map of Sunder Realms, and this is what they do ever since season one. Wherein the thing is, 3 of their members drop onto the same point, wherein one of their members go into a different location. This time around, going into Sunder Realms, it will be Luki who has that role. 3 of these team, or well, 3 of the players coming from Execration stacked up onto one of the POIs, and Luki just went onto the outskirts, wherein he has the sole possibility of obtaining loots in that area.
Yeah, speaking of the loots, also here at the refiner, this is what I actually don't like coming into this area. There's a lot of early gunfights, a lot of ups and downs, scare of the zip lines here. You can expect to see a lot of the squads dropping in here. If it was Mobile Group A, you've seen a lot of the squads dropping into Pioneer Center. I would say this group seems to be loving this refinery. A lot of the things you can take in here, at least like a I would say like a level 3 armor, but you have to, face the other teams that also want to get all the resources here in this area. Even here, down at the storage base, we see 2 squads here fighting for the space here at the storage base.
Yeah, and the thing is, Refinery arguably is one of the best spots to loot. Just because it gives you so much more capabilities, there is a lot of verticalities in the area as well, and the chests there, the weapon boxes in that POI has the potential to give you the level 4 accessories, level 5 accessories even in that location. So a really, really strong spot for any of the teams that wants to go for that route. But of course, there are risks involved.
Risks like this in the early game, which is something that you have to take, knowing that your POI has a lot of these squads camping out. So far, AXGS squad number 3 has taken in a control of this area, but squad number 9 might actually go towards that area later on as we look at Pioneer Center here. 6 and 12 fighting in for the space here. And so far, 6 frags already for Xdeso here.
Yeah, Xdeso having 6 kills already to your name. A very strong start for this team, as TI6 is more of on the down foot. Yeah, they are currently being just ratted out and being hunted down by their predators, which is Xdeso for this Group B as the start of this series. So far, they are going to be pushed back as Dorothy will fall onto the hands of Marksu. But compared into the prior series that we had for today, this is a lot more aggressive.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of aggressiveness that we've seen all across the map, actually. Like at least like 2 or 3 squads already fighting in for the space. And as compared to Group A, this is a squad, or at least I would say a group that is willing to take a lot of the risk in the early game. 4-7 Refinery, even at the south side, we're seeing all these early gunfights coming through here. Every single squad looking for at least, a pick off, or at least racking in 2 frags early on.
And right now the side stuff coming through. He's going to take that knockout for the team. And at this point, there's still respawners available for every single one. That really just reflects the aggressiveness for each of these teams. There's not much risks involved into hunting those people down and going very aggressive into the early game. Although the unfortunate part would be is that all of your items, all of your shields, all of your weapons are going to be reset when the respawners are popped. That's the only downside. And when it comes to dropping down from the initial point, it will be very risky.
Wow, look at this. Crimson Beta, one of the squads I did mention that did so well in the previous weeks. Now they get themselves this sponsor box too. they have utilized 2 attackers in their composition. You got a Bo, and you also got a Freddy on their side. Kind of makes me think that they want to go in for the full aggression now, knowing that they've gotten in that sponsor box there. They can fully build up their arsenal here before going into at least the second circle here of this map. But so far, looking at all the squads here, everybody is pretty much willing to go up against each other early on. North, even at the south side, I am actually not surprised that this is actually the case coming into this group.
Yeah, and for those that are new, sponsor boxes are a new addition in patch 2.0 for Farlight 84. And the thing about sponsor boxes is, aside from the accessories, the weapons that it provides for the whole team, it also gives every single one of the team that is within the zone of the sponsor boxes over 1,000 XP each. And that will definitely push up and beyond the gear XPs of these players.
Yeah. Look at this early. Actually, this is something that we haven't seen in Group A. Everybody is just willing to do so, right? A lot of these teams have already picked up at least level 4 or an orange armor here, which kind of signals them to go all the way in to these gunfights. And having the sponsor box up, actually, that was one of the first few times that I've seen somebody actually taking it in. Growth XP for Crimson Beta, if I'm not mistaken, taking in the sponsor box there early on. They also got in a couple of Growth XP, you got the guns, and you got the attachments coming through, which will be really helpful for them once they head out here. And so far, looking at the other squads here, 8 frags already for Stream Raider 717 here, ex-Deso. Care of the early gunfights that they've had all across Pioneer Center, and right now they're just doing the cleanup work. They have this area surrounded, and by the time they actually disperse out of Pioneer Center, they can at least take the shield XP devices that's also camping out on the outskirts of this area.
Yeah. And at this point, SR717 has the sole occupation of the POI that they are currently at on to the northern part of the map, and that's really good. But the champions of Season 1, level 5, level 6 shield across the board. And at this point, they could start going aggressive.
Yeah, Virus is actually, this is a very good idea that they have all the time coming out from Execration, consistent from week 2, week number 1, giving Virus that red armor, that full armor, to be able to go in for the engage. They got themselves a War Falcon, something that they actually love using back in FPC 2, gives them that information, but we've seen other vehicles being utilized here as well. You got squad number 5 picking up that Tarantula, which we've also seen in Group A, that really dishes out a hefty amount of damage, especially when you're camping inside these POIs, but not a lot of mobility, which actually exposes you out in the open.
Yeah, and they're forced to just go down off the Rocket Tarantula, as it's a very risky move. But the thing is, this is pretty much the Secrecy, the other team. Secrecy Saints up against SR Uprising in a long-range fight, but overall, that was very clever for both teams. No one wants to go for the all-in engage, because the thing is, if they do, a third-party strat from any other team in the game could jump through.
Yeah.
And Execution has been cited by C-Beta.
Yeah, the 2 of the top teams that we are eyeing here right now, but it's not going to be easy here for C-Beta. They are dealing with Virus, who is known to go in for, you know, the cover here for Execration. Having in that red armor, you did mention they're going to be aggressive, and here it is. They're trading shots up against C-Beta. I think they also have an ample amount of arsenal to go up against Execration, but knowing that this is the squad that is on top of the leaderboards, it is not going to be easy to go up against them. You got the Divulge being invested onto Execration as well, giving out their locations, but, you know, with the information taken in, not being used just yet, it is something that C-Beta has to take into consideration right now. Speaking of information, over here at the end of the zone, you got the likes of squad number 5 just going up against this other squad here, going in for those plays. A lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, and so has to really just fight up against SR Uprising. We'll be able to take a couple of members in, and that will be the elimination that Sarah's looking for. As SR Uprising will have to say goodbye for now from map 1.
Yeah, this is the risk that you really have to take when you're on the on the danger zone actually, right? Like if you get those armors down, there's going to be a lot of the damage coming in. And looking at the way the circle's closing in, ST Sarah did manage to win that fight, but at the same time, they still have to make a move towards the safe zone. It's the first one, so there's going to be not a lot of damage just yet. Looking at the sponsor box, airdrop rain has been made already, and looking at that, see Beta already going in for the tracer and actually winning a lot of them right now. Look at the damage coming through from the White Dwarf that we haven't seen for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, Supar being pressured out. There's Crimson Beta behind the tree, will not go for the chase. That will be a much more safer method here, especially considering that there is an airdrop within their vicinity. So much better option for them to take instead of just pushing out a member and just overextending themselves into a dangerous spot. And AXG as well in the same vicinity, so pretty much a lot of teams stacked upon a similar location.
Yeah, the Wind Valley here. It is a lot of highs and lows here. You got the airdrop rain coming through. I think C Beta, if they manage to take this in, they have the red armor next to Execration. They're the ones that has the best loot. Speaking of these two teams, Crimson Beta, 6 frags. It is actually squad number 4 that has the most so far in this particular map. Looking at this, you got squad number 10 and 8 actually fighting for the space here, and this is something we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, that Summer Crush was phenomenal as well. We'll be able to go in for one-man knockup. And now Saint Sarah, one man goes down as they pressured in to infiltrate the building. Rolling impact pushes them out, and now the Duck side just goes through with a kill. The knockout with an elimination that they need. But the trade back will be secured. And now Saint Sarah is now dependent on Wayne the God to do the miracle, which he will be able to do so, and Kahira will fall. 8 teams remaining into the game.
ST Sarah, 8 frags in total, and look at the shields coming out too from Wayne, which is why the Duck side is still pretty much on top when it comes to the most picked capsuler so far. We'll have to find out later on if the other capsulers will be utilized. We're starting to see a couple of bows, starting to see a couple of Freddy's as well being utilized here, but we have to find that out in the upcoming weeks to see how the full picture will be. And so far, squad number 8 again winning in the trades here, racking up the frags as well. They're pretty close to the airdrop, but it is getting congested there. And looking at the one that has the best arsenal so far, it is Execration and Crimson Beta that has those red armors right now going into this second, third circle of our map.
I like what Execution is doing. If you have that sight and that recall when it comes to the map overview, it is Execration who already has a position inside of the safe zone in the center of it. And they also have buildings for cover. So there's a really good playstyle. They're adaptations from the prior seasons wherein they're all about this aggressiveness. They're named to be the Executioners. Now is playing so much safer than before.
Yeah, they're always fighting for the spot. They're always fighting in for the prime position. And they're really not going for those gunfights, not unless they know that they can win the trade now. Spot number 12 here in trouble. Look at the armor skill execution.
Pincer maneuver will be able to get a member from Max Deso, but changes their location. Nevertheless, they meet another squad when they shifted their position. It's squad 2 up against squad 12 with squad 13 on the horizon as well. And Execution are just waiting for the right moment to be able to pounce them. X-Deso goes down with Maestro T90G. Have to wave his hand, saying goodbye to the rest of the teams, to the rest of the squads here in this game. Supar eliminated as well. 7 teams remaining in this game. And Crimson Beta, 2 members left into this matchup, forces the issue, and Crow will fall.
Bro getting in that kill, 7 frags in total for Beta, and they can get those revives up. And for now, Execration is just playing this out so well. Look at them, they're avoiding all of these team fights, where the rest of the gang here, 11 and 8, just going at it. There goes the Summit Crush.
Goes in, knocks up onto 2 members, but no follow-up. He just signed his death contract there. Atez TV just beams him down. And that brings it down to Secrecy Saints, with only 3 members standing.
Yeah, 3 members, 6 squads left here in this lobby. A very, very aggressive lobby as we would see as compared to what we've seen in Group A, where everyone, like, heading into this circle, we still see like 10 or at least like 11. That is going to be tough for 11 and 4. You got a zip line out of there. But look at this, 11 and 4. Vehicles are going to be important here, but look at Execration just beaming everyone down. They got the God spot here. And over at this side,
wait.
it's going to be really tight as well. Crimson and 13.
Secrecy
all
Saint
at it.
on the move, Flamethrower. One goes down. That will be very clever coming in from Crimson Beta. And now Secrecy Saint wants to go into the building, but will not be enough. Will not be able to do so. That will be Secrecy Saint. Have to say goodbye and go into their coffin in this game. 5 teams remaining into the matchup. And thus far, Crimson Beta looking really, really good.
Oh man, they are. Next to Execration, right? This is the team that we have our eyes set on right now. In terms of the frags, they are the ones on top next to Deso, next to squad number 11 that has 10. Look at this. Crimson, they got their eyes set here on this airdrop. They are facing shots from Execrations. It's not going to be easy, but they can definitely go up against them, right? 2 of them already have that level 6 armor.
Wait.
And now, look at this. Squad number 13. They are camping on the edge. I think Crimson knows this as well. They are going to try to force the situation coming into this.
This is very dangerous because the thing is, this safe zone, the final zone,
Yep.
is split apart by a huge chill, and Crimson Beta has to go through. Squad 13 to be able to pass through onto the other side, and Execration is readily waiting.
Oh,
They're gatekeeping
yep.
any single team that comes across.
No.
Execration gains information. The Flamethrower just moves across and out of Blinding Mark, along with Ultimate of Bow with a Summon Crush. This is over from Crimson Beta. The perfect combo from Execration eliminates the Beta out of the game. 2 teams remaining with a 4v1 situation. Execration is on the lead.
Oh man, look at that. Just like that, the lead down. Last 2 squads remaining, and Execration is looking to take this infinity as they roll into this map. ST Sarah, numbers advantage gonna go to side of Execration here.
Now it's Secrecy Saint who just gets beamed out, and the champion of Season 1, Execration, will win Map 1.
Wait, I was just thinking that was map number 2, but with the pacing of this particular group B, it's so fast, it's so aggressive, and to see how Execration play their cards out so well in that last encounter. Crimson Beta willing to go for the aggressive, going for the cleanup work, but the perfect timing there, the Summit Crush of Virus just deleted Crimson Beta out of the map, and all they needed to do was again go for the classic like what they did in FPC 1, exterminate the remaining members as they take in map number 1. Virus still taking in the top spot here with 8 kills in total and 4 assists. Consistent plays coming out from our FPC 1 Finals MVP, and I believe he has also bagged in a lot of back-to-back MVPs for the previous weeks.
An impressive showing of adaptiveness from the Season 1 champions. 0 kills up until the final zone, wherein they got 5 kills from the initial stature and then 4 kills to follow through because it was Crimson Beta who stacked on top of each other, and Execration just did the wombo combo of a lifetime that has never been seen before. Here in Farlight 84, the stacked up on Summit Crush, the Ultimate of Bow, and then you have pretty much just so much utilities invested into that single fight that really secured the bag for Execration into that final fight. And then Secrecy Saint just being a rat all throughout the game.
Yeah. I mean, 2 up against the 4 members of Execration, getting in that red armor. This is their standard movements from week number 1 to week number 2. Like, they just really play it slow in the early game as compared to what we've seen in Season 1, wherein they were so aggressive. But here, coming into Season 3, they are that kind of team that really builds up their arsenal. You don't really see much of them in the early game, and then they pop in mid to late game, and they did exactly just that. Played it out so well. All the ultimates, all the utilities invested at the right time. I think it would have been a different story though, like if C Beta didn't get tied up in that situation, right? Like they were all clustered in one area. They get that Summit Crush, and then they get the Bose Ultimate 2. That's a lot of damage to take in there for Crimson Beta. Quite unfortunate too, since they were the ones who have taken in a lot. The sponsor box, everything actually in this particular map.
Yeah, Execration did a run perfectly That is the true definition of playing it very safe. And that is exactly what we are going to see all throughout the highlights coming in from that game as we jump to it right now. And the MVP is Virus TZ from Execration Dockside. I mean, there's no one more deserving coming in from Virus from that game, especially the Summit Crush to the end up against Crimson Beta was impressive to watch.
Yeah, impeccable timing too of the Summit Crush to be able to get like 3 members right there is what actually sealed the fate of Crimson Beta in that map. To think that they've gotten in a lot of resources all taken in there by Execration here. Virus TZ, Mr. Consistent when it comes to the MVP all the way back to week number 1 here at FPC 3. He has been consistent in terms of the kills, in terms of the damage, and at the same time, I would say the initiator for the Exterminators or Execration, our Season 1 champions, coming back in and taking in the victory here for map number 1.
It's just that Execration showed a masterclass of coordination from that game. It was the Blinding Mark that initiated the whole thing, and then you have the Sunil Hologram Guide. Duckside went in with a Rolling Impact and the Full Speed Charge, Bow Ultimate, and then the Summit Crush. It was just utilities on top of utilities on top of utilities that made it such a masterclass, as we have mentioned a while ago.
Yeah, and all out chaos too. Like, I think this is not too far from what we've seen in Group A that L4 X has utilized that bow, right? Kind of utilizing it to be like that armor shredder, that peeler when it comes to the engages. And what worked so well for Execration in that last clash up against Crimson was, the Blind Mark, then you combine it with the Frenzy Bomb, and then you combine it with the Summit Crush. I think that was too much to take. They had their backs against the wall in Pioneer Center, and all Execration needed to do was they had the best arsenal there, 2 remaining stragglers for the side of SD Sarah, and it was a really, really good play overall coming out from Execration, knowing that this is also one of the most seasoned teams that we have here in FPC.
Yeah, 100%. It was too good to watch, and for surely we can expect something similar into the following games, as we have 2 more in this group. And the question still lies: can Crimson Beta rise up and really have that vengeance up against what Execration did there? And that was pretty much just close to being criminal to what just happened. The Crimson Beta from a while back into that final zone, and nevertheless Execution still has that option to run the momentum for the back-to-back win here in this group.
Yeah, Actually, I was quite surprised that they didn't face each other when it came to like the airdrops and even the contestants for the sponsor box. I've seen so much of that coming out from Execration. They really love to get in all of these loot in the early game and then just destroy everyone when it comes to the late game. So it's actually Crimson Beta that took it. It's pretty much the same, right? They eliminated Crimson Beta. They just took what they got and then eventually won the map.
Yeah, and you know what? We have a code giveaway as well for the viewers watching at home. That's 30 diamond for you. I'm not gonna read the code because it's a little bit more of a complex code, but you guys can read. You guys can take it.
Yeah, take a screen cap. Makes it all the more easier for you guys. First come, first serve. Diamonds. If you guys still need that extra diamonds to get in that battle pass, then this is the time to get it. Limited time only. We're gonna be having a whole lot more of that. Help us unlock all of the milestones here. The past few weeks, you also unlock some skins coming in and some jetpack skins, some trails also. So if you guys keep on watching, keep on sharing, you guys can help us unlock these milestones and of course maybe unlock those rewards later on here in this broadcast.
Yeah, and the thing is, I believe like Berting Magiting from like the Tagalog broadcast was stating like yesterday, I need a couple of more diamonds to gain a battle pass. And if you're similar into that scenario for the viewers watching at home, that's perfect. 30 diamonds, so you can have once again a tiny step into taking the overall battle pass overall, which is 500 diamonds in the game.
Yeah, 30 is a lot to work with. Shout out to Mr. Berting Magiting of the Tagalog broadcast. I know he's not casting right now, so hopefully you guys got that. Everyone here as well who needs that extra diamonds, but right now Infinity, we got map number 2 coming in. We're going into Thunder Realms once again here for map number 2, and it is Execration that got in map number 1. So let's see. Actually, we were kind of hyping up like L4 X, right, for map number 1. Hopefully get that repeat, but Execration with the way they played it, map number 1, let's see how they can, place it out. So far, we haven't seen any of these contests happening. Even for the past 2 weeks, no one has contested Execration. Even in FPC too, like the only time that they got contested in their drop spot was when NRX Proverbs did it in Sunflower Shopping Mall, but that was like later into season 2. So I'm wondering if there are any brave souls or any brave squads that actually wants to disrupt their rotation here, because so far they have the pick of the litter here at Transport Port and even over at the Little Dipper.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the options, right? If you really want to target someone, if you really want to have that focus fire onto pretty much a single team, that will be the option. Because the thing is, when we're looking back at these type of situations, is that it happened back in season 2. It happened back in season 1, wherein there was a couple of times wherein, as you have mentioned, TI6 was the one who contested them. But unfortunately, every single time that they do, Execution just beats them down. And that's pretty much the overall perspective. Like, if someone contests Execution, Execution can fight back. And if Execution wins, that will be a massive disadvantage for the team that contested them. So that's still like a 50-50. Yeah, there's still a risks coming down for it.
Yeah, but speaking of the risk, these are the risks that the squads over at the edge of the zone are willing to take. All of these, some of the newer squads, actually, speaking of TI6, actually, they came into Season 3 with a new roster coming in. 3 frags already, getting a control over at the lab area. I think if you have control of this, you can have the entire lab, even the Shield XP devices that are in the area. And so far, Infinity, what I noticed is, how can you tell if a group is aggressive? I mean, looking at the map drop here, a lot of the squads are willing to drop into Rocky Zone and Nova Bazaar. That's how I actually figured out, okay, this is going to be all-out gunfights from the start. And yeah, we're actually getting it, actually, in map number 1. And even here in map number 2, we're starting to see a lot of contests around the area. Wind Valley is one of them.
Yeah, I just don't like Rocky Zone. The thing is, it's just too risky jumping into that location, except if you're considering that maybe there is a purple zone into that area, that will be the time that it's going to be worth it. Yeah, for sure. But overall, it's just too risky in dropping into Rocky Zone. It's just a little bit more complicated to come out and even in to that POI itself. That makes it a much harder location for everyone to play around. Though nevertheless,
here. Yeah, actually, I was gonna say even here at the Wind Valley, I know this is a pattern here for the squads here in Group B, that this area is highly contested. Knowing that there's 3 shield XP device, I actually wasn't able to catch the high resource area, but yeah, a fight for space here. Even at the bridges here, 7, 6, even 4, just joining in the fray here. And I noticed a lot of divulges have been invested, so all the information has been made. So it's all up to them if they want to go for the engage.
Secrecy Saint trying to battle another member or another team. So you have to summon Crush, but good Vision Erosion to buy time. Pushes back. Secrecy Saint coming into these early game, but that's information provided from the rest of the crew. So a third party coming into the game here right now in the early bases. But Secrecy Saint already losing 2 members. Not a good sign.
Yeah, man, 3 squads here to take in, and wow, that is something that I haven't seen. Vision Erosion, and then you got the Absolute Gravity over at the center. A lot to take in here, a lot of squads just fighting in for the space. It's super chaotic. 2 ongoing shows have already been invested, and everybody's just fighting for cover here right now, knowing that there's 3 here. 7 might actually go for the flank, and even 5 who's actually trying to get into this area.
And that's Supar, that's Max Proverbs, and pretty much Secrecy Saint as well, who was in the vicinity just a while back, but we'll see if they change their location, as right now the zone is already closing in. Divulge already used, information has been provided for NRX Proverbs. Shots from far away. Well, right now you're looking at Supar with the rolling impact with full speed charge. That will be 1 man down as Satori will get knocked out.
You got squad number 5 joining in the fray. Everybody's just going in way deeper into the danger zone. So again, you know, this is the thing. Danger of fighting inside the red area is that you're willing to take these risks. And yeah, like this lobby, it is very aggressive as compared to what we've seen in the first one. And everybody's just willing to fight outside with the War Falcon 2. Great vehicle to get in the information here. Squad number 5 is the last one to join in. They're looking to do those cleanup works, and so far NRX has already gotten themselves that orange armor for themselves.
Ooh, so SRS Uprising is a bug though. But now looking at NRX proper once more, you have SR Uprising who gets the information that they're changing their POIs, that they're now on the move. They want to go into the safe zone, which is really clever at this stage of the game, because getting that zone edge, or well, at least going into the safe zone, just gives you a lot more safety into the map overall. But now looking at Nova Bazaar, there are 2-3 squads in the vicinity.
Both of these haven't gotten any frags just yet. No frags for 11, no frags for 10, and look at how the AK-77 has actually been a bit more prominent here in this current update, knowing that the damage has been amped up here. It is also pretty good in the past few weeks. One of the best guns too to work with in Farlight 84, but with the recent update in 2.1, it is so much more evident here for all the squads. They got 10 actually circling in their area, 8 just having that good vantage point, but you know, fight for space is always gonna be the key here.
That was a good side stuff coming from Hess TV, pushes him out. Even with a smoke, he has sights on him. He has a crosshair placements already at perfect location, as he was able to eliminate a member. So 2 frags already secured by Hess TVX that they have already achieved. Actually, onto Lee himself alone. That's 2 kills onto the duck side.
Yeah, all going to this. This is still pretty similar to what we've seen in the other teams, where the duck side really fronts, and kind of understandable why it really does pick up the kill. And looking at the Wind Valley, an area that was actually quite congested earlier, 3 squads over at this area. 13 has to make a move here. This is not a place that you wanna get entangled in, since the only way out is gonna be the zip lines here. And so far, looking at how daredevil all these squads are here in this particular map, a lot of them are actually playing on the outskirts of the zone, even inside the zone, actually looking for the eliminations inside.
Now Xdesto to find another member here. That's AXGS GES, as Sato will fall down. As we have remembered, Sato is one of the players that has been here for the longest time, and AXGES has lost another member here. It's a 2-for-1 trade, so breaks it down into a 3v2, and execution comes through at the right moment with Sonic Crush. Gets 2 people immediately by Virus. Gets those easy eliminations. it's a third party. It was just the perfect time to come through.
Same thing as what they did in map number 1. Virus comes in with the Summit Crush. They combine it also with the Frenzy Bomb coming in from the bow. It's just way too much to handle for all of the teams that are either healing up from the clash or either trying to heal up from, you know, the other encounter that they've gone up against, and forcing the, I think that was that the X-Deso that was actually chased out there by Execration, but now we see Absolute Gravity over at this side.
Along with the Summit Crush, they're stuck on the corner. They're pinned down onto a single room. It's a very small room to say the least, but Vision Erosion as well, being pushed down. And Tukyo, EZR, has to go out. Pretty much
Wow.
very delicate. And one Absolute Gravity just crushed him out, and now Summit Crush coming in from Lee. Not enough. And that will be STV. Gets a couple of kills in, but right now, CQC saying, 2 members alive. Has the information that the revives are coming in for AXGES. Base Blaster already out, pushes them out to relocate themselves into their teammates. Inside the building, goes for the infiltration. The shots up, left and right, the jump across. And Kaizen left with no HP. Has to say goodbye, and TI6. There are 4-5 teams in the horizon.
Oh man, what was that? We caught a glimpse, like 4 over at that area, and now we see AXG with only 1 member standing. They got a vehicle here too. Is he playing the passenger princess or the passenger king there? But you know what? We have to take a look at Wind Valley here. I was talking about how congested this area can be, and the only way out is going to be the zip lines. Gonna be a tight area, knowing that there is gonna be 4 squads camping out there. Once you get up to lots of terrain that all these squads have to work with. And looking at the supply drop here, the airdrop rain, I think it was taken in here by squad number 4.
Yeah, could be. They're gatekeeping. Squad 3 only has 1 member alive. And if Supar leaves him unattended, revives can come through, especially considering that the rest of the team for AXGES is more towards inside of the zone.
What?
So that gives him a lot more capabilities to go in for the revives. And right now, TI6, their fronts are going to be 8x, well, rather Supar that they're fighting up against. It's a 4v3, or well, 4v4.
Yep.
TI6 right now with his hologram guide, rolling impact. They're going up with a Summit Crush, knocks up, comes through. That's the engage that TI6 is looking for. The follow-up is there as well. Tori goes down along with W. Brings it down to a 4v2 as TI6 has the massive lead, but the ongoing show gave the advantage for Meisha, but not for long as Supar gets eliminated into the game.
Yep, Execration just might go in for another of those third-party plays. They already racked up 6 frags. TI6 just healing up from that one. Just the squad that contested Execration, but right now, here comes the signal coming from Execration. They got the Frenzy Bomb up. They got those tactical skills up. Signaling in for Execration to come in.
It's Go Ultimate once again, playing favors for Execration time to time. And Execration now gets killed on one of the members with the A6. Toonie goes down. Brings it to a 4v3.
2 of those members forced to go out though. Man,
so,
tough situation to be in.
All the way out for the count. Execration is now playing at a 4v2. The TI6 still has 2 members for them to go into a revive. If ever Execration leaves the vicinity, that will be the time for TI6 to go for the revives. For now,
actually, they're moving out.
Yeah, Execration doesn't want any of that. But not for long! He finds another member for X-Deso. TZ leaves his back on attended onto Execration just to get pounced up, minced up. Execration just got that opportunity for another kill. 9 kills already for the squad. And with the sponsor boxes, that is another information that that's a squad in just nearby them.
There's no way to play aggressive than how Execration plays it. Like right now, the signal, like when you see that Frenzy Bomb, that is the signal for Execration to go in. You just know that they're nearby. Speaking of the Arsenal, you see SR, SNG getting in this sponsor box once again. Got those Rose XPs, those Arsenals to build up, and the attachments that they need to get into the final circle. They're all camped up here in this dome, but Execration has their eyes set on them once again, knowing that they're right there.
Wait. Virus DZ doesn't know?
Yep.
I think
he knows.
Below him. No, I don't think so. Because the thing is, he has sights onto SR
On-
Uprising, but
Mhm.
no clue that Marks was just there. And the thing is, all this time, Marks was just crouched. But the thing is, if SR Uprising pushes him out, Marks can just be the collateral damage from disengage. So that's something that Marks have to be worried about.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
going to be unfortunate if that happens.
Yeah, man. I don't think Virus knows he's way too busy trying to take down squad number 5 there. But once he gets down, yeah, he still doesn't know. There's no scans for the duck side. There's no information that has been made. But what Virus is up for is this squad. Squad number 5, who has just taken in the sponsor box, has those orange armors, and he has that signal. He has been depleted already, forced to go back to where the rest of the members of Execration is. 9 frags in total for
Oh
them.
no, here we go.
They
SR
have
Uprising
information. There it is.
infiltrates the building, and Marks is just gone. That will be another team eliminated. 7 teams left in this game. Varcz, Number Shields F, and SR Uprising has information for both sides. Execution as well. The ultimate goes out.
Oh, there you go. The ultimate, the signal for Execration to come in. That is a lot of squads camping out there. If they get a hold of this Infinity, they also got that airdrop right in the middle, and Execration is ready to take that. They're in such a good spot right now. They got sights on everyone. TI6 over at the other side, on the backside, 5 as well. So much information for this squad, and not to mention Blue and Virus already has those level 6 launchers right now.
Execution. So they're having sights on TI6. Resets for now. But clever move coming from MRX Proverbs to change your location, not having to meet Execution real soon. The safe zone already closing in, or well, rather, already being stated into the map with 20 seconds remaining before it actually starts to converge down into that tiny circle, into that tiny point. And the thing about the patterns of Execution is that they're consistently going into the safe zone as soon as it goes up, as soon as it's shown into the map. They want to go there as soon as possible. That gives them the most capability for safety.
Oh man, that is a lot of the damage coming out from Virus, right? Who has been shredding all of these armors. It is looking so scary for all these squads right now. Like, you got the Frenzy Bomb for the bow, and then you still have to deal with Virus, who has been exerting so much pressure right now on all of the squads that are in the vicinity. There are that squad that is really not afraid to be in the center, but see Beta has been camping out at Refinery. They've got that God spot over at the top, creating as much pressure on Execration too.
Kind of dangerous. Because right now, Execration is stuck between pretty much 3 teams.
Yep.
Will be C Beta alongside SR Uprising and TI6. So they have to move soon, and that will be really clever for them. Jump into Refinery as soon as they see no one, or well, at least one of the members for C Beta that is shooting them and beaming them from afar. Airdrop now being taken by Execration, so that gives information for C Beta that they're actually just there.
Yeah, but there are other squads that they have to take down first. Look at this, 9 unable to go in. Luki just got that super airdrop right now, and C Beta just has their attention focused on the other squads coming in. This is way too much to take in for Execration. Although they do have the high ground here for C Beta, it's not going to be easy to take them down. They got the spot, but for Execration, they got in the supply drop, which is something that they have been taking in even all the way back to Season 1. One of their best conditions to taking in the map.
Yeah, and the thing is, Execution position is probably the best. It's arguably the best, because the thing is, they're pretty much the only ones onto the northern sides of this final zone. But the thing is, comparison to the south side, it's 3 teams.
Yep. 3 teams that are in close proximity. I think TI6 and C Beta, they just have their eyes set on them, and Execration might just go for that third-party play. We still have 4 squads here. It's going to be a 3v4v4v4 situation here, which is all the more exciting, knowing that the information is going to be vital. And just like that, the divulge have been made. All the informations are out right now for TI6, C Beta, and Execration. And so far, in terms of the kills, it is actually NRX Proverbs leading in terms of the frags department.
It's actually 2 divulge on top of their heads. Very dangerous spot, Luki. Lost their shields across the duel between C Beta, but that will be 2 members down already for TI6. Very clever move coming from C Beta, just fighting them. But so far, not going to commit, just wait patiently. Goes for the resets for now, considering that Gray doesn't have any more HP left.
Yeah, God spot for execration. They are just waiting for everyone to just go head to head with each other. They're not in that area, so they can pretty much jump right in when either TI6, squad number 9 just go up against each other. And knowing right now there's at least like one member they have to revive back up. All the information has been made at this point, and there's a lot of
Invictus.
angles to look at here, Infinity. You see squad number 9 trying to make the attempts here. See Beta has this area covered for the longest time. So let's see how they will try to pounce back in, maybe catch them by surprise, but they're so grouped up right now. And looking at execution, how far they are on the edge, they are just willing
That's
to
three.
go for the fight later on.
That's
Three
three
squads already
divulge.
here.
That's
Yep.
very interesting. C Beta is now onto the center of those divulges. It's
Oh,
Invictus. Bo already used up the ultimate. This is very clever because the thing is, the zone is already closing in into a very, very small circle. And that will be the perfect time as Bey goes down. And one NMP lost one of their members as well. So crushed the main by CC. That's very good when it comes to this team fight. 3 squads remaining. Crimson Beta falling down one by one. And Invictus hunts it down. And Execration goes for the back-to-back finish.
The Frenzy Bomb once again. Combine it with the safe zone closing in. Execration being the Exterminators once again. Season 1 and coming in here to Season 3. Starting it out real strong here for Group B. Taking in 2 maps. To think that they were on the edge of the zone, right? They waited for every single team. Knowing that there's 4 left in the lobby, they were not going for the engage. Pretty much like their play style in the early game. It kind of converted to this 20 frags in total for Execration. And looking at how this was played, 1,740 damage for Virus on the duck side, 6 kills in total and 7 assists. As you can see, Virus is the one who provides so much utility and so much vision for the team, which is kind of what really puts Execration apart from the other squads, right? The information and Virus really initiating the team fights. And not to mention the bow that has been utilized here by Execration. It's just a very good combination overall with the duck side. Still taking the number 1 spot, FPC 1 champions, Execration taking in the podium finish once again here in this map.
Yeah, and we're looking at a different Execration this time. This is a combination of Season 1 and Season 2 Execration. The knowledge that is built into this individual players that we've had Execution so far from the champions of Season 1, their aggression and their patience from Season 1 and Season 2 respectively, combined here in Season 3, is showing so much promise.
Different flavor. And I think that's what makes Farlight 84 just so exciting, right? There's a lot of different things that you can do, and for Execration, they kind of perfectly fit here, right? Like coming into Season 3, they have a new roster, they got a new player, and it just feels like the same kind of Execration with a different flavor coming in here to Season 3. And so far, what they've done so well, what they kind of tried to make as a trend here once again is the bow frenzy bomb to initiate summit crush of Virus. Like, it's a lot of damage, right? And in that final circle, what was just really way too good for them was everybody had to drop down from the top of the refinery, and all they needed to do was just beam everyone down.
And we called it, like moments before that final zone closed in, Execution had the best location, had the prime position into the final zone, because they are pretty much the only ones standing onto the northern side compared into the rest of the group, right? Everyone's on south of the final zone. So very, very good move from Execration. So we'll see what other moves does Execration did or do into map 2 in the highlights. the one who changed the storyline for Execration. That will be Virus once again, a back-to-back top 1 finish for the group, but a back-to-back MVP title with 1.7k total damage and total of 6 kills for map 2.
Yeah, as you can see, like Virus is so much more aggressive here in this particular week, right? Like not only does he have like the Summit Crush to engage team fights, he's the tankiest among all the members here of Execration. They also got that bow to spice up the flavor here of Execration, which is what we witnessed in map number 1 and map number 2, which made it so much more easier for Virus to go in for the engage. And you know, Mr. Back-to-back MVP, Mr. Finals MVP for FPC1, this guy has been consistent when it comes to making the plays, calling in the shots here for Execration, and so far they're looking really good right now, taking in 2 maps. I kind of don't want to call it because we called it last time for LF4X. Can they make that 3-map win for Execration here? They're looking to take it once again here for map number 3, and hopefully we might just see a 3-peat here for Group B.
I'm with you. I'm calling it. You know what? Screw Caster's Curse. If it happens, it happens. But the thing is, like Execration, you know what? Back-to-back finish. I want it to happen. I want it to happen, but you know what? If it goes sideways, sure, Caster's Curse, whatever.
It's not our fault that it happens, actually. But you know what? Apart from Execration, what I've seen actually in the past 2 maps that we've been casting, right? Like Crimson Beta, they are one of the squads that can go at par with Execration in terms of the gunfights, in terms of like building up their arsenal, but we haven't seen so much of them, right? They haven't either taken down mid-game, and it's just Execration just, you know, beaming everyone down in the final circle, and just really know what to do, right? Whenever they come into the map, you don't really see them in the early game, and they just kind of say, okay, hello, it's already the late game, we've come in here to play.
We've come here to play, but is that the only goal that you have? Or are you coming here to play and to win? That's the big question here this time for Execration. Can they make it into a back-to-back top 1 finish for this week 3 semifinals for this group, to be more specific? But once again, we're jumping into map 3 once more to see who could make it once again and rise to the rankings for this group to be you know what, if they can beat Execration.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the squad here, a lot of them have the chance, right? Like, seems like all of them are very aggressive, knowing that a lot of these early gunfights that we've seen has been very much prominent in map number 1 and map number 2, and it's just a very spread out kind of group, right? Like everybody has all these POIs covered as compared to like Group A, right? Like it's a bit more onto certain POIs over on the edges of the circle. But here, this map, look at it. All of these POIs are covered by at least like 1 or 2 squads.
Yeah, and look at Crimson Beta. They're applying the same strat that Execration has done over the past 2 games. And you know what? We're gonna split apart because we want more lands covered. We want more information and we want more loots. And that, in the long run, will give them so much advantage later on, especially when it comes to the middle phase of this game and the late game phase. Because every single time, consistently, Execration has been the one doing wherein they get level 5, level 6 shields, wherein it comes to zone 2, zone 3. And that's a massive advantage. That's a massive lead.
Yo, I don't even know how they get those armors, right? Like we've been so busy checking the other squads that are fighting for the space in these POIs. We don't even get to see what Execration actually does. But if I'm not mistaken, I saw like a sponsor box that might spawn near to where Execration has landed. So again, that is just giving too much utility for them. What these other squads are actually struggling with, right? Like is these early gunfights, right? Like a lot of them are willing to take all that in, getting in the frags. If they can't take them out, they might actually just go for these early game frags, kind of pressure out these respawn pods from the other squads. And again, looking at this, it is going to be very tight in the Pioneer Center. At least like 2 squads fighting for the space. Earlier, it was actually 12 that managed to get in this spot, but let's see if 9 can actually retaliate.
Yeah, and I'll give you one argument to why Execration was able to reach like level 5, level 6 shields into the middle of the game. And the thing is, the reason why they're capable of doing so is because right now, when one player gets a shield XP device, everyone gets it. And splitting apart like that on what Execration and Crimson Beta is doing is the most optimal situation one can do, a team can do in the game right now. So having to split apart every single time into those different POIs, especially considering if there is a shield XP device on those locations as well, that will be added efficiency for the whole group.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the how it dropped right into Sunder Realms here for map number 3 is that Crimson Beta and Execration, no one's actually contesting them. Well, all of these squads are actually so busy taking each other down. All Crimson Beta and even Execration is just way too busy with just taking in the loot, taking in those sponsor boxes. Speaking of, 30 when we popped up, but you know, squad number 3 here. Again, fighting for the space is so much evident here for all of these the squads. Super aggressive lobby coming out here, but I guess this is what makes it a little bit more fast-paced as compared to A.
And that's good utilization as well for the Hound. Because right now, Hound has the same damage of Asian Star. And it's just overall really good.
Asian Star.
Yeah, that
Asian
close
Star
range
was something that we
battle.
haven't seen for a while too.
Yeah. We saw it once, like in a prior group, but after that, it's pretty much done. But right now, we have another battle into the Rocky Zone. Pretty much also a good POI to battle against a lot of these teams. It has a lot of verticalities. You also have the Sky Domes. But it's difficult. It's difficult to go in and out of this space, and it's difficult to fight other teams as well in this POI.
Yeah, there's already 3 here. I mean, the only way you can get out of here is actually, I tried it. It's not the zip line to get out of this area. It's actually a detour. So once you get stuck here and then you get eaten by the zone, it is going to be really difficult.
You're
High
done for.
ground is going to be like a key here, but you know, everybody's at a stalemate here, fighting for the spot. So far, 11 is at a good spot here in one of the domes, but you know, you don't want to get sandwiched there. What is with this area? 3, 10, 11, and 7 right at this area. So everybody's just going in for those early eliminations on those respawn pods.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, you have 2 squads. That's Squad 7, which is 1 PLK, and also Squad 11 in the vicinity. And Squad 10, they're pretty much like the gatekeepers here. That, you know what? If any other team goes outside of this POI, we're readily waiting. If you're looking at a position of Squad 10, they're having the control over the left exit and even the right exit as well. So pretty much this is really good of what they're doing, but not like this. Not like this, AXG.
Yeah. Oh no. That's gonna be it. Yeah, I was actually wondering if Aris was actually inside the zone or he was with his teammates because the rest of them actually moved out. He had no way out. He did have the jet slide to get out of there, but you know, there's these 2 squads that are going neck to neck right now. 7 and 11 that haven't left just yet. And again, they're willing to go for these to get in the loot. And so far, in terms of the utility, in terms of the armor, it's actually 7 that is on top. 11 only has that level 2.
Oh, that's massive. Wow. Summit Crush pops their heads up into the sky, and that was just a perfect time for Duckside to be able to shoot their heads. That was really clever, considering that they were hiding just behind onto the edge of these sky domes. It was good. It was good. It was perfect.
See Beta though, there is an ongoing show here. They just kept it out inside, which is why the base blasters is also so good for getting out the information, right? And with these Mayshels out, ongoing show, you're out exposed in the open, so you gotta have to make sure that, you know, the other areas are covered too. And so far, see Beta facing in a lot of the pressure here from the other squads.
Oh, good engage with that sweep coming in from Duckside. Well, rather raw impact with full speed charge, but not enough. And now Rowrat can go for the revive instead. But the thing is, Supar could do the same thing. Revives across the board. 3 members now alive still in comparison. On to see Beta, who has 4. But will that be enough though as they jump across jetpacks one by one? Not the optimal decision, as going in one by one is pretty much a death sentence up against 4 members of the opposition.
Wow, Supar, we've seen them rack up the frags in the previous lobbies, and now they have built up to get in that orange one. They got the revives up here as well, so the other squads who are looking to take in the space, it's not gonna be easy. It's Satori leading the charge right now, being the Reaper, getting the elimination on one of the top squads that we are eyeing. Crimson Beta has been chased out by this squad.
Yeah, 3 teams onto the horizon as well. We're in for what we have seen from
Respawners
where Supar
disabled.
is currently at. But Zone is revolving around the Rocky Zone, which is going to be very interesting case. Right now will be
Yeah.
a good option and good time for these teams to now move into Rocky Zone. And that's a bit ironic, as we have mentioned a while ago. That's not exactly the best location, but considering if that is where the final zone will land, getting on top of the Sky Domes will be the best play.
Sky domes, and at the same time, like it's still a 50-50, right? Like you don't know where the circle's gonna be closing in. Either half of like that would be interesting if that closed in at half of Rocky Zone. There's no way out but to go all the way in a detour for that side. C Beta, they have been chased out earlier by Supar, but now they're rolling up against squad number 9 here.
Invictus lost 2 members right out of the gate. Goes for the TP. Very clever move from Dre from C Beta, as there's no more shields left, so recess should come through as a priority. And so far,
They're
safe.
safe and sound inside. Squad number 9 over at the top side. They're still healing up. This is actually good coming out from the side of C Beta, knowing that, you know, somebody has to lead the charge. It's getting really tight here in Wind Valley too. So again, the only way out is going to be the zip line. So either they have to choose here for C Beta, make a move, but you know, once you get out, you got someone at the god spot there over at the top, AXGES, making
that's
sure that
Sato.
they're pressured before they get out.
We all know that Sato is a very formidable player. Ooh, wow.
Wow.
Bull's ultimate just melted Kirby. That's really good coming from AXGES. Brings down to 2-3 members left for Crimson Beta.
Yeah, like this, looking at this, squad number 4, orange armors here for Supar. A lot of the eliminations made early on, taking down some of the squads like Z Beta, taking out their respawn pods, and right now, they're on a tight spot. Might get pincered in between another and Execration right now. One member already down. It's actually Virus already beamed down there. Have to go for the revive though.
That's good.
Best time to go in for Supar.
Supar can go in with a hologram guide and have the massive capability with a summon crunch, knocks up, and that will be Crimson, or well rather Execration now on back foot, as Supar will be able to fight back. No more shields, F1 down already, but Execration is down to the last member, is the lone wolf, and can they make it out alive? They can. Don't aim for the reset, but Supar has the information of where the last member is at, and that will be the Luigi the Skywalker.
Yeah,
Can he make
they're
it out
going for it.
alive? Rolling impact, full speed charge as well. Is trying to hunt them down, is trying to hunt their prey.
Yeah. Oh man, wow, all of them are actually going for Luke here. No, he's the only one left.
Oh,
Okay.
good shot.
30 seconds.
That will be a good elimination coming from Execration, but the trade back is there, and that will be Execration out from game 3.
Supar on fire right now. Squad number 9, knowing that it was only Luki there, the respect that they had, right? Like, even though it's Luki, they know this guy can make the plays, going in for that elimination. And right now, Supar also in trouble. A lot of the squads are here at the Rocky Zone. Very interesting close also on the circle. Domes are going to be vital here, and squad number 7 hasn't moved an inch right now ever since they got in up against squad number 11, and this might be a lot of pressure from the squads that are trying to get in. 4.
Yeah, SR Uprising.
Or rather 5.
Capable of surviving it. You're exposing your heads towards Zuck's side. Not the best move there, SR Uprising, and now as a signal for them to actually go in for the push. As you have Dong, summon Crush by time, coming in for the likes of SR Uprising, but it's not going to be enough, as this will all be brought down to a 3v2. SR Uprising trying to run away with a bit of erosion. Being such a huge advantage for TPLK. Another member will fall down. Jesse Dash goes down to the ground. TPLK fighting up against the squad here with the area recon. Brings it down to a last member for SR Uprising, and that will be it, as Sato just names him out. That will be the elimination for the team. Set result, NCG was brought down by XGES. Is now going to be the third party off this fight. And TPLK hopes to go in for the reset, but good sweep from AXGES that brought them down. That will push this game. 7 team left for the final zone.
Yeah. 3 has to make a move for it. That was like Gunshots after gunshots there, and AXGS going in for the perfect timing for the third party play. Getting in that red armor as well for Sato here. Red armor for the duck side is going to be really good. And we've seen this from Execration. Great front, great way to engage. And so far, after that third party play, AXGS is the one on top right now in terms of the frags, followed by Super, who has managed to eliminate Execration, the team that has just won in 2 maps here for Group B here. 7 teams left. Circle's going to be closing in on a very interesting area in between Rocky Zone and the Nova Bazaar. A very open area, I would say, as compared to what we've had in the last 2 circles we're in. It was a bit more tight, right? Like, this is a bit more space to work around with, especially if you want to go for those long gunfights.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, the best location right now to just stay put is Nova Bazaar. Because the thing is, going on to the center of it all, and it might seem like Squad 4 is in a very good spot, is in a very good location, and surely they are on a good position, but once again, emphasizing that if you're playing onto the center of the safe zone, there is a lot more risk that a lot of these teams will pounce you out and pincer you. For a third-party strat to come through, that will be the risk that Supar has to play against. Compared to the likes of Nova Bazaar, wherein you just have to buy time. You have to just wait patiently. When the zone closes in, that's the time that you move.
Yeah, this is really dangerous though, right? They're out in the open, they're right in the center, and they got the ongoing show to just attract all of the attention, making them know that they're in the center. But wow, 10 frags for them. All across the map though, all of the information has been made, but all eyes are on Super. They're right there in the middle. They might get pincered between 9 and even squad number 3, AXGS, who just came out of Rocky Zone on top.
But the thing is, they're not already on the center. The center is Nova Bazaar. So this is what we are saying, right? Going into, you know what, the center of the bigger safe zone, where it comes to the second to the final one, is good, but it's not really optimal. And now this brings it down to a more vulnerable state for Squad 4. And yes, they could be the gatekeepers of teams moving across towards Nova Bazaar, but still, putting themselves out in the open is a very risky play. And the likes of Squad 12, the likes of Squad 10 to gatekeep Supar to come through into the POI, come through onto Nova Bazaar.
I think they're willing to take the risk, right? Like, knowing that like the supply drop is going to be there as well. They're willing to camp out there, beam everyone down before they go in. And right now, ST Sarah, the ones that are in the Nova Bazaar, actually fighting in for the space, like what you mentioned, right? This is going to be one of the best spots to get in. If squad number 8, squad number 10 manages to get that spot.
Well, Ultimate is there, forces out AXG to come out, but the thing is, it's very much an even level playing field. Secrecy Saint also lost one of the members here, which is very detrimental for this team. Brings it down to a 2-3.
Yeah.
But everyone's going for the reset for now, but Arise falls down. And that will be sufficient enough for Secrecy Saint to pounce them out. That will be sufficient enough for them to go all in. Last member for AXG. And that will be it. There's no outplay that can happen. Kahira will die, and Secrecy Saint will come out on top on that 1v1 team fight engage, but Extesto will utilize and capitalize that situation to come through as a third party and bring Secrecy Saint to the ground.
Yep, one remaining member out for the chase. I don't think it's gonna be easy to go up against the duck side. And that's gonna be it. 4 also gonna try to join in the fray there. That is Supar going in at the point where Exdeso is the lowest. They want to fight for this high ground. They got the ultimates invested here by the bow. Exdeso also on the move here, but look at this. The Rhino in the hands of Gabriel here, enough to delete an entire squad. They got a good vantage point here as well, but they also got the ultimates being invested here. Fight for the space, 3 squads remaining here in Infinity. It is Super, it is AXGS, and it is going to be Exdeso 4v4v4 situation.
Supar going to be subpar, or can they go far from this game, as there are only 3 members left, or well, rather 3 teams left into this matchup. Salty already fell down. It's Exdeso's time to be able to come through. AXG is on a back foot, is in danger. 2 members will fall down as Ponzi already got knocked out as well. Exdeso, a massive advantage coming into this. Number shield
Oh
stuff,
no,
so
Super.
having to go in for the reset for now will be crucial for them. But the thing is, their opponents are stuck onto the corner of the building. Solo 2 members left for X-Death was too far. Already winning it all. 4 members to this squad coming into the final zone. And that will be the winners of map 3.
The last one to go for the engage always takes the cake, or I'd say takes the victory here. This was also the squad that took down Execration, stopping their chances for getting in that 3-peat map win here for Group B. And what a way to close things out. We had our eyes set out on Crimson, we had our eyes set out on the likes of Execration, but Super is racking up the frags here early to mid game and managed to pull it through. 15 in total. If you notice, what they did in that final circle is that they just waited for the right time, where XDeso and even AXGS just went for each other. They go for the timing and the third-party play that they were so exposed even before they headed into the final circle. Managed to make it out alive and managed to take in the victory here. Looking at the squads here, quite surprising too to see Execration at the top 10 spot here alongside Crimson Beta as well. So looking at this, a fresh new start, a fresh new take here for group number B, and a new victors taking it in. It's gonna be Super here with the podium finish with the top spot here for map number 3.
Yeah, Super just played by the book. We are outside of the zone. Let the teams inside of the bazaar fight first before we jump through, and shockingly enough, they went through as a top 1 plays, with X-Deso still having to reset up against AXGES, but there's no time.
Yeah. I mean, the elimination on Execration kind of signaled that, okay, yep, we got the chances to take in this map. And honestly, for Super, I was looking at the kill feed. They had the most, actually. And even for map number 1 and map number 2, even though they weren't able to finish in podium, they still managed to rack up a lot of the frags. Even pressuring the likes of Execration and Crimson Beta is definitely not an easy feat. And for them to be able to take in the win here, denying Execration of that 3-peat, and them eliminating Execration is just already a feat for this squad.
Yeah, definitely. So it's amazing. It's amazing to see. But you know what? Caster's Curse. Back-to-back finish from map 1 is gone. Back-to-back finish for map 2, or well, rather Group B is gone. You know what? I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I think for Super, it's great, right? Like for Execration, oh man, denied our chance of that 3-peat.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, that's what you said earlier, right? If they can make it, and they actually did here for Super. They did the Execration way, like just make those 2 teams go up against each other, knowing it was like a 4v4 situation, like when everybody's at the lowest.
Yeah, it's a proving ground for these teams, and definitely Super played that by the book, played that very methodically, and we'll see how they did just that in the highlights for map 3. The 3-peat finish breaker, that is Vitas, which was led by Satori, coming in from that game with 2 total damage and 6 total kills.
Yeah, oh man, this young, yeah, I was making sure it was young. Satori, actually, there was a lot of things that I also noticed looking back into the highlights. He was also the one that bullied out Crimson Beta, actually. like getting in a 2v1 situation once they were up in the ongoing show, and right after that, like, taking things very slow, taking things very methodically here in the last and final circle. Plus the fact that they also managed to snag in, if I'm not mistaken, they managed to snag in a Rhino for the team, which is also enough damage to be able to put out to the other teams that were left. And knowing that, whoever goes in for the third party play, even for the past two maps, have been taking it in, which is still very much evident here in FPC 3 as to what we've seen in FPC 2 and even all the way back in FPC 1.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's wonderful. These differences, the proving grounds for a lot of these teams to be able to make it out onto a top position and also stack up a lot of points in the overall FPC qualifiers onto a weekly basis, and even the FPC Season 3 weekly semifinals and weekly finals is very promising for a lot of these teams, and a lot more competitive play overall, which is also another perspective of excitement coming into the season.
Yeah, actually looking at the change of play style too, right? Like we were shifting into a lot of the bows, not just in Group A, even here in Group B, we're starting to see it a whole lot more. And combine it with like the Duckside Summit Crush is a deadly combination that we've seen. Great way to engage as well. And at the same time, I'm looking forward to see like a shift into the meta here in the mobile division, because for the past 2 weeks, it has been the defense and the supports that have reigned supreme.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I'm really excited to see what is the ranking that we have for this group, as we had a very drastic change of pacing. And of course, Super will take the top 2 spot with Execration sitting on top 1.
Oh, actually quite interesting to see Beta all the way up to number 4, considering how explosive they were back in season 2, like out of nowhere, right? Like they came right up as Crimson Esports, coming in here to week number 3. I'd say they have a lot of wins. There were a lot of things that they did right, but getting sandwiched in between like the other squads was definitely not a way to go, especially up against the likes of Execration in map number 2, Summit Crush. Then you got the Frenzy Bomb, a lot to take in. But yeah, I like this. Vitas, you got the likes of Xdeso here as well on the upper half here of this map.
Yeah, it's definitely wonderful. And Xdeso as well. I mean, this is one of the expectations, because X just performed out of their minds coming into this specific group. Yes, not top 1 victories and a couple of ups and downs for the team, but so far they have performed significantly well coming in from the overall series.
Yeah, I love the different types of play that was shown here too. I love how some of the teams are not afraid to utilize like the Freddy, right? Knowing that it's only been a couple of days to adjust it to your team's composition. We are also seeing bows. I think a bunch of Lucindas too have appeared in both groups. So I love the shift of the meta too as well here in the mobile division. For the past 2 weeks, it has been the same. But here in week number 3, it is really, really exciting to see this new flavor coming out from our players.
Yeah, 100%. But that's going to be more action later on as well, as we have Group C upcoming later on, which will be exciting as well, because a sneak peek going into Group C will be the teams that will be playing right there is the defending champion. So that's a little bit of a sneak peek for the viewers watching at home. The rest of the teams, you have to wait.
A little bit of spoilers already coming out there from Infinity. Not only did he say that it was going to be Group D, but it's going to be action-packed for sure.
It's not a spoiler. It's a teaser.
Teaser. Okay.
It's a teaser. But you know what? Enough of these teasers. It's enough of these spoilers, because we are going to go into a short break. But when we come back, as we have mentioned, it's going to be Group C here in the week 3 semifinals.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems like
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough. 750 degrees.
Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop.
You've been wrong
Number 16.
from the beginning, Freddy.
16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough.
750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop. No. It's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong
Number 16.
from the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Been a nice day to start it with FPC Season 3. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Jasuave. And today we have Group C and Group D. We have seen Group A and Group B. I hope it's gonna be a different story this time around.
Yeah, man. Looking at the brackets today, interestingly, we do usually have some of the top hitters in one group, and they usually
Yeah.
do fight it out. For this week, for some reason, right? The team rankings gave us such a situation wherein each lobby has only one heavy hitter. But you know, the beauty of this dash is the fact that this means that now everyone in the lobby is going to be targeting to beat whoever's that heavy hitter in the group. Here in the group C, we do have NCG, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
our defending season 2 champs. So that's gonna be interesting, especially when we do look at our list of qualified teams later on.
Yeah, from what we've seen here from the teams that we have, this is going to be interesting because from what we've seen also from the past games, Group A, we have LF Org. And honestly, I was really surprised that LF Org is the group that was in Group A. In Group
Oh,
B was
yeah.
Execration, and now in Group C, we do have NCG. It's quite a different story now because the teams are kind of lagging behind compared to before. Before, Group A is always going to be Execration's group. Group B is always going to be NCG's group. But one thing that is different is because LF Org just destroyed them during the week. And now, let's take a look at this first. Let's talk to one of the players of NCG, Virus CZ, and his gameplay.
Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a life true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But do you ever know? I won't get the world, it'll just be us two. Everything got swirled, I got twisted there in school. Never saw the signs, and yet I got school. But I don't ever hold grudges. Because the only one with the right to go with judges. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Loving needs to hurt when you roll with the punches. Little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break the chains. Little bird's guidance, help me conquer the pain. From a dark to the light, little bird show me the way. Shunned down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Ever grateful, little bird, my true sense. Little bird, you told me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song, I found a rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
Sorry about that, folks. That was Virus from Execration. And from what we've seen there, this guy has been excellent ever since the start of his career here in the Farlight 84 tournaments that we had ever since ACC. We always have talked about how do we pronounce your name? Is it going to be Virus or is it going to be Virus? So at least now we do know that it's going to be Virus. That's how we call him most of the time.
And we've been seeing some really insane performances out of this guy right out the gate. Ever since our first ever tournament, which was All Caps Leaders Cup, we saw Virus be one of those players that really had an impact on the game, because he had, when you talk about Virus, he has not just pure firepower, right? The mechanics on this guy is insane, knowing that he plays on mobile. But on top of that, the brain power, how he uses his utility in the game really brings a different kind of impact. And I can see that's why also having been on his old team, Zaya, Extreme Elite Asia, and being picked up by Execration now, despite the fact that he has moved teams, he has been forced to be reckoned with ever since the first season of FPC, ever since ACC as well.
Yeah, he has always been great. He has always been showing how great he is, especially whatever meta that we're gonna have is always gonna be good. And that's one of the things that has been great about Execration and even Virus as their MVP player ever since, because most of the time, even if he doesn't shine, his teammates also comes back at his back, helps him out, and would be able to just do the team justice every time. And now in a different meta, we have seen them play again a while ago. We have seen a bit of their stats from their past game. They won again, almost going from a back-to-back win, but they were just foiled during this last game in game 3, that they were not able to finish as the winners for that game. But again, everybody, we had a lot of exclusive stuff, and we do have one more, and it's gonna be an interview for Virus.
Samahan nyo kaming kilalanin ng isa sa ating mga magigiting na manlalaro dito sa Farlight 84 Philippines. Makakasama natin si Virus TZ. Hello, Virus.
Hello po, Ate Beam.
Hello. Una sa lahat, syempre, para mas makilala ka ng manonood, sino ba ang isang Virus TZ?
Ako nga pala si Virus TC ng Execration. Ako nga pala yung gumagamit ng Darkseid sa Execration yan.
Well, given the meta, talagang ginagamit na ang isang Darkseid. Pero syempre, maraming tao ang nagtatanong, ano ba ang training na ginagawa nyo? Dahil season 3 na ng FPC, ano ba ang sikreto para gumanda ang tutok at ang inyong strategy?
Ano po, sa ngayon po, yung kaka-update lang, kinapa ko po ngayon namin yung FOB kasi nadagdagan siya. Medyo lumawak yung FOB ngayon, kaya iniba rin namin yung mga sensi, tsaka iniba namin lahat yung pag control ngayon sa gyro, kasi medyo hindi na masyado magalaw ngayon yung gyro sa mga baril, kaya bata uli kami ngayon ng malala sa RG.
Alam mo, with the newest patch, no, sobrang laking adjustment, no, Virus para dito sa FPC. At ito naman tanong ko, dahil Darkseid ang favorite mong hero as of now for the Farlight 84, bakit Darkseid ang napili mong main hero pagdating mismo sa competitive ng FPC?
Sa team ko po kasi ako yung walang takot sa team namin, kaya pinagkatiwalaan ako ni Blue na ako yung mag-Darkseid. Kasi ala po talaga akong takot pag sumusugod na.
Buong puso, no? Kasi nga naman yung Darkseid, napaka-kunat. And syempre, Darkseid ang paborito mong hero. Ano naman yung paborito mong weapon? Syempre, dalawa yan. Ano yung lagi mong ginagamit?
AK po ngayon, tsaka BSS.
Wow. So, medyo masakit sa damage, no? AK and BSS. We know naman yung BSS is one of the meta as of now for the Thunder Rims na meron tayo. Pero ito ang tanong ko sa'yo, Kuya Virus, sinong top 3 players or team ang tingin mong malakas at para maging rival mo pagdating mismo sa FPC Season 3?
NCG na, yung mga tropa. Tsaka sila Oasis. Tsaka CMNE. Yan yung mga nakita ko ngayon top 3 teams.
Crimson Esports, no? Itong tatlong top teams na to, ano naman yung message mo sa kanila?
Good luck sa kanila, tsaka galingan nila para kita-kita kami sa finals.
Sarap naman nun. Maraming salamat, Virus TZ. At sana nga ay magkita-kita tayo sa darating na Grand Finals ng FPC Season 3.
Thank you very much, our very own Tagalog casters, for getting that interview, that exclusive interview for Virus. And I think we're gonna have a lot more of that as the weeks go by, and where our Tagalog casters would have this exclusive interview first before we head into the next game. And we've seen also from that game a while ago that Execration just performed so well, and we had some questions. Darkseid is still gonna be really strong because in this meta that it always change, always dynamic, you always need to think about who's gonna use who.
Yeah, it gets really interesting too, right? Ever since this rework, where we had a lot of different ways to use your skill in the game, right? There's a lot of skill expression and creativity that comes into Farlight 84, especially with this new meta. We now have our full speed charge and our rolling impact from Dockside. We have we do have the chord shift from Cyber, so there's been a lot of different things changing it up. But of course, when we talk about how the meta changes, it also depends on our teams. But here in Group C, like we said, NCG, our defending Season 2 champs, are going to be here. And looking at our list of teams, right, I think the teams to really look out for are Onslaught, that's XONS, who have been really effective the last few weeks. LF Org and Latest as well have the potential to upset the currently crowned Kings.
Yeah, it's a different teams overhaul that we have here. Another NRX team that we had ever since. We always had NRX teams here and there, but hasn't really found their success yet. I think the last one that was almost successful was when we had our last LAN game. They had two teams there on the semifinals, but now here in Group C, it's going to be a different story for the squad. So we also have to look at Latest, who was also there on the LAN finals during Season 2. So those are the teams that we had to always look out for.
Yeah, on top of that, also, we've been seeing Xera and JEDG4. That's for you guys to know, JEDG actually means just enjoyed the game. Yes, the with a D. I found out when I saw stream chat last week. But yeah, just JEDG4 and Xera have also been some more exceptional, solid middle of the pack teams that do have potential once they get the consistency up to really upset our heavy hitters here in FPC.
Yeah, what I was thinking, why didn't you see the letter T?
Yeah.
I was really surprised that they went in with the Jet G, and I was surprised about that when you said what it actually means. Just enjoy the game. It's so funny. Or they might have even used the JE then the G. That could have been better, but again, it's the naming style of our teams here. But again, everybody, we're gonna be starting game. Game 1 is underway. Thunder Realms is where we go, and we're gonna start the game this time around at 6 p.m. exactly. We go and start game 1.
Game 1 of our best of 3 series. Now, I love how I think we are seeing a lot of improvements in our teams and how they're working around the map ever since we moved to Thunder Realms, right? Because it did take some of these teams quite a while to really adjust to how to rotate out and around the map, right? I mean, we've seen, say, for example, NCG kind of struggling the last few weeks. We did see them in a 15th place finish at one point during Season 3. So, hopefully for them, they have been able to adapt. But given the amount of time, right? This is only week 3 of playing on Thunder Realm, so it'll really depend on where they do decide to drop and whether or not they've been able to really figure out the mappings and where to get the best loot at the optimal time.
Yeah.
Especially now that we do have some new mechanics like the sponsor box and the airdrop rain.
Yeah, and also one of the things that has changed from the past patch in where we had Freddy isn't really picked up as most compared to before, and I mean compared to Mayshell when she first started, because here in this game, at least from what we've seen, the decoy has a bit of a delay, like a 2-second delay before you're allowed to hit, so that takes a long time. That's why we're probably not going to be seeing a Freddy as much, but overall the kit of Freddy could have been great if we take off that delay that we had in his skills. If we take that off, there's a big chance that we're going to be seeing a Freddy for sure in the future, because he has a lot of uses in these kinds of situations. But also to point out, with the changes, Bo has been seeing some play, like from a while ago, Sparks of Love, the satchels, if you don't know it, it has been changed. Its physics is much better now, and that's why the movement is insane.
Yeah, I love it, right? Because now we're having the reworks in the different ways of people to move around, right? We do have the jet slide now, we have the satchels, we have the rolling impact, and this gives us a lot of different ways to have the skills expressed when it comes to in-game. Because now you don't need to depend solely on the duck side for your movement. So we're seeing a lot of interesting different ways to actually play around. Some people are a little bit more aggressive, some know or have actually focused on knowing how to get out of bad situations as well. So it really depends on the general game plan and the behavior of the team. But right now, looking like a lot of fights over here towards the north as well.
Yeah, really early on, we're seeing a lot of fights just throwing down their dazzling mirages against each other, and it's really surprising that everybody has been throwing the frenzy bombs over, even with the ongoing show inside. It's really hard to even move around today, and that's why for Xterra, what they want to try to fight dazzling mirage hits the stun, and with that damage, that could have been enough. But On still has one person alive, was able to get the sparks of blood, but was not able to survive in the end. We still have somebody at the top here from the side of Xterra. They have to fight against one person. One lone person who has been healing in their favor. Gonna be hearing it for sure. But Flame isn't moving an inch just yet. Gets the revive back up. And he's just gonna be running in, trying to get the kill. Not the right target. And with the stun, he was not able to win.
Yeah, I think it took a little bit too long there, knowing that I think Xterra was down to the last 2 members. And they were actually really low. If Flame actually went all the way in, I think he would have been able to get that full squad wipe, knowing that the revives weren't there, right? There was only one person left to kill, and you know, in the end, because it took so long, the revives already came in. It was 3v1, and it's hard to win that.
Yeah. And now we're seeing another squad here from the other side of the map. We do have the XG, and we're seeing Viva fighting each other right down in there. It's a kill first for Starboy. They would want to get the takedowns on the other members first. They haven't vanquished everyone just yet. And no eliminations so far because they still have some members alive. They still have some respawners.
Yeah, not a lot of extra problems arise in these early fights, which is why we see a lot of people really taking those risks, right? But at the same time, right, there is still a reason to take these fights because you get the player XP, you get the loot, you get shield XP as well after those kills. So it is really important to build up towards that late game. But wow, Pusa goes inside. Unfortunately, walks right into a base blaster in his face.
He's dead. Just died to the base blaster there. And that's why here, I think Viva just won the battle and they just have a dibs on lab for now, and most of the teams are just backing away from where they are. They're just waiting for the respawners to just get back up. 8 kills, it's not a small feat for the squad. Next, you could just stop them when they try to rotate, but for now they don't really have a lot of resources. But look at that, Nova Bazaar has a lot of space. There's nobody there.
I think that some VOD reviews have come in, right? Because we've seen NCG drop in Nova Bazaar the last 2 weeks. So I'm not surprised that most of the teams are actually avoiding this area. But, you know, surprisingly to me, Callie and I were talking about this offline. NCG, they were not seeing success whenever they drop in Nova Bazaar. But it looks like they still want to double down on actually committing to this POI. I don't know if they're trying to hide strats or if they're really just trying to adapt.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that they could do, because that's one of the big differences of the games that we're having, is because more than the fact that, oh wait, get the dancing mirage, get advantage with the stun, that's gonna be enough. But there it comes. Here comes the bomb. Frenzy bombs is making it harder for them to even move. And with that, the kill has happened, and LSK still are looking for more kills. We do have 41 people still left in the game. Really scary spot for the squads here.
It's already a first squad down. And I think that's because of the respawners, right? So again, these teams very used to and very willing to take early game fights, which is, you know, sometimes you gotta double down on that, and it looks like someone was punished. But yeah, talking about NCG as well, I don't know if you saw the roster reveal video they did the other day.
Oh yeah.
And they do have a new player who has been picked up. That's JZ. Very interestingly, formerly Ghost Reborn, which was also one of the contenders for Season 1 and Season 2 to actually win.
Yeah, look at the amount of frenzy bombs that has been thrown here in this game. One of the biggest advantage of here is this. You can just go in, use it as a smoke, and just go into battle. JZ, as we were saying, it's just going to be destroying heads, and that he does. And that's something that NCG needed, somebody to use that upside, and JZ fits the bill so well, goes in for another blasting mirage, gets the stun up, blows him down, and Drovic gets the kill in the end.
Actual insanity we're seeing right now. NCG revitalized with this new roster, opening it up for Rovic and for Pabi to play a little bit more aggressive. Because I mean, we've been seeing Pabi on the support agents, and you know, in the last 2 seasons, he's been primarily the attacker.
Yeah.
So now that they've freed up that support, given it to Jay-Z, now Pabi is open to play on the more aggressive heroes like Bo.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the surprises here though, even if you are the attacker player before, you don't really just translate the same amount of skills when you play the duck side. That's why you need somebody who is good at playing the duck side specifically if you want your team to be successful, because it's a different set of skills overall, because with duck side, you do have the tankiness, but you always need to find a way to position yourself well, even after the summon crushes.
Yeah, it's really also about having the right mindset when you are playing that duck side, right? So you need to be willing to take those close range fights, be very flashy in movement so that the rest of your team can actually follow up with their magazines. As we're seeing on the screen right here, right? That's Madman, who went in as the front man while the rest of his team was shooting at the same guy.
Yeah.
So as mentioned, it really does help to have your team have very specific roles, right? Who's gonna play the attacker? Who's gonna play the defender? Who's gonna be playing on as a scout, as a support on the back line as well? And I think Jay-Z is a great addition to NCG because this really frees up the skill expression of this team.
Yeah, I really do think that whoever is the strongest, or at least the better player at close range, should be the one to play duck side, because when you fight against people, when you use the summon crush, you don't really have a lot of ways to go. You need to take down one first before you fall down. That's usually what happens whenever you play the duck side. Then then they use a rolling impact to go away. And that's one of the things that is really great about it. But from what we're seeing here, very familiar name if you remember. Ben God Mode from X is here. He's back.
Also, one of our ACC players back in last year, right? Ben God Mode. We had a lot of highlights on this guy in the last few months of Farlight 84 gameplay, and I'm not surprised that he's actually on Onslaught. I think he's also probably the main proponent of the damage when it comes to watching Onslaught as a team. They're really good when it comes to those close range situations, and they know exactly how to open up the gates.
Yeah, and this is how it goes. They go in with a Frenzy Bomb. Summon Crusher knock up everybody at the top. Goes in to the wrong place. He went to the wrong turn. He dies. And that's what happens when you're trigger happy with the Summon Crushes. And in the end here, the fight is happening, and NRX so far has been winning. Latest only has 1 person. Divulge has been used. It's a 1v1. And from what we're seeing, Clyde also healing up, trying to restore their shields. This 1v1, it all comes down to who is the better hitter. And it is the one who is going to be third-partying this squad. That's the better hitter. Viva is here, and they eliminate both of the squads. Clyde, still alive, has some HP left, but no, that eliminates both squads. The third party.
Actually beautiful, right? Knowing also, we talk about how all these teams, when they do want to play aggressive, it's going to be a, say, 2-team fight.
Yeah.
You also need to be very wary about what you're going to do after, right? Yeah. Do you still have your utilities up? Is your ultimate still usable? Or has your entire team expended all of their skills? And, you know, when you're in that situation, for example, what just happened, there's no way out, right? You still need to have something just in case there's another team nearby.
Yeah.
But of course, that also depends on whether or not you know you have that information, or if you're sure that there's no one around.
Yeah, especially in those kinds of situations, it's always scary whenever you try to fight in those kinds of situations, because you have to choose. You have to choose if ever you need to bail from the battle because there might be a third party, or you should finish it first, then get the resources, then try to fight again. But most of the time, you lose on the second option because you don't have any more resources. You don't have any more ultimates. That's why it's really a hard choice whenever that comes into play.
Yeah, it really depends on as well the playstyle of these teams. But another fight!
Yeah, Frenzy Bomb. This is always the starter recently from the battles that we have been seeing, because it's such a great skill, especially in these domes that we have, in which you need to flush out those stragglers, those rats from any area, because it's an easy tool to just clear out some areas.
Yeah, it really is. That's actually insane, the amount of utility or the team utility that is provided by the Frenzy Bomb. So this is really why I think Bo was underappreciated in the last 2 weeks, and it's nice to see that we're seeing a lot of Bo actually being adapted into the meta right now, because there was some unseen potential in Bo, and knowing that we have the satchels and the Frenzy Bombs coming in, the that's it did take a while, but he's here now.
Yeah, but wait, what? I saw NCG, a glimpse of NCG a while ago, and I've seen Jay-Z having red armor already. What happened? What happened?
Where did he get it?
I was surprised that when I saw it. What just happened? Why does he have this armor already? But from what we're seeing here, I think it's also because of the changes that we had. Remember, from the past patch, whenever you get a shield XP, all your teammates get it. So that's why it's much more efficient now whenever you get the shield XPs, because you don't really need to go to every static shield device. Yeah, you just need one person to go there. And now, from what we're seeing here, a fight is already happening from the side of LF4 and even LSK, which is also LF4. So they are waiting for a chance to pounce in.
Yeah, and I like this because they know that the zone is slowly closing in, which means that all they need to do now is sit and wait with their loving arms open. Shots now being fired with the rolling impact.
Oh wait, he canceled the rolling impact. That's gonna be a problem. He's not gonna be able to summon Crush. The team is just gonna be able to run away because he made a mistake there, and that is just LF4 running away with their vehicle because of it.
Oh, they knew.
No way.
They knew. I mean, you saw the full speed charge being used and the rolling impact, but as soon as the rolling impact disappeared, they knew that they had the chance. They're outnumbered, might as well run the other direction.
Yeah, here comes Taki. At least he's gonna redeem himself, but with the rolling impact also canceling it again, not gonna be able to get into a safe spot now. At least Squad 4 is in a good spot. They don't have advantage. They're gonna be fighting against LSK for sure in time. Because from what you were seeing, all the other teams in 25 seconds are gonna converge in this small area.
It's gonna be so cramped right now, and I'm not surprised why LF4 is actually hiding inside this building, not willing to take these fights, because they are in a pretty safe spot. They don't need to make any sudden movements, knowing that all these other teams are actually shooting in the direction of each other, right? So the longer they hold on, they can just wait for the right time, bounce in and play as the third party. And what? Jay-Z again, right now with the VS. Insane shot, and Fabi on the front.
Goes in, dazzling Mirage, gets this done, and now at the back we go. They are just cleaning house, even with a Frenzy Bomb right there. NCG doesn't even need to use much of their ultimates. They just need to fight them in this gunplay that we're seeing, and all of them are falling down.
What?
They fall down. 2 Leech got it, and even X-Ons got eliminated. There's still a lot of squads inside, but the game is still not done.
It's not done at all, but NCG, they're looking powerful. They're looking like they're thirsty for blood to prove that they are still the kings. But now with 6 squads still here, and after having made all that noise, they still need to be careful. They do find Madman inside. That's 1 person, but there's still 5 entire squads that they have to worry about as well.
Yeah, Ivy League, only 1 person. Close to each other. Once this closes down, Squad 13 and Squad 12 need to go in. And from what we're seeing here, NCG is just going to gatekeep them. And everybody here is going to be dying in the hands of NCG. They got inside the building. But at what cost? They're going to be seen. Here comes the blinding part. They have been seen. They can't even move. And they're blinded out of their minds, and they're dead.
Cannot see a single thing. It was perfect. He played both on the inside and the outside. NCG knew how to gatekeep that situation. Now 4 squads, another now being taken away. That's Ivy League Madman gone, but there's still a lot of possible enemies that can you have to worry about here. Divulge being used as well.
Viva is gonna be scary. They have 12 kills here, so they do have some advantage when it comes to the levels. But from NCG's standpoint, they don't really mind that. They want to take this battle, but they also knows where the other 2 squads are.
They're trying to get the info, right? They just use that divulge, so knowing that at least extension cord is safe, they're not going to be willing to move forward. So hold on, at least for now, to the high ground. They actually have been found. Not sure which team that did come from, but Fabi gonna be providing some suppressive cover, usage of the Frenzy Bomb. not gonna fight anything just yet, but now it's gonna be a game of patience, right?
Yeah.
There's so little real estate on the map right now that as soon as something pops up, everyone else is gonna look in that direction and start shooting. So it's gonna be a cold war for now.
Yeah, they're gonna be slowing it down first. Viva, not really a lot of cover for them, so they need to find a house for themselves, a dome at that. They were able to transfer themselves into this one building, and where NCG is also staying. You have to be careful about this before they start. A Vulture is used on the other side just to get information, and it's being thrown all around. Fight could happen anytime. Vision Erosion is going to be used. The forward side of Viva, they have cover for some time. They're taking too long here inside, so they have to be scared. Two Liege is being taken down on the other side by NCG from far away. They're finishing it. They're finishing the job. There's only one person alive from this squad, and they could finish him anytime.
It's all been used. Rovik taking some long-range shots. They know that two Liege are trying to hide behind this tree, but there's so much going on right now. Ongoing show, and everyone closing in that distance. They want to try and get NCG, but they're still so healthy. There's so much shield. How do you even fight this?
This is a very healthy NCG. If ever a fight breaks out, JC is confident that he could take it.
Base
Right there
Blaster.
inside NCG. Majority's gonna fall down. They'll lose two members in the process. The Base Blasters were perfect. Was able to slow them down. And NCG still are healthy. They have been pushed back by JC. That's gonna be scary. Has been pushed back, but they're holding it back. I thought it could be enough for them to finish it. They still have 3 people, and that is one down. One has been taken off. Robic is down. They can stay alive. They're not inside, but this is gonna be it. We have one still alive. Bobby still is healing up, and Gato wasn't able to chase away, and that is it. NCG by a hair wins it.
Absolute masterclass right here. What we saw in that last situation, 4 teams whittled down one by one, held by NCG up until the last second. Even if they were taken down by the Base Blasters, the absolute power and the utilities that they were able to use, NCG absolute insanity. It came down to the absolute last second. We saw, what do we call it? We call it the Mr. Bean spotlight, right? With Pabi in the middle, who just lasted an extra second longer than his opponents. That's insane. And that was only map number 1.
Yeah, and it was a lot of chaos from that game, though. This is what I love for Sunder Realms, because in Sunder Realms, there's this difference when it comes to the other maps in where you can stay in the building. There's a lot more building battles that we've seen there. That was all a lot of chaos. NCG, the only reason why Jay-Z lost there was because he was pushed away from the zone, and in the start of that fight there, he didn't really have a lot of HP, but Tulich needed to go inside the zone, and Poppy was ready, just already popping his med kit before it even started.
It was absolute insanity. I mean, we saw 2 people fall from NCG. We saw all this utility being thrown all around them. It didn't matter to them. I guess they just, cool, calm, collected NCG as usual. Right?
Yeah.
And we really saw here in map number 1 the kind of impact that Jay-Z brings to NCG.
Yeah, and again, everybody, let's take a look at the highlights first before we go. Oh, never mind. It's the FPC. I'm so sorry. It's the victory screen of our teams. NCG is here. Take a look at that. 20 kills for the squad. And from what we've seen here from their performance, they have been a great squad overall, because they look at the damage. It's not far away from each other.
No, not at all, right? No one below 1,000 here. And Jay-Z, the new pickup for NCG, the new player, having generated so much impact for his team, but also all across the board, I think we're seeing some you know what, I think this is what we call a standard NCG game, where you have 20 kills on this squad, and then everyone else kind of just scattered with the kills across the board, right? Even in second place, 2 Liege here with only 5, LSKZR with 7 as well. So I'm not surprised that NCG does this, especially knowing that our brackets for this weekend, this Saturday, have really separated our top teams.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here from their squad, what you do expect from them is for them to be able to get the kills whenever they want to. And NCG here in this group having 20 kills is such a great feat to see, because from what we do expect, most of the time in this patch, in this new map, there's not really going to be a lot of kills overall. There's going to be a lot more a lot more things that they need to think about before they start any fights, because you know what? Yes, there is no dashes, but there's now a jet slide that people have been using, which could really make your aim a bit more awkward whenever they try to jet slide.
Yeah, I mean the movement mechanics that we have, the new movement mechanics, bow, duck side, right? Even with the full speed charge, it makes things a lot worse. And
Yeah.
of course the jet slides, right? And so the creativity of these teams and how they've been able to adapt to the new game mechanics, including of course the airdrop rain, the sponsor box, right? When you want to arm your team for better or for worse later on, right? It all comes down to your macro gameplay and how you rotate here in Thunder Realms specifically.
Yeah, what's hard is how they get there. I mean, how they get to the last zone, and that is most of the time the problem for the squads. But again, everybody, let's take a look at what happened during that game, and let's take a look at this highlights first before we head into the next game. You know what? From what I've seen there, it was so funny that Jay-Z was trying to get up the building, and he's like pinballing himself out of the building, which is I don't know what happened there. But again, Jay-Z, the MVP of this game, the new addition to NCG, the Kings, if you may. So with them having a total kill of 6, 2006 damage, and rating of 53.
Absolute insanity. And I think the beauty as well here, right? We had NCG pick up Jay-Z specifically to play as duck side, because we remember you talked about how yes, Majo is great on the duck side, but it at least to me, when you want to play as the IGL or the leader, your captain of the group, you can't really be in the thick of things, right? Because you need to be wary of what else is going on in the background to have a more bird's eye view of what's actually happening during the game as well.
Yeah, and that's why here for the duck side, what's great about it so far, the best that I've seen from the duck side is when you combo the Summit Crush to the Frenzy Bomb. That is one of the most insane things that I've seen that I never thought I'm gonna see in Farlight 84, where they had those ultimates. I hope that in time we do see the Lucinda come back and play, and with the Summit Crush combos that they can do with their ultimates, it's gonna go crazy, and where everybody's just gonna explode in just one string of ultimates that is gonna be used in the end there. So I hope that happens, but for now, as long as Lucinda is not gonna be in play, as long as Lucinda is not, or at least as long as we are in Thunder Realms, we're not gonna be seeing those combos happen.
Yeah, at least not recently, right? I think we did see Lucinda in the last 2 weeks once or twice, but I think the way that Thunder Realms is built, specifically in such a way that because it's so closed off, it's kind of hard to really get value out of Lucinda as well. So I'm not surprised that Lucinda's slowly shifting out of the meta since we moved here, and it's beautiful to see Bo now in action, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just Bo, the amount of damage that he's able to to use, right? Knowing how in some of the rounds it's very building heavy. It when you're able to force a team inside, it does so much. But wow, we got another a new code coming in, guys, with the CD key inside of your game, whether it's on your PC or on your cell phone. Go ahead and open up CD key and put in that code for an art trail, which is the Sweet Romance skin.
Check out Sweet Romance, everybody. Just check it out. So again, for everybody out there watching, just use the code again, and we're gonna have a lot more later on in store for you. So don't worry, we're gonna have more and more of this bonuses that you could have while watching. It's like you're just watching and then you get this free skins, and also you're eating dinner on the side maybe because it's already 6:30 p.m. So yes, eat dinner together with us while we're watching some FPC action.
Yeah, nothing more to enjoy, right? I mean, you got FPC, you can have your family join you as well, right? To get more views and maybe more codes that are going to be shown up on screen. So go ahead, and if you're on Facebook, share it. If you're on YouTube, send the link to your friends. Or if you're on TikTok, we do have TikTok drops. Don't forget to get all your friends to join you in watching FPC Season 3, because this is week 3 of our open qualifiers, which means every map gets more and more important the later on we are in our weekly finals.
Yeah, and also for everybody out there who has been watching, you still have 2 weeks of this tournament ongoing. So if ever you still want to join, you can still join. There's still a big chance that you might be able to just clinch it and be able to get to the knockout stages. But again, you hear the music. We're going to be getting into the game in just a jiffy, everybody. It's going to be Thunder Realms again. I hope next time when we have this type of music, right, we have a surprise in what map we're going to go to. Like, what's the next map? And then Sunset City or something like that.
But I like it, the kind of hype that does come with it. Now it's going to be map number 2 for Group C. NCG having one map number 1, there is going to be a little bit more pressure for them. Try and get another map, knowing that a lot of these teams are going to be looking in that direction to try and get it. But the flight path that's been given to us, I think we're going to see a little less north, a little less south, because it's going to be a little harder to get towards those areas of the map. So you can see most of these teams, they're still inside their capsules, slowly making their way down to the ground, but some already have a head start. I mean, you have NCG here in Nova Bazaar already having picked up the VSS and the AK-77, which again, they're really strong mid and late game guns.
Yeah, from what we've seen here from the game so far, especially in mobile, not a lot of teams really love going to the center stages of our map because it was designed to not really have a lot of resources. So that's why a lot of people don't really go there, especially in Rocky Zone. People don't like that because most of the time resources in Rocky Zone are just enough for one person. That's why here the struggle is for the teams on how they are going to be playing around those, because with that open map in the middle side of our map, there's a lot of rotations that they can do, because before in Sunset City, because there's people in the center of the map, it's gonna be harder to rotate because there's like a wall that you need to cross first.
Yeah, really interesting. Some early fights, blinding marks being used on both sides here. That's Ivy League up against Xera. Ooh, that's nasty.
Oh wait, what a great start of that fight though. Xera. Now they don't have a lot of HP, and because they're playing at the top of the building, they're not going to be able to move here as much. And here comes Ivy League. Is looking for some kills as much as they could, and especially with the hologram guide, just makes the job a lot easier. But with 2 members down, it's going to be a 2v2. We can make it a 2v1 with last member of their side be able to fall down. And that's the squad down, and that is out.
Yeah, one first fight coming in the way of Ivy League here, which is actually did get kind of lucky with the loot here, right? Knowing that it's mostly SMGs and the White Dwarf, which is, yes, it might not be the best gun in the game, but it's still very powerful, especially if it's gonna be a short range fight. But looking at this area specifically, right? You've got 4 squads in, and it looks like Xera wants to double down on the fight as well. Looking at the skies,
yeah. From now, if ever they start this, I mean, as you said, they're going to be doubling down on this battle that we have. But we do have a lot of people here in this lower left side of our map area, in where it is going to be the lab. that we have here, there's a lot of teams that are playing around here, and it's really scary. Especially now that Viva, a team that got so much kills from this game, is just getting beamed out even inside the rolling impact.
That's gonna be pretty insane. I mean, I believe really just lying in wait for people to walk into their crosshairs right now. Even after having taken down that top side, everyone else has been spotted out by Ivy League. Now Viva are kind of panicking to try and find where did that come from? Right?
Yeah,
they don't know. They can't loot now because they've been shown that there's another team in close proximity.
Yeah. We have a lot of teams here, but from what we've seen here from Ivy League, or at least AHG, already getting the kills tonight, the members of Viva. So they got some kills, and AHG having purple armors really just increases their survivability factor in those battles.
Yeah, interestingly though, not a lot of these teams. It's actually a lot slower than our first map, right? We're seeing not much willingness to actually fight it out, as opposed to what happened in map number 1, right? Where we had a lot of teams looking for the early aggression. Now we're seeing people a little bit more careful. I don't know if this is actually probably a reaction to the fact that they didn't really get far in map number 1. So most of these teams, like say for example LF4 we're looking at right now, not willing to take the fights because they want to prioritize placement points over the frag points.
Yeah. Where have you been, War Falcon? Where have you been? It's been a while.
Where have you been? It has been a while.
Yeah. But here it is. For XR, at least they're getting some resources, even if they lost from the past battle that we've seen a while ago. We are seeing some eliminations now because most of the respawners have been exhausted already from the past battles. So they need to be careful now starting from this battle.
I definitely got to be careful, knowing that especially now that the sponsor boxes are down, right? And they've been found on the map. Most teams are going to have an idea of where it is. And they are going to be targeting whoever's in that area. Or whether there's a person in there at all. Right, but now divulge, this is why you have a Young. You have the information, you know that there's someone inside Rick. Oh! Summit Crush being used up to open up the fight.
That's a big Summit Crush, but it didn't really amount to much here. That is just going to stop them from pushing a lot more. Latest fighting back.
Whoa!
And that is a jab back to the members right there. And even if they had better armors, if they have numbers advantage, it's going to be great for the side of Latest. They're playing around the windows. They're playing around the house. They're wrapping around the area. And so far, NRX hasn't found success. And they have been losing most of the members. Still a 2v2. Carl J just going to back away. Divulge is going to be used. There's another team here. That's why they need to run.
What is the game plan, right? When you're inside of a building like that and it's going to be a three-way fight, do you fight on the inside? What happens? But now, Jay-Z joining the fray.
Frenzy Bomb just killed like 2 people inside that house. And NCG is chasing the members of Latest now. From that past battle, there's still one alive. It's high. From what we're seeing, Jay-Z is still not done. He's going to be chasing them down. They do have a lot of wait, he sees them. He sees them. He's going to be hitting them for sure. That's going to be an armor for high. And he's just going to be running away, leaving everybody behind. And LSK fighting against LF4 on the other side of the map. But so far, no kills just yet.
No kills just yet. SK barely alive here, trying to hide behind this boulder, who has unfortunately been left behind by his team. But, you know, in times of distress, bumper cars here. What's going on?
Wait, what is happening there? Is Chalky gonna die because of that? What? Yeah, he's gonna die because of it. And what?
I didn't know you could do that.
When do you see that?
This is the first time we've seen this specific interaction happen. Now you know.
Just
now we
bumping
know.
against each other and just nobody dropped down from the car. That doesn't happen every time. LF4, that's just a punishment on LSK's part because they got the kill after that.
What? Okay. Interesting interaction. But now, we're gonna have to move on. LF4.
He doesn't have Summit Crash. What, Sarah?
What's going on? We're losing our minds today.
I don't know what's happening. With the Dazzling Mirage, that's probably a kill with a blinding mark. But LF4, that was a lot of blunders left and right from... Got me confused. Sorry.
I mean, in the last minute or two, right, we saw quite a few mistakes made, which is unfortunate for these teams. But hey, it's content for us, right?
Yeah. That's gonna go to the highlight reel, everyone. That's gonna go to the highlight reel.
Oh,
Now,
gosh.
if we have like a funny highlights, like what we have been playing from the past week, I hope we have that. That is gonna be one of the funniest moments. Because even we got confused from what happened there.
Yeah, like, this is the first time we've seen that specific interaction. But here, Taki, 1v2 right now. The movement, wow!
Oh, he's redeeming himself from his past mistakes, and now he's almost gonna be winning that fight. But at least he won the fight for his team, and that is enough. Ratize gonna be getting the MVP, or rather, the Reaper.
Yeah, playing as the Reaper right now. Little bit of a warning as to what the other teams are going to be expecting here, and an early sign of dominance from this team, right? But it looks like LSK, they want to keep moving on forward. There is AXG right in front of them. That's Zero Remorse, if I'm not mistaken. And they're trying to keep it from the other team, but they're not willing to show their position just yet. Being a little bit more quiet. Not willing to take the fight. They don't want to be the aggressor here. They want for people to walk right into their crosshairs, which is, you know, I respect it, right? They have the kind of patience to actually gatekeep a team. Problem is, they did make a lot of noise, and now LSK, they're choosing to rotate in a different direction.
Yeah,
now
they're just gonna
Ivy
be
League.
running away. Yeah, from what we've seen here from Ivy League, they already lost some members with their HP, especially for... Oh, they can get the revive now. At least from the other side of the map, we've seen some success. This is good.
Yeah, definitely looking good. This is obviously a very late look at what happened. I mean, you saw 2 ongoing shows still activated, so they definitely just finished winning a fight. You know, unfortunately for us, sometimes because it's a battle royale, fights happen all over the map at the same time. So yeah, we can't give you guys everything.
Yeah, you can
But
just
it's so
see it
good.
in the kill feed right there at the top, because some teams just get eliminated out of the get-go. And from now, wait, scary though for LSK. Once he drops down, he's not. Wait,
Did he see?
no, he doesn't see. He doesn't notice.
He didn't see a Toro in the
it was
corner.
Wait, what? L1
What?
was just. What?
Right
He had
next to
sit
him.
Down. Wait.
Taki.
No way is Taki not gonna see
No.
that. Okay, it's a good thing he was
And
able to
L1
see run.
runs.
L1 was just able to run away. Really? And at least he's gonna die. That's punishment for his sins here, and that's great.
What?
Viva got eliminated.
That's what's going on in this lobby today? It was a crossfire. You had 2 people trained on the door, and instead of helping his teammate, L1 runs away.
Yeah. I thought they could get at least an elimination out of that, but again, they tried their best. The XG Leviathans, they're losing their lives. Base Blaster's gonna be thrown out. They got the revive at 1, but with the blind spark, it's gonna get harder and harder for this squad. Jumping in and out of the spot. That is gonna be 1 more kill. LSK is just gonna get punished. Kurtz and Borgi are just gonna be healing up before they start to fight. Summit Crush at 1, but the Summit Crush answer is not enough. They got a 2v1 there.
Now for ASG Leviathan, there's only 1 person left. That's gonna be Pusa, playing on the Sunil, desperately trying to get out of range of the enemy team. And this is where your jet slide comes in handy, right? Because it makes it a lot harder to track your body when you're moving in in not a straight line, right? So luckily for him, he's alive for now in LSK. Yes, they might have won that specific fight, but they didn't get the most out of it just yet.
Yeah, what I like about this recent patch too is because of the adjustments that we had with the guns. With the adjustments that we had with the guns don't feel weak anymore. So that's why some guns like White Dwarfs are coming into play again. And from what we've seen, the AKs, the M4s, especially if they're upgraded, and even when it comes to the
Porcupine too.
yeah,
has
the
been doing
Porcupine
really
has
well.
been doing really good, and that's why almost all the guns have been buffed this patch. That's why you can kill with 1 mag now with every gun. That's why it's feeding great.
Yeah, they've been really viable, and now we're seeing a lot of people move slightly away from our meta of VSS and AK-77. Yes, it is true that they are still the most powerful in the lobby, the guns, but sometimes before, just because you don't have those two guns, you couldn't win a fight. So now it's a little bit closer, and when you're able to have a solid game plan of how to take a fight, then even having or not having the VSS and AK-77, there's still the possibility of winning.
And that's why it's great. This patch has really changed things up for the game. I mean, the defenders, the people have been playing the defenders again, and there's a lot more viable guns for now, but the VSS is still as strong because almost all of the damage of the guns have been ramped up. At least the impact of that is great for the game overall, and I love that. I love this change that we had. So now, for round 5, the zone's going to be closing in a bit, and we are in a big rocky mountain, or a big rock in the center. So it's gonna be a hard fight once we move forward because there's a big cover.
Oh, Jay-Z smack dab in the middle of the ultimate. Rovic not gonna be getting away.
Yeah. Rovic is down. So with this, there's a big advantage for this fight. Oh wait, look at this. Rocket Tarantula is here. Latest has the chance to actually eliminate this squad, NCG. They have a 4-man squad still complete, so if ever a fight breaks out, they can win this battle if ever they need to. They have full armors on everybody, so even if they have level 6 armor, it's still a man advantage for the squad, but the Rocket Tarantula is just pushing them back, and CarJ is going to be next. He's going to be chasing him down with the Sonic Crusher, get some armor. He's still alive. He's just going to finish the fight, but there's somebody still. iFrost from the air just finishes one down, and that loses one more member for the side of NCG. Latest is going to be down. They still have one member alive for the side of 2 Liege.
So very interesting now, though, knowing that 2 people have already been brought down here. The revives coming on through for NCG. Jay-Z still down for now, which is going to be a little bit unfortunate, yes, because it is at the moment, right, one of the more painful danger zones, which means that even if they can pick up Jay-Z, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to get himself back inside the circle. So I think the safer option would actually be to move on, leave him be, and try and win as a 3-man squad right now. But knowing that we're approaching round number 6, there's only 7 squads left, it's gonna start closing again. And most of these teams, right, there's only 2 teams inside of the circle, or 3 if I'm not mistaken, from what I can see, just on the south of Refinery.
Yeah, and NCG is just making it harder for themselves if Bobby falls down here. At least they have some members that are still alive. They're just closing in on this squad, so Vulture's just gonna be seeing them. But so far, Frenzy Bomb is gonna push them out of this building, and they would need to find a way to react. They need to react now because the zone's gonna be closing down, and they need to get inside.
It looks like they have quick getaway here from Xera. Never mind, I spoke too soon. They walked right into it free right after. But yeah, moving on. Yes, they are now going to be ahead of the gatekeepers. Xera walking right into Onslaught 181 right now. So it's going to be really unfortunate. All inside of one single building.
Oh, Frenzy Bomb. That's going to be perfect. They are going to be forced to run away. That's an enemy Frenzy Bomb. But outside of the zone is where Ons is. And Onslaught could be eliminated. Xera has the assignment. Could just finish off members right there down at the bottom. But there's somebody outside. Xera is making sure that this is going to be awkward for the other squad. Ivy League is fighting, taking turns in the battle. They're eliminating some of the members of Xera. There's still one member alive. But NCG still is not inside. But at least they still have 2 members, or rather 3 members alive.
They are doing some damage here. Another rotation, knowing that they have full shields right now. They are fearless in their approach. Majo here now forced to lead the charge, knowing that they don't have a duck side. They have to be very careful. Ivy League plays in and be pushed out of position, but he does get himself to safety. Problem now is they are going to be fundamentally nerfed right now, knowing that there's only 3 players on the team.
Yeah,
here though, gonna be very careful. They're looking at a bird's eye view from Majo right here to get some information.
Ooh, they have a trailer on their hands, so it's gonna be good. They use it like Volt to get information on who is in Refinery, but there's some people at entrance, and they have to make sure that they are going to be killing everybody with a Summit Crush. Perfect start. And with that, they are just going to be falling down like flies. But Jet G is still not done with the battle. LSK is going to be using the ongoing show outside in order for them to chip down on the members of NCG. And some of their HPs are falling. With the ongoing show, it's gonna be hard for them to move. Here it comes. The fall down, the crash from the frenzy bomb, and they have chance to move. They jump out. Ratizi is just gonna be looking at them. It's gonna be hard for them to move, but Poppy might
Poppy
fall in the
solo.
process. They have it, and they have Poppy down. They need to get the revive first. If not, LSK is just gonna run them over.
Stuck on the inside, Bobby now gonna be down 2 people left on NCG. I don't know how they're gonna survive this map. Blindly Mark being brought out. They have been spotted.
There
And no,
there
they
is
can't
another
fight it.
squad. Robik's gonna fight. He doesn't win. And in the end, they are still one more member alive. But that's gonna be it. Ivy League just dip into the battle, and that's why they got eliminated. There's still one person. Majo would try to finish him up, but he hasn't been able to make it work. Madman is just gonna shut him down.
Timing was just not right. Forced by the danger zone. Now we're down to the last 3 squads here. Ongoing show gonna be activated by Banteng. Bring in our height advantage.
Wait.
But wait, what's going on? There's only 2 people left.
Ratizi has a level 6 armor. This is gonna be a hard battle. They need to get their shields back up. Is he gonna see it? He's gonna see somebody inside! Takes down the armor, and that's gonna be an advantage for them. They don't have HP, but they still fall down. And outside the zone they go, and that's why they lost the fight. What happened there?
The last person that they were fighting against was outside of the zone, so we didn't even see who it was.
It was the
Everything
May show.
happened in a flash. It was the May show, but I don't know what team won the map. It all happened so fast. Everything flashed before our eyes, and we didn't even know what we were looking at.
What was that? Xera?
What? It's Xera?
Xera got the win there. It's also because of the fact that the Duck side was the Xera team, and they were waiting outside the zone there. The team that they were fighting, I believe it was LSK. They were trying to get their HPs back up, but because they were not able to get it at the right timing, the Mayshell just got eaten by the zone, which is funny.
It's wow. Okay, map 2. It's a complete show. we understood diddly squat about how that map ended, right? We saw teams missing everything. We saw one person die for no reason. We were looking at one person who unfortunately got shot from outside the zone, and somehow Xera come out on top. Yes, there were some great performances. We had the NCG, got a lot of kills. Ivy League here with what is this? 14 kills right now. LSK also having more kills than our first place squad. But remember, when it comes to points, placement points matter a lot more, and that's why Xera definitely gonna be very happy about being first place here in the second map.
Yeah, I was really surprised about how this went though. Just with what we've seen from the game, I thought there was a lot of kills happening. There was a lot of kills. There was an open area. They had to make their own cover with the ongoing shows that we've seen from that map. But what was surprising is how they approached this last zone. Even NCG got surprised because the way they approached this is they wanted to kill NCG. Majo stayed alive, and how it went from there after Majo got killed was, I don't know how to call it. It was a fiesta.
It was like walking into Mardi Gras, right? Or Sinulog here in Cebu, right? But you're trying to look at one person, but there's so much going on. And somehow through that chaos, Xera continue to, they just win map number 2, which is interesting at the very least. But looking at the number of frags in this lobby right now, they're not gonna be towards the top just yet. So they're definitely gonna have to work more in map number 3 to make themselves worthy of that top 1 spot here in Group C.
Oh yeah, and from what we have here, we definitely could talk about how the bow has been quite apparent in the map. The bow has been played a lot in the games that we've been having. It's also because it's easy to just flush out those trailers. We had a lot of trailer chucks in the map, and that's why it's only me. But again, there was a lot of trailer chucks in this map, and we've seen it, Josh. We have seen a lot of the trucks being flushed out by just one frenzy bomb that they have been using. But again, from what you've seen from this game, there you go. You got teleported
I was the voice
back
of God.
up.
I was your Jiminy Cricket for a few seconds.
Yeah, you got summoned from the side. And again, from what we've seen that game, it's interesting how everybody approached this game. There was a lot of funny moments, if you may, that we've seen.
And
I hope there's gonna be a lot more for the next games.
Yeah, that was an interesting map in so many different ways, right? We got a few mistakes made, lots of interesting plays being shown actually. Like, say for example, how again the bow ultimate has been used time and time again to flush people out of these tiny buildings.
Yeah.
And knowing how Thunder Realms has so many building complexes, right? It's perfect to force people into the open arms of the rest of your squad, which we've been
Yeah.
seeing from Pobby so many times.
Yeah, it was so hard. It was so hard this game. I mean, there were a lot of mistakes, but I hope in the next game it would be perfect, flawless for the squads. But let's take a look at the highlights first, and let's take a look at how they did. Wait, that was so funny. That was a funny map. Remember,
it was so funny,
What
dude.
happened? That last zone, you can take a look at what happened during that last zone and maybe try to put it in a picture frame. That is what happened. The jumping duck side that came out of the syrup truck. That was what happened there. Just eliminated the last person, hid himself until the end. And there you go. There's the big victory from Secrecy. And that's why it's not a secret anymore.
Yep, absolute confusion, I guess. I mean, it was an interesting map because we got to see some of the bow tech being used as well, where we didn't see much of that in map 1, wherein teams really were forced to be flushed out of small buildings. And because of, I think, the presence of the bow, this is definitely going to be moving the meta in a new direction now as we continue this series. So we talk about how the meta shifts week by week, but right now I think we're seeing it shift map by map today.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Man. This was so funny. This map was so funny, where there were teams that were contenders like LSK, like they were really great during this map, and there was Ivy League against NCG, and man, we ended up with this. And it was so funny that we ended up with this. And there was a lot of chaos throughout the game. There was a lot of chaos. And most of the time, it is on the centered towards the side of Ivy League and LSK. And what happened in the end, even if we were telling the story of both of these teams, in the end, it was not them who was the main character of the story. It was Ken. It was Ken who was the main character.
Out of nowhere, right? It's like you got Sasuke and Naruto fighting, and then out of nowhere, it's just like Rock Lee coming out on top.
Oh yeah,
huh? Where?
Rock Lee was the main character all along. You didn't know, but again, it was great. It was great. It's like a book that when you open, you don't know what's gonna happen in the end, right? You didn't know that there was like a pop-up. The pop-up once you turn the last page in the book, there was a pop-up and you get surprised. But again, everybody, it was a great story to tell because at least we saw some perspectives of the team, the perspective of the adversary while we were going towards the end of that part of that game. But again, everybody, it was still game 2. We still have game 3. We're still waiting for the music to come out for us to go to game 3.
I don't know how I'm gonna move on from that. Okay, that was a really confusing map. Yes, it was interesting, right? We got some new tech, we got some new strategies actually being boiled out, right? And it's gonna be an interesting VOD to actually review for these teams after this week's final, right? But
Yeah.
on top of that, I think it's also gonna be instrumental. Yes, it was a weird map. It was interesting, but it will also be interesting in such a way that it will definitely move the meta in a different direction. Knowing that how NCG has been playing bow specifically, wherein we've actually been seeing how the bow ultimate, right? It's kind of being used as a mini vision erosion because you can sit inside while it's happening and kill yourself.
Yeah.
You won't even care what you regret.
Yeah, nobody's even gonna see anything while that is happening, and that's why it's great to even just heal up. I think the timing of the frenzy bomb, every time that you use it, is that it was enough for you to pop a med kit even when you're inside, so that's why it's a good tool to use during those clutch moments.
Here we go. Last map here for Group C. We're looking at NCG right now, who have been a little unfortunate in the rotations in map number 2. Yes, they did get a decent placement. If I'm not mistaken, they got 4th place in that last map with quite a few frags as well. So I think NCG still are currently going to be the favorites here for being first place in this group. But looking at our current flight path going from north to south, it's a very well distributed map actually. But one small difference. Look at Jay-Z. Rocky Zone has been empty for the last 2 maps, and now Jay-Z's gonna single-handedly pick up all the shield XP early in the game.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, whenever you go to these areas and you get the shield XPs, you just get pretty much a big advantage compared to the other squads. You just accelerate the fact that you're gonna get more resources here. So yeah, this is one of the things that they want to do for NCG. Because there's nobody with drops at Rocky Zone, we might as well get the resources there. And even Nova Bazaar, nobody's gonna dare contest us in this area. And from what it's worth, Jay-Z already has a level 4 armor.
Already. That's totally insane. Like, we haven't even been 3 minutes into map number 3. Jay-Z's already primed and ready for a fight. But again, since this is the last map, we're expecting teams to be a little bit more careful, because again, placement points here in season 3 are much more valuable than frag points. So here, Onslaught having picked up a rocket torrential really early. I'm surprised they're actually trying to shoot these, because people are gonna know where that's coming from.
Yeah, they're gonna be sprayed down, laying fire against some squads here for NRX. Gonna be seeing some battles for sure. But even if we had seen a massive amount of kills from this squads for NRX, they haven't been finishing off the game really well. So that's why here for NRX, they need to survive until the end for sure. But because they drop a transport port, people have been loving going around this area, because most of the time whenever you go to transport port, you get punished. But hey, there you go. There's some frenzy bombs that they're gonna be using. But Xiao is just still gonna be running away, and so far Xiao, being very tanky, is gonna be surviving for quite a bit. Even with the extra armor, not gonna be enough.
Yeah, no, he was way too far away from the rest of his team to actually have any real backup come in. So the game plan should be right now, since it's so early, there's no reason for them to over-aggress this, right? They might as well just reposition, knowing that NRX right now, having taken down Xiao and quite a lot of loot being picked up as well, they're not going to be in the best spot to actually take that fight. So respawner is going to be used at least for one member from this team.
What are they going to do for Ons? Because for Ons, because they lost one of... Wait, Jeji already falls down. Eleforg is just going to be killing them for sure. And they won on the lower right side of our map. But from what we've seen here, Josh, we have talked about it a while ago. The duck side has quite a... One of the things that I love about this new duck side is where this War Falcon could be used surprisingly better. Because before you use the War Falcon, you just run away after. But now you can just use the War Falcon, Summit Crush from the air, and then use it as a combo. And that's why it's perfect that we have this new change from this duck side. And we're seeing some teams as we were talking about NRX, we're gonna be telling their story, so I hope we see them soon.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the War Falcon has been real interesting, right? Because before the existence of Summit Crush on the duck side, after having gotten the information and dropped your bombs on the enemy team, a War Falcon essentially is nothing else, right? Because once you're spotted, you're a sitting duck. People just shoot at you in the sky, and there's really no way out of here. Viva against Ivy League.
Oh! Wow! The timing of that jump was perfect because they jumped at the same time by theory of, I don't know what it's called.
I think it was the ongoing show.
Yeah, once they jumped through the ongoing show, yes. Once they went there, they went up top at the same time. They're basically like stationary to each other.
It was an anime battle, that's what it was. But here, NCG now very primed and ready for fights. Looking at a level 5 armor for JZ and level 4 for everyone else. So there's only one person here on the inside. These best now could be used. Oh, JZ doesn't even need the help.
Yeah, this is what's great about the duck side. You can play recklessly and be rewarded, especially if you're just chasing one person, because technically you can't win a 1v1 against duck side at this point in the game, because he's really just too strong. And if ever you chase him, you can't even chase him because he has the rolling impact. He has everything.
Yeah, it's just the perfect hero, right? For those
Yeah.
teams who want to play very aggressive. So you have the armor, you have the movement, and if you want to close in with your entire squad, right, the full speed charge speeds up your teammates.
Oh no,
which is totally insane. But here, AXG Leviathan up against Ivy League.
They're getting eliminated. This is their last life. Even Ivy League, I think, also exhausted most of their respawners. So this fight is going to be crucial for HG. They're waiting for the rolling impact before they start, because for now, most members of Ivy League don't know that there is still some stragglers from AXG that are still alive. They still need to be careful about this, because for now, no rolling impact, no summit crush. I think Oreo is getting ready to start this battle.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 2v3 if they do decide to take this fight. And not being aware of the number of your opponents right now, I think Ivy League do have an express advantage, knowing that they should just chill out here. But what's going on?
Okay, LSK is getting some kills here inside their house, inside their home. And for now, they're just taking some time. Even with the Rocket Tarantula and the Frenzy Bomb that was used a while ago, they are A-okay. And they are just waiting for any pushes to happen.
Yeah. LSK here up against Latest. There's quite a lot of teams in this region just towards the west of Wind Valley. And I think they're really trying to play the gatekeeper here, wait for the teams to walk right past them, right? But this, funnily enough, all three of them are trying to play gatekeeper. No one's going to be gatekeeping anyone. At some point, someone's going to have to run.
Yeah, they're just waiting. And from... What? They're still not... What? It's still just waiting. They're just still waiting for their vehicles to come out. And from X Onslaught, they are just going to be running away here. And that's perfect. That's good. And right now, Jeji, they're going to win Xera, the winners of our map a while ago. I think Gecko. Is Gecko the last person for the team here that is still alive? With a Summit Crush, that was a perfect alley-oop.
Yeah, nice and clean combo coming in from them. Even with the... well, we called out for Lucinda in map number 2. It comes out in map number 3. In the hands of Kaori, actually. You saw the absolute gravity being used over there. I think that was what forced Gecko out of the building here. So, interestingly enough, there is some value to Lucinda. But I think maybe Lucinda would have been better used in combination with a bow.
Supply ship en route.
Yeah, the Frenzy Bomb together with the absolute gravity could be perfect if ever that happens. But for now, we're going to be seeing a Lucinda because of the nerfs and also because it doesn't cover the whole building now. It is not used a lot. But what is that? He was just able to jump in and Rick. I think it was AFK.
I think he was just about to fly. You saw him slowly hovering upward. And played just the perfect timing, right? Knowing that
ran away.
Unfortunately for him, right, the duck side skin that he was using was a big pink ball for a head, and
there you go.
It was an easy target for Flame.
Yeah. Nicole wants revenge. And with the War Falcon, that is what she wants to do. And for the fight right now, LSK versus Latest, there's only one person that is still alive here, but they don't have the resources to fight them out in the back. They got the revive, and they all went inside still. They didn't know that there's no walls here, and that's why
Carl?
they're the ones who are trapped now. Carl J is gonna be waiting for the right time to pounce in. But because of that, he's just gonna be running with a full speed ahead. He cancels the rolling impact. He's dead.
Oh, that's a really bad misplay right now coming in from him. Now Dockside's gonna be gone. Only 2 people alive on the side of Latest who are very much on the outside of our danger zone. So LSK ZR, knowing that they don't have a Dockside, they don't have that kind of utility or the Summit Crush, they can just go all in and it doesn't matter to them.
Wait, how did he jump? What? Where is he jumping? Look at it. He's gonna do it again. He's jumping from the wall, which is so funny. Cocky.
What's
just
going
gonna win
on?
the fight here by default just because of that? That was so funny. That was so funny.
This Group C is something else, Dash. It is something else.
I don't know what to say, man.
This is what's going on?
There was not even a misplay. He was confused himself. When he went close to the wall, the springboard just triggered and he was like, where am I going?
Yeah, I think the hitbox for the springboard was just slightly on the outside of the wall.
Yeah, that's why he was surprised too. And he almost died because of it.
What in the world is going on right now? This game.
Oh man, this Group C.
This Group
is
C
gonna
is
go.
funny.
This is gonna go down to the history of Farlight 84 as the funniest Group C that we had. Remember, everybody, it's week 3, Mobile Group C. That was the best one we had, the funniest we had so far. And there you go. Rocket Tarantula is gonna be coming. NCG is just gonna be winning the battle, and 2H is gonna be trying to run. But look at Majo. This is just so good. Even with the White Dwarf, he's chasing, and he wants to fight this close range battle.
Does not give a care in the world right now because Jay-Z is now playing as the Dockside. Majo has been free to play his most preferred hero right now. Look at this, single-handedly Jay-Z taking down El Burritos on one side. Didn't even need any help. No assistance needed, he says. And the rest of NCG, they're just standing there like, what? Okay, more for you, I guess.
Oh yeah, here's the victors of the fight a while ago. LSK against Latest. Got 5 kills out of that, and now they ran away with level 6 armors on Taki. And with this advantage, they might be able to clinch the round in their favor, but so far, they still have 10 squads alive and 32 people. So nothing set in stone, but never mind. That is Jet G out of the picture.
9 squads. Actually interesting, or well, unfortunate maybe to say that at this point, right? Knowing that the zone is actually pretty big at the moment. It's surprising that we do still have 9 squads alive at the moment, and actually leading in kills. We do have NRX, who we have been calling out earlier in the game, and are currently crowned Season 2 champions. NCG tied for 8 frags at the moment.
Yeah,
But
not really a
knowing that
lot of
there's so
frags,
much
no?
real estate. Not a lot just yet.
Yeah, we're still really early into the game, so we're still not going to be seeing them getting like 20 kills, because most of the time, the biggest fights that are going to happen in this game are when the zone closes down to like round 4 or round 5. So that is when the teams are going to be farming those kills, because they have to be careful. Look at the top side. NRX is going to be trapped here, and they have to cross a team. And if they don't, they're just going to be eliminated.
This is going to be interesting. You got 3 squads inside Nova Bazaar. Another singular straggler down towards the south as well. And there's, again, the danger zone not too painful just yet, since it is still round 4. It's going to be round 5 in a bit. Well, these teams are going to meet each other at some point. Right? Someone's going to be out in the open. And there it is.
What? Borgie! How did he get away with that? Starboy was just lurking around, but again, here's the team jumping. Gonna be trying to get the kill on Kurtz. They lost their lives against Viva because of mispositioning. Oh wow, what a surprise! And now Ratty is also dead. There's only one person alive, and it's Taki. The one who saved them from the past shenanigans that they had. Now there's only 3 people that he needs to look at, and he needs to stay alive from here.
Yeah, but now the problem is they know exactly where he is. Yes, he might have the high ground and the VSS, but at some point he's gonna be running out of bullets. And I say again, and Viva has had the option to loot the bodies of his teammates, which means even if they come back, all their loot's gone. It's gone. There's nothing they can do about it. And now it's just been stolen away.
Yeah, they had no business losing that battle, though. It was a winning battle for them, but because they lost one member, it all really just came crashing down to the squad here. But look at this fight. LF4 is going to be eliminating some members of Ivy League a while ago, and now it's time for NCG to clean up. But never. Wait, what? Jay's is going to be running away.
I think he's trying to bait out a reaction out of LF4 right now.
Interesting. Now, LF4 is now safe. Remember, they had divulged, they had information for some of their members. Huh, surprising.
I mean, to be fair, right, Jay-Z in that situation was only one person up against the squad of 4. So it might not have been the smartest move to actually fight them, because they did have information that there was 4 people on the inside. So he, rather than deciding to take the fight alone, he'd want to go back and rejoin his teammates. But now NRX is gonna have to meet LF4 on one side. A lot of damage done over onto Echo TZ.
Oh no, Taki
even
is
with the
dead.
base blaster, it's not a lot.
LSK is now out. They just made one mistake, and all of them got eliminated from Nova Bazaar. I thought they're the team who has a higher chance of winning this time around, but because of the mistake, they are going to be falling down. LF4, look at this. Jay-Z is building up momentum, building up some velocity, and that he does. They fight it with this momentum that they have, and they are just playing around the area. They have advantage if ever they try to fight this. Now they're outside the zone. Frenzy Bomb is going to push them away out of the area, ejects them, and now they have time to run.
Actual combo coming in from them. Poppy is going to be able to take down SK. LF4 with a Summit Crush to open it up. The rest of the team is here.
It's nobody with a Summit Crush, and Sarah just got punished.
What is this?
That is painful.
What is this, Dash?
I don't know, Josh, I don't know. This is so funny, just Suave. I don't know what to say, because honestly, what is happening in this game? Why are people missing Summit Crushes left and right? Oh man.
Oh my. Confusion. You know what? There's no explanation for this. There is something wrong. Maybe it's Mercury retrograde or whatever they call it.
Yeah. Maybe it's the day. Maybe it's not a good day for this Saturday. Is not
for this entire group, right? It's not a good day for this entire group.
It's not good for them. The only team that is happy with this is look at that, the 4-man knockup from NCG.
Jay-Z?
That was perfect from Jay-Z. As I was saying, the Summit Crush could be used like that. And that they did together with the Rocket Tarantula. What a combo. And now Viva, with another perfect Summit Crush, just got the knockup, wins the fight, and would be able to get the armor back up for L1.
NRX is going to be gone down to the last 5 squads, but Divulge is going to be coming out from this team. We do have quite a bit of space, at least for now. NCG, full squad of 4. Onslaught X, full squad of 4. Viva, though, there's only 3 of them at the moment. So they're going to be very hard-pressed to try and stay alive. But Nkov, he knows there's one person on the inside of this building.
Yep. 4 people. It'll be hard for them to start this. There's some squads that are not complete. NCG are complete as a squad. They need to be careful about the other squad. They need to get in, get close. They have the great spot. And that's why NCG is just going to be winning this battle. They're gatekeeping everyone from getting close. They have, look at this, they have a pathway to victory. And that's why whoever tries to fight against them, they could win it easily. Headshot. And that's going to be one more kill. Viva is out. We do still have one member alive. Frenzy Bomb to stop them from getting the push. Push them away from the zone with a Summit Crush. Perfect timing. They got one, and they're going to get more. Some members right here. Roving is going to fall down. Exxon has a chance to win this. They're inside the house. They could go for some heal up. They're taking time, and CG is just waiting for them to go outside
And right now, they're waiting. Timing is of the essence. And right now, Exxon's one is down.
Easy.
They could get more. Cat is also next. They have a lot of their members still very, very healthy. Xera has been taken down. And they do still have one member alive.
3v1.
One member with a Medi-X and a restoration field is gonna stay alive from outside the zone. Do they have a chance? I think not. They don't have a chance. He's not here in this area. He has been healing up for quite a while. Exxon is from far, far away. Ben God mode. This man is just gonna win this single-handedly because he's healing from the outside. And with that, he clinches the round. The zone is hitting hard. And Ben God mode has the timing right. Poppy is gonna fall down here for sure, Joss. He has the restoration field. He has the timing right. Why am I shoutcasting this?
What is
that is this. Ben God mode is just gonna win this, Josh. This is just perfect. Just Suave, this is a round that Ben God mode is just gonna win. He went God mode. He went cheats on, and God mode he is. And Ben, he survives with their restoration field. He survives for one more chance. He is just gonna clutch this round just because of this alone. With the Medi-X back up, just Suave, I think we have a round here. We have Ben God mode surviving and winning this game. I don't know why I'm shoutcasting that, but that was clutch.
Okay, the exact same way that NCG wins map number 1, Ben God mode multiplies it by 10. By playing possibly the only Sienna in this map, brings out the Medi-X, has the med kits, has the bandages, does everything in his life, right? He doesn't care. He knows that NCG are nowhere near him, just heals himself up, waits for the last second, and stays alive for an extra 30 seconds, even if there was zero space on the map. That had the danger zone. There was no safe area in the map, and
yeah, you know what's so funny about that was because he was doing that for quite a long time. He was healing up. He was far away from the end zone, and he was just looting bodies. He was looting bodies. Maybe there's a med kit here. Maybe there's a med kit there. And I was surprised about how he was able to pop like 2 restoration fields during that whole time and 2 Medi-X's. And that's why he was able to survive that game, because he popped like 2 of those and he was able to survive. And again, Ben God mode is like a deja vu for NCG, that Ben God mode did this to them.
That's absolute insanity. That's what it was, man. He sat there, was healing up, did not give a care in the world, right? Even with all that damage being done, like, who cares? I'm here to heal. I'm gonna survive.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the addition of the Medi-X together with the restoration field, it's gonna be way easier for you to just sustain yourself. And that's what he did. That's what he did during this game. And all along, we saw Ben God mode healing, a healing battle. When do you see that?
Today, apparently. You know how we kind of have a hard cap on how long a map lasts? It should have ended maybe 30 seconds after that initial fight, or the last fight. But because of this healing battle, well, I have no words. What?
Oh man, NCG did so well this game, but they got robbed. They got robbed by a healing Ben God mode. And remember, 3rd place is Xera. It was Ken staying alive for the team there. I was really surprised about how this all worked out for the squads. And with the amount of kills that NCG had, that is 22 kills for the squad. That is so much. I mean, it's good enough that they got 20 points out of this because they got 2nd place. But X-Ons, they got 25 points just by healing.
Yeah, all on the virtue of placement points. Again, placement points are so important in our current season. And that's why you see people, they kind of think a little bit more about whether or not they want to take the fights.
Oh, yeah.
But even with that having happened, I think considering NCG's performance, it will probably still be at top 1 or top 2 because of frags and for placement. And for the rest of the teams, it's really now going to be a toss-up of who makes it to 2nd place.
Yeah, honestly, that is also one of the questions here for the game. I mean,
it was a lot of great performances for the other squads. So I really want to see what the scores are for the team, because from what we've seen, LSK performed so well during this past games. They have been consistently be at the top, but in the end there, they were not able to get on the right spot. But is that gonna foil their chances? I think not. I think they're still good. LSK and Ivy League, they were the
Ivy League
stars
too.
of game 2, but they also got robbed by Xera, which is really funny. Again, there was a lot of teams that performed so well this time around, but there's always this last zone that they always get tripped up on. But again, let's take a look at the highlights first, and let's see that battle. And the MVP of that game is going to Shun. We haven't seen Shun this game, but in the end, at least we've seen Ben for this game. 32 rating, 2 kills, and also 631 damage for the squad. But again, it was also because of Ben that they got the win here for the side of Onslaught. And it was a surprising, if you may, battle.
Yeah, right. I mean, we had NCG do all the shenanigans, right, to find the last member of I'm not sure who was in third place over there. Then after the smoke is cleared, they used all their utilities. It took them so long. They could not find where Ben God Mode was. Bro was hiding like somewhere on the other side of the map for some reason.
Yeah,
And
it was. They didn't know where to go. I mean, they had no direction. Because how are they gonna know?
How do you know, right? There's no noise being made. You have the many X being used. Yes, that's the closest kind of sound cue they're gonna get. But because Ben Godwood was not visible in that last fight, it was just perfect, right? He played it to a T. It was insane.
Yeah, it was perfect. It was perfect the way they played that. And honestly, respects to the team here that they were able to get that win from that. But from the other squads that we've seen there, like the likes of SR Nakage, and even LSK, Ivy League, and even Viva. Viva performed well. They had a lot of kills on the games that we had, but not as much as what NCG did. They had like 20 plus kills in 2 games, and that one game that they were not able to get themselves at the top, which is Group 2, or rather Game 2, they were not able to get that. But again, it was still a nice performance for the squad. So I'm not gonna be surprised if the amount of points that we have, there's a big disparity between NCG and the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to consistency, I think NCG, they might not be at the top all the time, but they're always really close to there. And we're gonna see in a bit the team rankings.
Let's see.
I'm not gonna be surprised if NCG is gonna be at the very top, and we're gonna find out. Yes, there you go, 113 points for NCG, followed by LSK with 69. That's almost half the points of NCG. That's how much NCG dominated this group.
It was a different group overall. I mean, that's what we've said from the start of this game, because in the groups that we have one strong team, and the teams that follow them are gonna have a hard time against them, and it is happening. NCG, even if they only got like 1 win, you still have so much kills, the domination, you can see it. But for the other squad, as we said, LSK and Ivy League, very much needed for them to get this spot, because they really did well this game, and Xera even was able to get 61 points.
Yeah, real interesting for these 3 teams, actually. We saw them very consistent, but not as dominating as NCG, right? Who on the virtue of just frag points. Yes, they might not be as important, but they're still very important. I mean, look at this. They got 54 kills. That's double the second placer. That's how much firepower NCG has in the lobby right now. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there's really a lot of power, a lot of firepower that we could have for NCG, and you do expect them to actually have that. And from what we're seeing, I really love that NCG with this meta, they are not the top team. I'm really surprised that they are not the top team here, Josh. Because from what we've seen here, Jiswave, from Group A, LF4 was there. And during group stage, during weeklies, most of the time, it's NCG or Execration fighting for Group A and Group B. And seeing them in Group C was like I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it. It was a surprise. It was a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, the change in meta, I think it's taking NCG a little bit longer compared to the other teams. But I think Jay-Z's addition into this team is also great for them.
Yeah, I mean, coming up is going to be Group D. And in Group D, you're going to be surprised who is there. I mean, Powerhouse and Oasis are going to be here for this group. And Oasis has been quite strong ever since the re-roster that they had here for Oasis Gaming, having the likes of Pau2K from Naos Esports back then. Yeah. And even Ludi from Ghost Reborn is also here. It's like almost the players here have been different for the squad. So let's see what's going to happen in Group D first. But before that, we're going to take a short break first, everybody. And see you guys in just a bit. Take your dinner. Go back here.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It's that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy. Only death can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough.
750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop. No. It's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy. Only death can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Here we go for Group D. Group D is going to be in the next one. We're still giving you shoutcasters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Jisuave. And we have been talking about how the groups are kind of skewed towards the teams that are very, very strong. That's why there's not really a great power struggle between the squads that we had for today. So I hope in this one it would be quite different because we have Powerhouse, we have Oasis, but we're going to show it to you later.
Yeah, we're going to have you guys simmer for a bit, right? Because we don't want to give you guys all the info, right? And what's the point? But of course, with what happened in Group C, some new, arguably meta-breaking bow tech, some Lucinda appearances, which have not been as common as what they used to be in Season 2. So I think also one of the highlights of Group C, looking back, right, was of course the the MediX long game wait by Ben God mode. So there's a lot of skill expression that's being shown here in this season, wherein we got these teams really playing towards the kind of creativity that you can bring together, knowing that we have so many new heroes, even with Freddy coming in as well. But again, that's Group C. Group C is over. We're gonna be moving on to Group D, wherein we do have these teams that are gonna be showing up. Of course, Oasis, first team to be talked about, right? With they're definitely one of the top performing teams back in Season 2. Other than them, we also have Powerhouse and Phase 69 who have made it into the LAN finals back in the second season. We also have Blackwater, which is formerly Burger Kim squad, if I'm not mistaken, back from our second season as well. So we do have a lot of powerful teams here. It's definitely not going to be a one-team lobby.
Yeah, it's not going to be a walk in the park here for the group because we do have a lot of teams that we know, even FaZe, Powerhouse, Dare to Kill, Zaya, which is the former champions of ACC. This is teams that we know already, and they have been performing well ever since the start of FPC. That's why they are just long-standing players that have, or long-standing teams that have been here with us since Season 1 and Season 2. So yes, these teams are going to be, this group is at least a bit more stacked compared to the other groups. That's why here in Group D, we're probably going to see a big difference in the pointings once we head into the game.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot more exciting compared to Group C. Not to say that Group C wasn't exciting. We did have a lot of interesting moments. I'm not going to say action-packed. They were interesting. They were fun. But maybe in Group D, we're going to see something a little bit more serious, knowing that we do have teams that are higher up in skill level, so to speak, once we actually move into the lobby. But I think also we want to talk about how when it comes to frags, specifically, the most hard, heavy-hitting teams in the lobby at the moment, we do have Oasis and Powerhouse who have done so much damage consistently over the last few weeks. AXG Legacy as well as Dare to Kill also. They're going to be those teams that are going to be favorites to get as many frags as possible. But again, the way that we work here, placement points are king, and now we're going to be going into map number 1. Again, we're not going to be moving anywhere else. Sunder Realms is going to be our home for this season.
Yeah, this is where we start. Sunder Realms is where we go. Game 1 is underway for Group D. They would need to find a way to really surprise all the teams out here, because so far, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard group for them because everybody's going to be gunning for the top.
It's going to be messy. Real messy. I mean, even with like Powerhouse, right? We know that they have Cloudy. We know that they have Chips. On the other side, we have Oasis, who have also picked up Lancelot recently. Tamayo, who has been a great performer ever since Oasis first entered here in Farlight's Philippine Championship. And then also we have Seiya, these guys were the ACC champions as well.
Yeah.
Former teammates of Ben Godmon.
Yeah. And this is why it's hard. I mean, for this group, there's a lot of hard-hitting teams, and even from what we're seeing here for today, Oasis has done this even during the past week. Oasis always drops on the center of the map, and where they go to Wind Valley, put people on close to Pioneer Center, then there's somebody at Rocky Zone. They have done this a lot of times, and they found success on this strategy last week. So I hope they would be able to do it again, because most of the time, almost all of the groups, people go to the west map a lot more. On are great, but people also knows that. So you fight for these resources.
Well, that's why also it's important to take a look at the VOD, right? You don't want to end up walking into or dropping into another team that who are already known to be there, right? It should be in such a way that again it's a battle royale, and the way that you want to play the game is in such a way that you minimize the risk of certain things happening, right? You don't want to by accident walk into NCG. So you look at the VODs, you look at how they rotate across the map, and make sure that you're not dropping into the same POI as them. And I think that's also why we're seeing a lot of teams mostly avoid the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's really hard part, especially here in the middle of in the transport port part of the map. A lot of teams really drop in this area because remember, if there's one of the drops that Execration is really comfortable with, and some squads know that, that's why whenever Execration is not there, some squads make use of this spot because of the amount of resources that they could get. Phase 6 and 9 just got taken down there in this area, and there's another squad. Squad 3 is coming up.
Oh, there we go. Mirror X joining as well as 3 different squads now fighting over here for transport port. The amount of resources, yes, it's definitely gonna be worth it in the end, but I'm not sure you want to double down on this fight. But here, got AXG Legacy with Original the God be leading the charge, trying to find where Mirror X is actually situated inside of this building. Gonna have to climb the stairs one by one to try and find them, because I mean, it's a pretty big building, but there they are.
Oh no, Dragneel just got taken down, just got sprayed down by the white gloves they have here. They have to be careful once they start. Mirror X still not done with the Summit Crush. They also knock up one. They got put into orbit, but almost got the win. Ace just saves his team.
Absolute insanity from Ace. That was in 1v2 there in that fight, and I'm surprised they actually lasted so long. The way he was playing around the room, up and down the stairs, he stayed alive for so long, such a way that he was able to do that much damage. And now, even with 6 joining.
Yeah, here comes the Punish. Punish is gonna be here. Eloy is gonna be down, and Mirror X is just gonna be losing some of their members out of the respawners. This is just a victory for HG, being the third party. Squad 3 is, yeah, pretty much perfect.
Yeah, there's no other way to say it. I mean, it was a perfect take. You had Ace jump in, got the information, did some damage single-handedly, I might add, as the rest of the team was looting and getting into position. Then, when the time was right, they swoop in like a bunch of eagles onto some prey. But hey, that's I mean, that is AXG Legacy after all. We talked about how this lobby is very, very stacked, and we're not even talking about the main proponents of damage in this lobby, right? Powerhouse, what we're looking at right now, Cloudy and the rest of his squad already having level 4 armors. These guys do so much damage within a 3 map span of time, doing the damage and kills, right? So that's why I think Powerhouse and Oasis definitely mechanically gifted when it comes to these kinds of fights.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here, the zone is going to be closing down right there in the middle of the western side of our map. So X-Beta, what was that? Knocks up on the tree, pushes them away with the base blasters, which is great. But Sushi is still doing some damage even inside with a frenzy bomb. He has to move forward. He goes in. He gets the kill with no HP. He does. And Dare to Kill gets the win.
He has 1 pixel of health. You can't even see it on the bar. He's still very much alive. That's insanity. Did not give a care in the world. Throws all caution to the wind. Goes in. Follows up on that kill through the frenzy bomb because he knows he's not going to get hurt.
What is that?
It's insane.
1 HP. He had 1 HP, literally. He just tanked the base blasters. He doesn't care. Oh, yeah. That's why he was able to get the kills there. He had the timing just right. So with this, Wind Valley is going to be clear. Dare to Kill has advantage now for the squad. So they could move anywhere they want to, which is great whenever you go to Wind Valley. They're probably the last squad that we've seen a while ago that was still at the eastern side together with Blackwater, because Oasis already moved to the left side.
Now though, we got Nova Bazaar, which I'm unsure actually whether or not some teams have already looted here. But again, Transport Port is continuing to be a hotspot right now. It's not done yet. They're not done fighting over it, because the amount of loot here that you can get in Transport Port, along with, I might add, the possibility of a sponsor box. And that's why they're also willing to spend so much time in this area as well.
Yeah. most of the time, a lot of the buildings here in this game are usually sponsored box areas. Katsu almost dies there, sprayed down, and they're gonna be laying down fire on his head for sure. He'll be dead. Drops an ongoing show. Perfect cover for the team here. Powerhouse had a bonus. They got a kill. They even got an ongoing show together with it. Perfect for them to just move around.
The movement from Jean Sandery is insane as well, right? He gets spotted, people try to shoot at him. Even if he has a gigantic hitbox, they don't even hit him. And now AXG, after having seen that, right, in response, they're gonna try and get away. And they get away scot-free, right? They got the skills, run out. Frags are in their hands now, and a lot of loot, a lot of player XP as well. Now they're gone. It's perfect.
They have to fight against Squad 6. Even Squad 5 is in the area, which is really scary. That is AXG Midnight. They have to fight against... If ever they fight today, they are just going to be taking down the sister team, but they're so far away. Mirex still has one person. Oh no, do they know that Maxi is hiding in the area?
No.
Oh no, Maxi's still hiding.
He's gonna be alive for a while. I think since everyone is rotating away from transport port right now, no one's really gonna be interested in looking for any stragglers, because at least on the outside, if you don't know where Maxi is, you're not gonna be very motivated to actually hunt for more enemies. Although the rest of Mirex is elsewhere on the map, Maxi's gonna have to find a way to reunite with his teammates later on. But at least for now, he's safe. But airdrop rain is gonna be coming in. That's also one of the main reasons why that activates team fights, especially here in the early mid game as well.
Yeah, Extreme Elite Asia with Cali. Wait, Cali?
Cali?
Yeah. With Cali fighting here for the squad, but again, against Blackwater, they're gonna be fighting against each other. Ashura needs to run from here. This is what's great about the Frenzy Bomb, right? Whenever you use it, you flush out an angle, and once it does, it's an easy target.
Yeah, it takes so long too, right? The amount of time that it takes for your Frenzy Bomb to finish, right? To actually dissipate. There's so much time, and it does so much damage to whatever opponent is in there. It's perfect for flushing out, and then you essentially lead them into an area which is inescapable, because the rest of your team is most of the time, actually set up on all angles of exit.
Yep, Blackwater even. This is one of the spots that is very deadly in the map, because this spot overlooks a lot of the angles here close to Noble Bazaar. That's why it's always great to have a position here whenever you do have a chance. Powerhouse been playing it chill ever since. We have known Powerhouse as one of the teams that really does love to play it chill and wait for the last zone. So I hope with this new team that they have, with new players that they have for Powerhouse, there's gonna be a bit of a different play style for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, the problem of Powerhouse ever since was a lot of overextending has been happening, and sometimes the wrong call about whether or not they should continue the fight or Mamba out, right? So hopefully for Powerhouse, some new leadership or a new culture within the team, right? A different playstyle might help them actually make it further into the later stages of FPC. But of course, it is only week number 3, so there's a lot of time to adapt, as long as you make it into the knockouts.
Yeah, Frenzy Bomb is gonna be used, takes them out of the building, and now it's time to swoop in for their side. Right there, the members of AXG, they're gonna go in. What is happening to Shua? Shua can't even get inside now. At least he's here. Timing is right. They do have the chance to go for the Summit Crush. They got some damage in. And Lin was able to finish one up. That is one out of the picture. Notch on their belt, notch on their gun. They need to look for more. And they do. And that's going to be the spray down from Shua. Got the knock up on Shua. He's still alive, but they don't have a lot of HP anymore. One more to get the win here. But one member is still alive, and that is it. Shua got taken down. It's a 1v1 down here.
Hans, last person standing on one side. Jivan, though. Jin Woo, rather. Playing on the bow, which is very interesting. Or we've talking about. Yeah, my eyes are bad, okay? My eyes are bad in my defense.
Honestly, that was a nice name. That was why I was surprised about it, because I was wishing that was the name, but again,
you know what? Yeah, maybe I should name myself Japan.
Japan now. Let's call him Japan. Japan is still alive. Was able to get a revive on one of his teammates. So we're back to square one here for Japan. And who's his teammate? I couldn't see. For this
Shua
one, Base
and everyone else.
is gonna be chasing them down. Shua gets the takedown. And AXG is gonna be taken down right there. Devon gets one, and they are just gonna follow through. Misses his team. He's down. They are still alive. Retry could still take the revive here.
Yeah, there are still 2 people alive, and the heal's gonna be coming on. TTK versus Powerhouse.
Oh no, dare to kill. Oh wow, look at how he followed through with that white dwarf. You can't do that every time. Oh wait, somebody came out, Shunsanity. What surprise about that person, but they still got the kill anyway. They got the elimination. Powerhouse stays alive. Wait, what's happening here?
Wait, I think that's yeah, the car was about to go, so it's all good.
Oh, that's
they
right,
did
that's
win the fight, but even with that vehicle being taken out, they do still have one more, which is gonna give them the mobility that they need to get around this around the danger zone without having taken too much damage. But the problem right now is though, their current position isn't really the best. But now Blackwater, also just on the north side of Nova Bazaar, I think they do know that Hestia is here. Problem is though, at the moment, right now, the current situation for Miyata and the rest of Hestia, they did get hurt quite a lot earlier. So there's gonna be a lack of resources. Now, not a lot of med kits, less shield restoration devices towards the end. But
whoa,
Fan does so much damage. That's insane.
Fan did so much, and I was surprised that he almost got the takedown there. But XG is still not done with this battle together with Hestia. They have revived everybody back up, and that's perfect. They took down Jinwoo from a while ago, but Hestia is still standing here. Full speed charge to the bullets of Fan. They are gonna get sprayed down. Why don't they fight back? They're not fighting back. They're not trying, and that's why Fan is just freely just spraying them over, and they can't even do anything much against him. And that's gonna be another takedown for Fan. And Blackwater did them justice by eliminating them with a frenzy bomb.
Absolute insanity. Fan single-handedly taking down 3 and just bringing out that frenzy bomb by the team to end things. And it's a perfect play from Blackwater. They didn't even know where those bullets were coming from. That's absolutely insane from them. And this is, I think, definitely this is why this team, right, really great amount of potential for them. And if they have, again, the only thing that's really lacking in these middle of the pack teams is consistency. And if they can really build up consistency, play a little bit more intelligently compared to the rest of those in the middle of the pack, they can really rise above the rest and make it towards the upper echelon of our FPC teams.
That was an insane face blasters.
It was.
And then it comes the frenzy bomb. It's a good thing that they have some space. Wait, they don't have space! They're gonna get taken down by the frenzy bomb! Oh no, Hester! They have to move! And Powerhouse is gonna join the battle! They're just gonna be eliminating their members, and they are just going in! Full speed charge, they go! And they're gonna be full speeding back to the lobby.
And that's the beauty of a duck side. Again, I keep saying this time and time again, right? If you don't have a duck side on your team, you are throwing.
That's true, that's true.
The amount of
even with the
utility,
nerfs,
right?
Even with the nerfs, though, I mean, the duck side is still very strong, but at least now it's a bit more balanced. So they would need to always have a duck side on their team if they want someone to be like the vanguard whenever they try to push.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that you can move with the duck side, the utility it provides for your team, and the you know, the extra shields out of the rolling impact too. It's absolutely insane.
They smelled Blackwater there. I think they see LK.
Yeah, you can smell the BO from the other side.
That's why they do. That's why they actually go for them. And Powerhouse is just gonna be fighting against Blackwater this early on in the game. And they don't have better armors, but they do have better utility for the squads. And Danny was able to run away with a rolling impact. That's gonna be okay down. What a nice shot from Claudia with a chance of no meatballs, but just bullets. And Blackwater is gonna go in. They're gonna be running away. They're gonna be trying to go for the fight with a blinding mark. They have better damage. They're making it work, but so far with the tree, a trusty tree, that is not enough for you to use as cover, because Powerhouse are just swooping in, wrapping around his members. They're converging on the right target, and they fall. Shansanity is down, but at what cost? Blackwater loses everyone in the process, and Fan is the only one alive.
Last person standing on one side of the canyon. They are aware of his presence, but the problem now is how does he stay alive? How does he get back into the fight? Because he's just so stuck.
No
There's 3
way.
people in his way.
No! Somebody
No.
disappeared from the
Fan-
base blasters. That was Esther.
Oh.
Even Fan just gets. He doesn't know where to go. He didn't have anywhere to go. That's why Powerhouse survives. Was able to win the battle against 2 squads.
4 squads left now, though. We are approaching one of the final circles in the game right now. Oasis definitely have a great advantage. Knowing that you have Lancelot and Pau2K here with full shields, followed by
They have a Freddy?
They do have a Freddy. This is interesting. I don't know. We're gonna have to see how they play this Tamayo, right? Because Tamayo, also one of the hard-hitting teammates. But the problem is whether or not they're gonna be able to use Freddy to the max.
Oh yeah, they're using. I'm really surprised at how the interaction is gonna go here for the squad. How they play around the Freddy. Because for now, Tamayo is just showing clones, just getting information on where some of the squads are gonna be. And Tamayo needs to teleport for now because he needs to get to where that clone is right now. And there he goes. There he goes. He goes for the teleport. They don't know that he's there. Zeya doesn't have any cover. So this is a big blunder for them. They have to move past the trees. Because if not, Oasis is just going to eliminate them.
Oh, they're out in the open too. I mean, the only 2 squads that are still full right now, Oasis against Powerhouse. Everyone else stragglers on both sides. But now Sean Stanley does have a little bit of an upper angle. The ongoing show being brought out. Divulge as well. What a combo to get the information here. Zeya on one side.
What a perfect base blaster. Pushes them away. And now Oasis needs to fight at the edge of the zone. They're a bit injured. And they need to fight against these members of Powerhouse whilst being injured. And they have more members. Demon, one last standing for the side of Zeya. Oasis very injured. They can have a lot of HP for their side. Powerhouse goes in, swoops in with the right time. One more with a low HP, and they are just gonna converge in this one target, wrapping around. Last one standing, and that is down. Powerhouse, like a powerhouse, they go bumping against Oasis.
Absolute insanity in that last zone. We talked about it. Oasis were primed and ready, but because of that base blaster, one singular piece of utility used in that situation, it pushed them out of cover, exposed them to Zeya, and what happened was, instead of Oasis gatekeeping Extreme Elite, what happened was Oasis were out in the open, divided straight in half, right?
Yeah.
You saw the base blaster forced them on one side and the other. Zeya took down 2, and Powerhouse took down the other 2. It was perfect. What a play.
Yeah. They had to make a choice. They had to make a choice there. Do they fight against Powerhouse whilst being injured or eliminate the other team in order for them to get a second place? If that was in their minds during those times, that could have been good. That is good because at least they played for them to get a better placements because Powerhouse was in a great position. Zeya was the... what do you call that? Zeya was the reason why this battle against Oasis and Powerhouse wasn't as direct. It's because there is a different fact. I don't know what factor that is. There was a... wild factor? Is that the right term? There was a wild factor of Zeya being in the X factor of Zeya being in the mix, and that's why they weren't able to do as they wanted against the members of Powerhouse. They could have won it, but Powerhouse just had the better position.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when it comes down to it, it all comes down to the guns. And the way that that Powerhouse played it was, again, it's perfect, right? You don't have to go all the way down to the guns.
That's true. They didn't really need to. And again, everybody, let's take a look at the post-match first, and let's take a look at how much they got from that game. Powerhouse did so well this game, Suave, because from what we've seen, a 16-kill finish here, and even with that, Powerhouse was still able to clincher it out in the end, and the damage that they dealt was honestly great.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there's really no one singular carry here on the entire team, right? They really did play it as a team. No one like full on popping off, carrying the team on their back. So I like the game philosophy of Powerhouse, wherein they don't let one person go in all alone. And they did pretty well. I mean, you can see they're in first place right now, and they're playing actually a lot more smart than they were back then in Season 2. And I like this development coming out of Powerhouse. It's possibly the beginning of what could be their rise to stardom.
Yeah, and again, Powerhouse, I was one of the supporters of this team even back then, even during the start of their rise to power as a team in PC and even as a team in mobile, and seeing them with a different roster, It's very sad, yes, but again, in this different roster, they're looking into a direction in where they could gain advantage against the squads that are at the top, and even toppling down Oasis during this game was such a good start.
I do understand though that I think Oasis, they are maybe experimenting a little bit, but considering that they're experimenting with Freddy at the moment, that's
yeah,
and getting second place at that's a pretty high stakes reward coming in from that, right? They're experimenting. They want to change the meta a little bit more, and I like this because in Group C we had Bo coming in from NCG. Now we're seeing some Freddy being used, right? Well, what's next? Do we see a Watchman? Do we see a Captain? Right?
No, we're not going to
so
see
many
those
different
two.
things up.
We're not going to see those two anytime. But again, for this, everybody, let's take a look at the highlights first and let's see what happened during that game. And the MVP of that game, none other than the man himself who threw the base blasters to win against Oasis, Claudia, with 1,500 damage with 2 kills and a rating of 46.
That's actually insane, right? I mean, we talked about how this base blaster really started the fuse on the bomb, right? He threw that base blaster, moved Oasis out of a good position, and forced them into a fight that they could not win. It's perfect. So I think it's really poetic justice that Cloudy, player of the game and having the most damage dealt for his team, right? Definitely MVP material here on the Mayshell.
Yeah, Powerhouse again. This is a team that hasn't been getting much of the highlights, but has been consistent throughout Season 1 and Season 2. And now that they are now in the spotlight, we don't usually see them having so much kills. During Season 1, Season 2, they had a lot of kills but no finishes. So here in Season 3, at least they have a good amount of kills with a great finish. And that is the formula for success here for Powerhouse.
Yeah, you don't always have to be flashy. Sometimes you just got to put your head down, do the work. And, Powerhouse did it right now. That's going to be map number 1. So what also I think we want to talk about here, we had Hestia and Team FaZe really do quite a few smart plays that we did see on screen. And I think if you add a little bit more brain power or just the right conditions, right? Again, playing in a battle royale, you want to be able to minimize the randomness of a battle royale, really. Yeah. And that's why maybe a little bit more mappings, a little more scrims maybe will help these teams make them their way to the top. But I also love how here in Group D we've done so much changes. Also more changes coming in down towards the bottom. Yes, we got another skin to give away. Go ahead and open your CD key. Get that code for this hound skin. It's called the blind dog skin, which is a hound, a blind dog. That's so smart. That's so smart. Okay.
Interesting. I hope all the hound skins become like dog puns or something in the
That'd be
future.
so funny. You're like, hey, we got a Shih Tzu hound.
That is funny. It's like the color scheme is gonna be always like that. So I hope we have more creative skins that are gonna be coming out for Farlight 84. I mean, we always have this kinds of skins in where it's always fun to see players just rocking it out in the game. And again, for everybody who has the new battle pass, there's a lot of new skins out there in the new battle pass. So yes, join us whenever we are streaming, because we also give out some diamonds for you in order for you to get the battle pass a little bit earlier than normal. So let's go into the game first and let's watch game 2.
Game 2 now going to be underway again. For those of you who have just joined us, you missed an exciting Group C and the start of Group D, but now we're in map number 2. Thunder Realms is going to be underway. We're not going to be going to any other map this season, at least for now, and we're going to be going right in. Powerhouse having stolen the show in our first map. Would be surprising to me is if they did change their POIs, because remember in map number 1, we had a very outward distribution of teams. But here, Oasis, also interesting. They are taking a page out of the book of NCG, where they do the split drop, right? You have Rocky Zone, Wind Valley, and one towards the north, right? Tamayo playing over there, which did again, they were leading up until the very end, but that also means that they get. It's probably because of the fact that they got so much loot early in the game. Because look, no one is contesting this ground.
Yeah, Oasis already. The southern side of Pioneer Center, that is always where Tamayo is gonna be. And southern side, a bit more south in Wind Valley, Oasis is always gonna have people there because there's some houses that you could get some resources. And also, Wind Valley is a great place to get like a good amount of resource, because the only problem there is the fact that you need to go from one island to another, which makes it a bit hassle, but it's still a great spot to be. In lab, there's nobody there. We haven't seen a lot of people in the southwestern side of our map. Powerhouse has free reign in this area, and probably the reason why they got the win a while ago.
And I guess we're seeing a pattern here, right? If you guys leave a team alone in a POI and don't contest it, yes, you
almost
give them a
seems
head
like they
start.
get. Yeah, it almost seems like they get so much resources whenever they're alone in one place, right, Joshua?
Yes. I wonder why. It's probably because there's no one else around there.
Maybe. That might be the reason why. Really surprised though. And they get purple armors freely. Look at how Powerhouse is doing. They're just farming purple armors.
It's the first 3 minutes of the map and they already have purple armor. You know, surprisingly enough, I mean, we've seen in groups A, B, and C, right, a lot of teams actually contesting those more important drop spots. It seems here in Group D, people are a little bit more subdued, not willing to take the risks, and they'd rather look for loot on the outskirts rather than going for the actual POIs themselves.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they go about it. I mean, what's great about Thunder Realms is not all the resources are in the POIs, so it's okay to just move around houses because you can get like a decent amount of resource from just the south of Wind or the northern side of Wind Valley. There's some resources there on the middle of the map. Literally, you can get some resources there too, which is great. But here it comes. We can see the Summit Crush, and the damage from Expeda was not enough in this battle, and that's why by default they lose. And Noble Bazaar is now taken by DTK again.
I mean, DTK, we've seen them actually really good back in Season 2. They're the kill.
What?
Huh?
What? Somebody's reviving. Oh, no. Okay. Interesting. DTK just got purple armors because of that. But now, fight is going to happen. Summit Crush is going to be used. We'll have some respawners, so it's still going to be okay. But for now, we're starting to see how this amount of shields from Tan is not going to be enough for them to win the battle. The full speed charge is used, but nobody's going inside. Swift! Oh no! He got gunned down by 2 members. Even if it was the tanky dock side, it's not going to work out for them. They tried to fight, but Mirror X, they can't survive against the rain of Blackwater.
Blackwater, weeks of black fire. as was shown to us 2 weeks ago. Rather than now, Blackwater, I think we really like how Blackwater have really come into their own, right? Before having been picked up by Blackwater, they were Burger Kim squad, and these guys, they're really good players individually, but they need a bit more growth, right? When it comes to game plans and how to actually take a building as a team. Because we did see quite a few times that when Blackwater tried to go in one by one inside of a building, it would end up with their death. But now they do it a lot more effectively with quite a bit more tactics than what was usually seen out of them. And I like this. This means that our teams are evolving as time goes by.
Yeah. Oh no. I think there's a squad that are going to be seeing each other here though. Look at squad 7 and squad 6. Gonna be seeing each other in this gunboat. Gojo. Wait, Gojo? Gojo himself is gonna be using his domain expansion in this area, but it's not gonna work out. Seiya already inside, just gonna be mowing them down, sprays them out. And that's gonna be a lot of damage already for their side. Right now with the base blasters, ongoing show outside. Nothing has happened just yet. The stomach push didn't hit. That's gonna be bad. Phase, this is gonna be a blunder for them, but at least they got some armor. They have an absolute gravity.
And a frenzy bomb
it's
too.
not gonna work out because Powerhouse is here. Claudie is now on a Lucinda, and they are just slowing down everybody right here. The third party was perfect, and they got damage, and they eliminate everybody.
That's insane, right? They
I had a lot of question marks there.
They changed their lineup in a second map of the series. That's not something that happens a lot. It's not.
That was the reason why I had a lot of question marks there.
I was like, what? The slow realization.
Yeah, it was so funny how I just saw Lucinda come out of nowhere just because there's an absolute gravity inside. Man, you don't usually see them doing that, but Powerhouse with Claudie, I did kind of expect him because back then when Lucinda was meta, Claudie was the one who uses the Lucinda a lot.
Yeah. I think Claudie was really one of the more high impact players for his team in Powerhouse. And that's also why he usually does lead the pack when it comes to these kinds of fights. Like he's there to initiate the team fight.
Drops the rolling impact, that's why he drops dead. What just happened there? Summit Crush to knock them up. They got two. They got some shields. They are just cleaning up.
On DTK. After that, I think they are aware of the presence of one more person here inside of Rocky Zone. There's so much noise being generated here. I would not be surprised if there's going to be a new team. Zenato trying to run for his life. And
he's dead.
Oh, he's gone.
Dead.
Oh.
He has nowhere to go.
And
here we go.
There you
Zip line, rappels in, drops down with a jet slide. And Oasis and Powerhouse are gonna see each other early.
They are gonna see each other early right now. So there is a change in map rotation for these two teams. They did drop in their same POIs, but they did change their general direction of movement here. Now Oasis already on level 5 shields at the moment. They will be on the better side of this fight if they do end up fighting Powerhouse here.
I hope they make some models. And honestly, I am waiting for like a model kit of all the vehicles we have in Farlight 84. Because honestly, man, that would be fun to build. Just looking at the War Falcon, man, it looks so fun to build.
It would be. I agree. But here, they're not really gonna be coming here. It's actually looking interested. Oh wow, Than again.
Than is crazy. Than is crazy, man. Oh man. What was that? He was in a disadvantage. He shouldn't have won that, but because of how he played, he just got a win.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they should not be winning those fights, but hey, these guys are God's gifted players. That's just how it goes, you know.
That's true. Here he comes.
Blackwater.
Have some ultimates coming out. They're seeing everybody from the side of Blackwater. Here comes their artillery fire. It's not hitting hard. And Lancelot is gonna be hit hard. He's flying so slow in the air. He's dead. And now they lose one of their teammates, and now down under, they have another team that they have to fight against. It's some members of Oasis that are still alive at Blackwater. It's confident to take this battle. Oasis shouldn't have taken this battle. They're gonna lose, and they're gonna get eliminated because of it.
Oh, wow, okay.
They took a wrong battle.
They did. There was a little bit of a delay in timing, right? When you saw Lancelot inside of the War Falcon, the rest of the team should have already been opening up that fight, but it was a little bit too late. Just because of that off timing, they all got taken down, and now AXG up against 3 different squads in towards the east of the map. They don't really want to take these fights, but here, finding Mark now getting out so much utility.
Wow.
Here.
The absolute gravity into the Summit Crush was perfect, man. Did you see that? That combo! And they were not able to move because of it.
Powerhouse. The clean is so smart.
Oh man, they're so good today. I mean, I wish I've seen this version of Powerhouse once we head into like the LAN finals. I hope they are this good once we move there.
Yeah, Powerhouse right now looking like they walked into a hyperbolic time chamber. They trained for 7 years before going back outside. That's how good they look right now.
Yeah, they're so good. And now FaZe, seeing them again. Zaya got eliminated. Kali was eliminated.
Ooh, 8 squads left though. There's actually quite a lot of space, but surprisingly, it looks like these teams want to keep fighting. Look at this AXG chasing down another squad who are stuck inside of a vehicle. DTK desperately trying to get out of the way, but they can't.
XG Monarchy goes in. Doesn't use the Summit Crush. He can't chase him down. That's why. And now they go back. They do have some damage, and XG are not going to chase anymore. They don't have cover here.
Oh, but now AXG, I like this. They have the high ground. They're using the Frenzy Bomb. It looks like they want to block off the vision from their sister team. But now there's going to be a divulge being used now. The XG versus AXG. I guess it's a teammate fratricide what's going on right now.
They're saying hi to their... That's how they say hi to their neighbors.
That's how you say hi, right?
They're just using the Frenzy Bomb casually. Yeah. Hi, we're here. They got the bomb, but now they're trapped. This is what's hard about Wind Valley. Whenever you are in Wind Valley, you always need to go away from this area because yes, you get resources, but you're always an easy target on this high island that we have here. There's basically no cover here.
There is 0 cover here in Wind Valley. And that, you know, the thing about Wind Valley as well, right? Even if you're not up here and you do have cover downstairs, there's just so little space. It's so closed off that you're opening yourself up to the Frenzy Bombs, you're opening yourself up to all the explosives, the satchels, everything. Even a Summit Crush can take you down, which is why Wind Valley, it's the kind of place where you go in, get your stuff, and then run the other direction immediately.
That's true. And now we get some airdrop. Ooh, some airdrops on the side of squad too. That's gonna be good for them. They're getting so much resources here. Getting some gun upgrades. It's great.
Oh,
but
the
for
Air
now,
Beast.
with the Air Beast, we haven't seen quite of an Air Beast being used because most of the time it makes so much noise that people really find it hard to find the values. We've seen some sponsor boxes. Powerhouse is gonna take it. Look at that. Is that level 6 armors on everybody?
Oh, wait, what? You're right. Powerhouse have full armors on everyone. That's insane.
It's a full level 6 armor in everybody.
How do you fight this?
Nobody.
How do you even fight this?
How do you win against that? You can't win against that.
You don't.
Especially in this form.
You just don't.
They should just run to the zone and just
so
die
ready.
to the zone to not give them points.
That's it. I mean, pull a Ben God mode as your entire squad.
That's gonna be hard to do, but for the squads at least here, oh man, it's gonna be hard because with level 6 armors on Powerhouse, it's gonna be harder to move here.
It's going to be a true mess for these teams. Now we are approaching round 5 of our danger zone. We do only have, I think that's 5 squads still very much alive at the moment, with Powerhouse leading 12 kills, 12 frags for Powerhouse at the moment. And it looks like they want to pull a page out of the NCG's book, right? Get first place and get the top number of frags to, get your points up for this best of 3. But AXG Legacy just on the outside of Wind Valley. We talked about how you don't want to stay here, but because of the way that the circle's closing, you have no choice.
They have to. They have to. They have to stay here. Honestly, what's better here is just for them to stay downstairs, because if they stay up top, there's a lot of teams that could have better positions than them. Like here, like AXG Monarchy technically has good position because they're at the edge of the zone, but when you are in the center of Wind Valley, you're basically a target for everyone.
And that's a problem, right? Yeah, what would be interesting is actually when this circle closes, and if it closes into Wind Valley, then things turn around, right? You want to hold on to that central island for as long as possible and be king of the hill. But because it's so early in the game and there's very little cover around Wind Valley as well, this might be the highest point in Wind Valley, but it's the lowest in everywhere else.
Yeah, it'll be harder here moving forward. So the challenge is how they approach this next battle, because AXG Monarchy is looking for themselves. Wait, Wind Valley center, dead center on the zone.
Oh
So
wow, I
with
think
the
I just cast reversed
airdrops,
it.
we are gonna go to the center. Powerhouse is gonna be here with 8 seconds on the clock. They have to move in. They have to get some kills for themselves. And with the rolling impact, it's not gonna work out just yet. AXG Monarchy is just cleaning up house at the edge of the zone before it closes down. Here comes Lin. Uses the blinding mark, gets the vision, is not gonna go in. The contester is just gonna be taken down. One, that's advantage. Calling the shots, calling the push whenever you're not complete is a mistake.
We saw that happen to Oasis earlier. Now you don't want it to happen to anyone else. You have to go in as a team. And now Hester have been granted an air beast. Not necessarily the best in this situation as we are closing to this team. But now DTK versus FaZe.
FaZe is down and under. DTK just got taken down. You still have 2 members alive outside the zone. They can still clutch this out. But look at the amount of frenzy bombs that has been thrown in the way of AXG LGC. They have been taking a lot of frenzy bombs in the face since a while ago.
Yeah. And AXG LGC, right? AXG Legacy, we talked about how they are in a bad spot for now. But the more that this circle closes towards them, this then becomes so much more valuable, their current position. Because there's no high ground here. They are the high ground.
What? It's looking great, though. I mean, oh, they were able to run away. That's perfect. But for now, from what we're seeing here from them, they're just running in. Legacy just needs to be careful about all the utilities that could come their way. One really scary utility here, once it goes, is when Powerhouse fights against them. Remember, they have an absolute gravity. And this whole area could get pulled by an absolute gravity. So if ever that happens, Powerhouse has advantage if ever it starts 20 seconds before the zone closes in.
Really just waiting it out right now. It's gonna be a game of cat and mouse. It's a waiting game right now. No one willing to take the fight. There are 7 squads, but only 11 players left. So there's only 2 at most squads that are actually complete at the moment. And we are counting down to the final round.
Here it comes. Sun's gonna be closing. Airdrops in front of the Powerhouse. They're not even needing it. They don't want to get that armor because that takes up so much information and just gives the signal flare to everybody. Another one. Look at that. Legacy takes another frenzy bomb in their face. And this is the part about this because the summit question Getter with a jump from this side. It's working out and Monarchy just got taken out. Here comes Powerhouse. They dip into the fight. Absolute gravity is going to be used, but Claudia is also going to fall. Still not done. 15 kills on the board for the side of Powerhouse. That's going to be a knock. I'm coming in from a Sanity. That's going to be a kill. And they move forward and try to take more. Got one. Back to back. Powerhouse sees one. And they're seizing their lives. They're trying to take them down. And with everybody still alive, they're the strongest squad in this amount of people.
So healthy, so much shield, so much health. I mean, even if Claudio was taken down now, he has full shields again. All the other teams, they know it. There's only 5 squads left. Only 1 squad is fully aware of what's going on, and that's Powerhouse right now.
Yeah.
Fully equipped to take every fight that's thrown in their direction. And they've taken the position of being king of the hill right now. Cloudy takes a shot over onto Wops. He's gonna be gone. 4 squads left right now, and they are hunting. They are in a feeding frenzy right now. They do not want anyone to escape.
They're losing. They're losing everybody. That's gonna be 3 squads. We still have a 2 and 1 person that are still alive from the other squad. Tester and SKG are still alive. They're fighting and they
Running
are
mark.
working it out with the absolute gravity. They won't be able to move. They have to move full back. They can't even get outside of the building. And they're just dying to the hands of Powerhouse. They're dying by default. One has been killed by Claudie. They're feeding them kills. And Powerhouse is just gonna win it all. 23 kills on the board.
Powerhouse speeding off of that map 1 win, finding themselves in Super Saiyan level 4 right now. That's exactly what's going on. Powerhouse, 2 maps in a row. We do have 1 more though.
Yep, they got the win that they had. And game 1 and game 2, so much momentum for them to carry over until the next game. This squad Powerhouse has been so great today. They haven't lost a beat ever since the start of this series, and I hope that they would be able to continue on with this domination.
Look at Cloudy, the amount of damage, 2,727. What more do we have to say?
Oh my. That is crazy, man. Because from what we've seen here from this game, if we have like a graph per damage taken, but it's not going to be shown here, LGC Legacy took so much damage this game out of all the pokes that the other teams did against them, and it was really scary. As we said, Suave, even during the start here, their position was the most vulnerable to everyone. And what happened? Everybody jumped in their position and they just got eliminated in just a nick of time. And Powerhouse were the winners there. Claudie, this man, as you said, broke the record of the 2,500 plus damage that we had, and 2,727 is a crazy amount even for Claudie.
I mean, looking at Powerhouse right now, we talked about how it seems that they actually went into a full training arc and they look so clean this series, this week in particular, knowing that possibly here in Group D, this is the most stacked lobby of this entire weekly semifinals for the mobile division, and they look so good. Now the question remains, will they be able to keep this form up until the end of the series?
Yeah, I really do hope to see some redemption coming in from Oasis, because we haven't seen them much. Even game 1, yes, they were able to survive during game 1. Game 2, they were not able to finish it perfectly. And it's really sad to see that this is how it goes for them. During the past 2 games that we had, it is a problem that they need to solve for the next game, because if not, other teams are just gonna trample over them on their chances to go to the grand weekly finals that we have for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, also the pressure that's mounting up, right? This is week 3. And you need to continue to get your FPC points leading up to our knockouts to even make it to the knockouts towards the end. But of course, that's going to be it for map number 2. We're going to go to the highlights so you guys see some of the action that you may have missed during that map. We'll be right back. It's me, Suave, here with Dash. See you guys in a bit.
And the MVP of that match is gonna be for sure Claudie with 2,727 damage. That's so much damage. And playing a Lucinda in Season 3. That is the most surprising part about this.
I love how you had to say in Season 3.
Yeah.
We haven't been seeing a lot of Lucinda, but I think we talked about also behind the scenes the potential of using a Lucinda here in Thunder Realms, knowing that there's so many buildings, there's a lot of open spaces, and the usage of Lucinda along with the absolute gravity and the incendiary grenade, right? There's so much damage that you can deal without ever having to see your opponent.
Yeah, and that's the surprising part here for the Lucinda is also how he used the absolute gravity to clear out buildings here. But the problem with Lucinda, that's why people haven't been using her a lot, is how niche her kit is gonna be in Thunder Realm specifically. But if this was Sunset City, could have been different. Because in Thunder Realms, there's a lot of areas that you could not use the absolute gravity. Because remember, the radius of the absolute gravity has been nerfed, and there are a lot of houses in this place. And because you can't absolute gravity the whole house like before, that is where her weakness comes into play, and where the domes are too wide, they can't cover everything. That's why it's a very big niche strategy to use.
I think also though, having said that, right, the way that Powerhouse played this was really smart because they didn't use it as the main way of getting rid of a team hiding inside of a building. They played it in combination with all the other team's utility. Whatever the open space was that wasn't going to be reached by that absolute gravity, they would follow up with guns. They would follow up with the duck side or whatever other utility you can think of in that moment. And the way that they're able to come up with these on-the-fly plays, it's actually pretty insane for Powerhouse. It's looking more and more like they've been grinding in scrims and thinking of lots of different ways to cook up fight engagements when it comes down to 4v4 battles.
That is true. That is true. Especially the combo that we've seen there, the absolute gravity to the Summit Crush from Powerhouse was a perfect combo that I didn't expect we're gonna see today, because we've seen today the Frenzy Bomb and the Summit Crush combo, but here we've seen it again from a different perspective. So this Summit Crush, we're gonna be seeing a lot of this again moving forward. The combos that we have from the game, from the EMP Shock to Absolute Gravity, that was the first combo we had, and we're gonna have a lot more. In Game 3, I hope we see more of those.
Not something to be missed. Again, we saw Powerhouse dominate 2 maps here in Group D. We're about to go into Thunder Realms for the 3rd map of this group. The question now is, can Powerhouse keep up this form, or will someone else grab that crown?
That is how we start. Let's see how they go. Same drops for Oasis. I hope they find success on the resources that they gather from here. The Powerhouse, from what we're seeing, this is a squad to look at. This is a squad that was super strong today. So let's put the spotlight on this one. And also, what's hard about this for Oasis is they can't even fly far away. It's so far. The flight path is so far from the eastern side.
That's gonna be a little bit of a pain in the butt later on, knowing that they're not gonna get their loot early by definition, right? So the worst possible thing to happen right now is before they even get down, everyone else has their loot up. They have the shield, they have the weapons all ready, and everyone's ready for that fight, while Oasis is still charging up. They're still trying to gear up for those fights, in fact.
Oh yeah. How did we start? Let's see. How did we start it? For the side of HG, they are a team to look at too, because a while ago they performed so well, even in fight against LGC. They didn't survive for long, but the way that they played that last zone was good. It's just sad that Powerhouse was level 6 armor and also was late to the party. That's why they got advantage.
Yeah, little interesting tidbit over there, knowing that these teams, right, everything really depends on the timing, which is why you need to really have a good idea about how you rotate around the map. But now we're just about to find out where the first zone is. Yeah, that's also going to be deciding where the rotation is going to pull these teams. But we do see that Hest KG, they're already down to 2. Interestingly, after what was an early scuffle between these two teams.
Oh yeah. be seeing the fight here. Has KG, sorry, already lost their lives, and from what we're seeing from the other side, Powerhouse fighting against X Beta. This is pretty much a bonus for them. This is what they want. They want to take this battle because they already have some good armors on their side.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge, considering the fact that, again, Powerhouse, I think the #1 route of their victory in map #2 was the early loot. And right now, they don't necessarily have the best up against X Beta, knowing that they are kind of on the bad side in terms of what the shields are at the moment.
Yeah. Ooh, using the absolute gravity for them to not push. And this is gonna be a uphill battle for when they start the fight, and that they do. And 6 was just got taken down easily by Powerhouse.
Doesn't even know. Couldn't turn around now. Framers are gonna find them on the inside. Lax is gone as well.
The Divulge was too good. The Divulge was too good. They saw where they're gonna go, and when they tried to fight against Powerhouse, they just got taken down pretty easily, and one member of X Beta just ran away.
You know, in that situation, it's probably the best, the best
That's true.
plan of action,
That's
right?
true.
It's a 1v4. What do? I run. I try to run, stay alive, and look for my teammates because they still do have the respawner. But
Yeah,
Oasis,
they're just running, just driving out. And at least they have level 5 armors now. That's gonna be a good advantage for them to start this. If ever they want to redeem themselves this game, this level 5 armors are gonna be helpful.
yeah, they will be definitely helpful. I mean, talking about armors, you talked about how Powerhouse in map #2, they had level 6 armor so early in the game. And again, it's why there wasn't a surprise that Powerhouse won the second map. But right now, compared to the other teams, Powerhouse is kind of lagging behind in terms of the loot. And everyone else seems to have actually found a good rhythm of when to rotate around.
Yeah, they would need to. They would need to. But oh wait, did Summit Crush hit? Yes, it did. That's enough for them to win against X Beta. I mean, X Beta, that was the one struggler that was running a while ago. Kev Calix. Run away. But at least he still has his respawner, so it's still okay.
Yeah, he's fine for now. It is still early in the game.
Oh, here comes the Kev Calix followers. They're taking down all the haters. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
They're
If
taking
you
down
could have been like big shout outs to the rap god himself.
They're taking down, they're dubbing on those haters, and that's why one of the members of Beer X just got taken down.
Gotta make sure, I mean, though. Right now, 6 gonna be bringing out the rolling impact to try and find the person hiding here. It is Lax alone. He's right on the other side. Wait, 6.
That's. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were hiding from each other.
Yeah. I was surprised that he played around the pillar. And I was like, wait, why is he hiding there? I was
like, bro, it's me. What are you doing?
So funny. That was so funny.
This Saturday is something else. That shit is something else.
Maybe it's the air today. Maybe it's the air. That's why
the air quality in the Philippines has slowly gone down.
It's so funny. It's so funny. The way people play this is just crazy funny. And now we go. X Beta lose their members. Have Calix and his followers are still alive. They got the respawn back. And this is still not done. Nero X just lost to the rap god himself.
Oh, but he's still. Oh, wait, no. 6 taken down. And he's
What
lost.
happened there? What?
Summer.
That was so.
Them down.
What's so funny about that was he dashed, then he got knocked up. I thought he dashed, then he glitched. I thought he dashed and he glitched, and I was like, wait, what happened? That was when Summer just came swooping in and just took that kill. Hayes is gonna be here. Callie, where were you? He's dead.
He's dead. He's gone now. He's back on the ship.
Back to the respawners he goes. And they still only have 3 people here for the side of Zaya. So they're gonna be in a number disadvantage when they try to fight against FaZe. So far, FaZe has been doing well, especially in this series so far. I think they got a lot of kills overall, but I hope they would be able to follow through this game.
Yeah, hopefully they will, because like the whole problem about how they played earlier was they really could not find any kind of purchase in these fights.
Oh, Summer's dead. That's Zaya down the gutter. And FaZe is just gonna be taking this W, and
It
it's
has been
just
a
gonna
while.
run away.
It has been a while since we've seen FaZe actually win a map. I think FaZe were one of our dark horses back in the second season of FPC.
True.
But right now they're kind of, I wouldn't even say middling, right? I think people are outshining K69 with some better performances at the moment.
Yeah, and so far, even their performance during season 1, season 2, usually are subpar. And that's why they weren't able to stay for long on some of the games, but at least they were able to get to be a dark horse somehow as we head into season 2. But now in season 3, they are performing kind of well in this game.
Yeah, definitely looking, I wouldn't say great, but more solid than they were previously. Right, the problem is that it seems that over the last few weeks, the last few months, the baseline, the floor, the skill floor rather of FPC has been a lot lower, and right now it's rapidly increasing. So FaZe, compared to how high they were back then, they're getting kind of left behind by these other teams. But as I say that, they do get a kill.
Oh yeah. And that's what's great about this, though. As the esports evolve, especially the Farlight esports evolve, this is what's gonna happen. Some teams are gonna lag behind. Some teams are just gonna go up, and it's just their meta. That's why they're strong. That's why we see LF4 being in Group A. That's one of the reasons why that is constantly happening in this game. But their name still comes up. Zaya, or rather, Execration and NCG, their names are still coming up, and that's a mark of a great team, great players, and a great organization overall. So I do hope that the teams would be able to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Knowing that the esport is ever evolving, the meta evolving day by day, game by game, week by week, right? You can't be left behind. You have to be on the very forefront, and that's why the mark of Execration and NCG being able to stay in the top spot for entire seasons, right? That's what really sets them apart from all these other quote-unquote middle-of-the-pack teams. And
that's
with that being said, all these teams, there's still so much more potential. They just need maybe a little more time to cook.
Yeah, that's why we have a lot of respect for these players, because honestly, these players have been playing like night and day. They're grinding in Farlight 84, and they have been playing their hearts out whenever they try to, and they find different strategies. That's why even then, especially here in this new patch, we're seeing new strategies, new capsulars that have been played from the Lucindas, from the Mayshels, and even from the bows that we've seen today. That is quite a lot of surprises that we're seeing.
Yeah, like it's just the willingness to experiment day after day, after every map, after every scrim, right? I mean, we saw Powerhouse bring out a completely different combination of heroes in map number 2 compared to map number 1.
That's true. And that's why here from what we've seen here, the Mayshels, yes, Mayshels are very strong still in the game. But so far, I'm seeing a bit of a problem whenever it comes to the Mayshel, especially here in Sunder Realms. Because yes, you get that extra cover whenever you need to, but what's also great about it is her base blasters. That's the only reason why people are keeping her in their roster, is because of the base blasters. Because as I said, there's a lot of cover in Sunder Realms.
There is. I mean, also we talked about the amount of verticality in Sunder Realms as well. For example, in Wind Valley, you have extremely high and extremely low points in the map that are abusable with the base shell. So that's why he's still there. But no, wow, XG Monarchy, so good.
Monarchy could potentially just do a lot of things better in this game, because so far, even game 2, they performed so well. They had just a blunder on that because it's Wind Valley. It's not even their fault. It was Wind Valley's fault. That's why they lost the map a while ago. Yeah, because they have been consistent all throughout game 1 to game 2. In game 3, they also get so much kills. Now, Demon and Cali fighting on this ongoing show, and they're gonna be left down under, pulled back in hell by Demon, and Katsu is just gonna help him there. Katsu is gonna die, but that is it for Zaya. Zaya gets eliminated.
10 squads still on the map though, knowing that we are approaching one more round of closing, right? In the middle of this, people are going to be forced to start looking for more. Because looking at the map right now, I mean, you do see quite a few who still only have level 3 shields, and this is the time for them to really look around for more loot, because you do not want to approach the last few maps low on armor.
Oh, HG fighting against Estia. We got the knock-up a while ago, but they're still running. Still have advantage on this battle, so HesKG still looking for an opportunity with the ongoing show. They get a good vantage point, they get a good area for them to fight on, and now that's gonna be a fight that they are supposed to win. Midnight is making sure that everybody's uncomfy because these fights are going in their favor.
Daizu from a distance, right? The tracking is insane with the VSS, and it looks like they want to follow up on this. Bring out the rolling impact. Miata trying to run for his life, desperately hiding behind this boulder, but they're closing in. Round 5 now approaching, so that's gonna be even more pressure. He's out in the open, and it takes him down. He can't get away.
HesKG takes an 11 kill on the board, and with that, that starts off the advantage that they got. I mean, they already have great levels for the squads here, so it's gonna go better and better as they move to the next, or rather, the last zones that we're gonna have.
That was another round coming in, you know, beautiful for AXG Monarchy right now. We are aware that they do have probably the best loot in the lobby right now, knowing that they do have level 5 and a level 4 shield in their hands. Everyone else, as you can see as we move around, there's not much who can rival that amount of shields. So as we approach Nova Bazaar, it's going to be careful. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, there's a big reason why SMGs are so strong right now. Remember, whenever you have high rate of fire guns and you buff the damage by 1 or by 2, that ramps up the value of that gun. And that's why even the Uzi is getting played by everybody. The Uzi, the White Dwarf, the SMGs that has high fire rates, they're always gonna be here.
I mean, they should. That's why, especially here in Sunderlands, right? There's a lot of small buildings. You end up in Wind Valley, it's not even the buildings itself, it's the place. But now Blackwater, Powerhouse, they choose to rotate away from this.
Oh yeah, just go away. Just use their springs. Get away from sight. And with that, they get closer and closer inside this wing.
No,
he's trapped, Dragnil! I thought he's gonna be dead.
I thought he was done for.
Yeah. Here it comes. BTK fighting against them. They're fighting. It's still not working in their favor. Aimbot, as he says, not so aimbot-ish of him to be losing this battle. And it is working. They are just taking them down one by one, and AXG Legacies just wins the fight, but they're in an open area once it moves.
Very, very wide open right now, and we are also approaching another close of the circle. Nova Bazaar, unfortunately for them, is so far away, and Phase 69 have a great angle. They're literally gatekeeping. There's only one way in, otherwise you have to jump over the wall, and it's beautiful for them, but they just need to wait with their arms wide open. Phase 69, they don't even care about staying alive. They just need to get inside of the zone, and there's just no way out. Look at the base blaster too. Ace, what do you do?
Okay, Ace almost died, but he was still alive. He still has some space in order for him to get inside. Blackwater, Summit Crash. It's a good thing they had the springboard. They were able to not take any damage from that, but at what cost? They still died in the process.
Oh, Blackwater, they want to prove that they are here to play.
That's smart. That's so smart.
They got themselves off of the ground.
Yeah, that is smart. That is a strategy that everybody needs to think about that, but you need to be fast if ever you do that.
Yeah, someone will replay the VOD, clip it, and ship it
yeah.
for studying later. But here, AXG Monarchy, they look so good. Yeah, 50 kills on the board right now with full level 5 armors at the moment. And there's only 4 squads out of the 5 who have a full squad, a full roster of people still alive right now.
Oh, pushes Chibs out of the way. Powerhouse doesn't have a lot of kills. I mean, they already won 2 maps, so yeah, it's okay. They just need to stay alive until the end of the zone in order for them to get a top 1 finish here in this group. So FaZe and even Blackwater are the teams that are gunning for the top spot. Or rather, XG Monarchy and FaZe are the teams that are gunning for the top 1 spot. They see it. They get vision. They use the hologram glide for the side of Powerhouse. They want to fight this. Inside. Chips fell down. Is that right? Chips fell down. He thought that's going to be his death. But he was able to run away just because of that ultimate that he used. He's inside the house. They're going to be fighting for this ground. So far, they're still not starting.
Rolling impact now being used up by Daizu to try and get information, trying to generate noise, distract them from the rest of the team. Powerhouse is playing this perfectly, staying on the inside of their existing fortress, and now because of that, XG Monarchy are gonna have to back off. It's gonna be now to the last down to the last 3 squads who are very much complete. And now Cloudy has the high ground. FaZe 69 walking into their crosshairs too.
Yeah, they're gauging. They're gauging if ever they want to fight, because if they make a noise, the others will swarm through. And Claudia just got 1 kill from FaZe. This is where it starts for them to get some kills for themselves. For now, they have the mollies. They go in. They got a good spot, though. This is a good spot for them to use the ongoing show, but never mind. One is going to die in the process just because of that. That base blasters is going to be here, and Daizu is making work out of Powerhouse. They're making some time. They have this. They have the absolute gravity. You have to move around. Look at Daizu. He's just moving in and out of battles, and it's still not done. FaZe 69 is losing their lives on the hands of Blackwater. Powerhouse gets some kills in Katsu. They are looking, and this ongoing show was like a gift wrapped in red ribbon. And they're looking for the spot. They get some kills. AXG still alive. Daizu is outside. Powerhouse is still complete, and they're losing their lives on the zone. They even have the molly. Is this them trying to win? There's not a lot of squads anymore. They should lose their lives one by one outside the zone. Everybody's fighting a big healing battle, and Shua is keeping up. He has the medkit. Powerhouse has been eliminated. They're looking for him, and that's why Shua wins the battle.
Another healing battle ensues here in Group D. Powerhouse almost getting map number 3, but XG Monarchy steal it right under their noses. What a game.
What a game. As you said, this game, I was really surprised in how the 4 teams fought each other. That was a great display of patience from the 4 teams that we had there, because from what we've seen, there's 2 teams at the bottom, there's 2 teams at the top. They're playing around this high ground. There was ongoing shows everywhere, and they had to fight against the utilities, and because they all survived, everybody was outside the zone, and they had to find a way to survive.
I mean, there was so much visual clutter. You could barely see where your opponents are. You had the full speed charge happening. You had an ongoing show happening. You had an incendiary on the floor. What do you even look at? Nothing. You try and stay alive. That's how it works. And this, for the second time here in Group C and Group D, we've seen a healing battle to end the game, and Shua coming in clutch to win that map for AXG Monarchy.
Honestly, what I'm really surprised of about that is how they started the battles there, because nobody wanted to start anything for the side of Powerhouse, because they know that if ever they start, because there's still 4 squads, it's gonna be really scary. So that's why everybody was kept at a standstill until the last zone in where they need to move. But again, there, you need to be smart about this, especially when you go to the last zone, because if not, the one who started healing first, that's the person who's gonna win.
Oh yeah. He outlasted them just by virtue of having a medkit. It's so smart. But wow, that's it. What an insane map number 3 to end this series. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at our post-match stats. Of course, AXG Monarchy with 18 kills. So being first place here, plus the 18, definitely gonna be a great boost for their score. But I think Powerhouse, after that serious performance, they're definitely secured in top 1, and AXG Monarchy will probably be our close second, if not perhaps Blackwater or FaZe.
Yeah, Blackwater and FaZe also performed well this game. You can see it later on once we show their scores, because their scores are honestly good. FaZe died, but they got some kills this game. They had a lot of damage. They were gatekeeping a lot of squads. That's why they weren't able to enter. But here, look at Blackwater and even Powerhouse. They did a lot of damage, but not as much as what Midnight, or rather Monarchy. Why do I keep saying Midnight? Monarchy always, or at least took the cake in the end.
I mean, look at that. The 1917 damage on Daisu, 1700 plus on Wops as well. This team, maybe not as well distributed amount of damage, but they really did play as a team, especially towards the end right there.
Oh yeah. Really surprised about how that ended. I thought everybody's just gonna die there in the middle, because with the amount of utilities, as you said, with the amount of skills that are being thrown, nobody really died. Not really a lot of explosions from the squad. It was just everybody just running away from each other because they just want to stay alive. But again, if we take a look at the highlights later on, let's see, because we're gonna see how everybody played that last one, because it was so funny if you take a look at it. But again, it's not as funny as Group C funny, but Group D, at least they have some comic relief in the end there.
Not even close. It's so comical how Group C happened. I don't think Group D is gonna be able to beat that ever, or any other map from this map. Week 3, Group C. That's it. You guys just need to remember that. And I don't think any other series are gonna be as wacky as that one earlier.
Yeah, it's like I was watching a sitcom somehow, and how funny everything is happening. Like, well, how is this working? But again, everybody, let's take a look at the highlights and let's see how they played that last zone. That is gonna go in the history of highlight reels, everybody. Last zone, everybody was healing. Nobody was shooting guns. And that was so funny. But again, Daisu getting the MVP from the side of XG Monarchy, but also it's also because of the fact that Shua survived. That's why Daisu becomes the MVP this game. So if we can add another face on the side, maybe Shua is an honorable mention.
Definitely. I mean, when you talk about also, right, I think Powerhouse did such a great job this entire series. And despite the fact that they didn't get this last map, AXG Monarchy literally stole this away from them at the last second.
Yeah.
Just by surviving.
That's really true. Really, really true. I mean, for that, I mean, they lost like 7 points or 8 points, because the top 3 is going to get 17 points. So because they didn't get that, they lost 8 points, but they still got a good amount of kills. So honestly, not too bad for Powerhouse if ever they are gunning for that top 1 spot. But for the other squads, I really love to see that this whole group has been stepping up. Honestly, even the hands of AXG Legacy, Dare to Kill, was able to get some good amount of kills for themselves, which is why it's still a nice time to see in Group D. There was so many hard hitters in that group.
Yeah, there were so many actually. We talked about how the lack of a heavy hitter in Group D is probably the reason why we had something a map that was a lot more interesting compared to the others, right? Because essentially we get rid of our outlier, and right now it's we're looking at our quote unquote middle tier teams, wherein we're gonna see who will really rise above the rest in the absence of the likes of NCG Execration.
Yeah, and as we've seen that here for the squad, Powerhouse is going to be the team to talk about now. And even Oasis wasn't able to do anything much this game. Maybe they were not lucky during the past 3 games that we had. We didn't see them as much. So we're going to be seeing their scores later on. Are they qualified to join the weekly finals tomorrow? That's going to be the question here, because on the other hand here, Powerhouse for sure is going to be qualified for tomorrow.
Yeah, what a performance from them. I think they definitely will be making it in there. Now the question is, who else makes it in? We are also waiting, of course, for the overall scores to find out who makes it off tomorrow. So our team rankings here for Group D after our best of 3 here. Powerhouse, of course, going to be number top 1, 115 points for them, followed by AXG Monarchy. It's kind of the same, right? We talked about NCG earlier, like
points.
115 and then 69. It's the same thing here. What?
This is funny how Group C and Group D almost the same. I think Group A and Group B are also the same, Jasuabe, because from what we've seen there, the 2 teams just dominate every step of... No. Group B was close, and Group A was also close. And
it was.
What? It's crazy how these teams, Group C and Group D, Powerhouse, oh man, this is scary. This is scary for the other teams now. I hope they perform this consistently moving forward in this competition.
Yeah, they have to, right? Powerhouse, we talked about how the only thing lacking for Powerhouse and XG and Blackwater is that consistency. And it looks like they are approaching that level of consistency that might be needed, because they have once again made it into the weekly finals that are going to be happening on Sunday. But they now need to be able to perform top tier in the face of our heavy hitters once they make it in tomorrow.
Oh no. Wait, Oasis is there. Okay.
Oh, they made it.
That's good. At least they made it. They made it here. Because there was, honestly, Group C and Group D, even if that happened, Jasuave, their points were better. Overall, that group's points were better. That's why there was a lot of the teams that are from this group staying in their place here. That's why it's nice to see Group C and Group D players being inside for the finals tomorrow, or at least for the weekly finals that we do have.
We've actually seen what's interesting to me, right? I think LF or Execration and NCG are still in that order, which is pretty funny. But on top of that, right, we're seeing an interesting trend here, right? We have Oasis being number 6 overall after this semifinal, which is surprising, knowing that they were 5th in their group in Group D as well.
Yeah. Also, what's important here is from how they gather the amount of points from the group stages too. So, or rather from the weeklies that they do. So it's still honestly normal that we do see Oasis again, because they were top 1 of Group D. That's why they were able to get it. But again, it was such a bummer that they were not able to get so much points during this during the whole week. But again, it was great that Powerhouse is here to stay, and for the other teams to step up now, because Powerhouse might be up your alley and surprise you the next time around.
I mean, this is again where we start to weed out the weak. Every weekend will weed out the weekend group who will make it to the top, to make it into the knockouts, right? Because even if you're not the top of the line, as long as you're in the top 60 or top 120 teams, I've forgotten the math. I will remember next time. But
sure,
as long as you make it into the knockouts, right? Now we have a reset of points once you get to the knockouts, which makes things more interesting, because now, as long as you get to the knockouts, even if you're the last place in the knockouts, then you still have a chance to make it to the finals.
That's why it's a lot more fun, especially for the teams here. For tomorrow's schedule, let's take a look at how it goes. It's almost the same. We have been here, everybody, for Season 1 and Season 2. We have the same schedule. Mobile Finals is going to be tomorrow at 2:15. And we do have Group A and Group B after that for PC. Because today, tomorrow would be the conclusion of what happened today.
Yeah. Everything's building up for the mobile division. The weekly finals happening tomorrow. And then, of course, PC. We can't not have any PC participation every week. And this is what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Not to be missed.
Yeah. And again, we even have this for 2 more weeks. The weekly finals that we do have. And even for week 4 and week 5, everybody, you can still join the tournament. Don't forget to join this tournament because, again, you might have a chance to get to the knockout stages, and once you get there, you might even surprise the teams that are at the top. So yes, they are strong, but maybe in one day it was a bad day for them, and you're the team who eliminates them. You're forever be cemented as the team who destroyed NCG, for example, or Execration that one game.
Yeah, that's the beauty of a battle royale and how accessible actually Farlight 84 is for the community, because you don't need to look for the registration forms or anything. Just open up the game and register, and just like that. Speaking of opening up the game, opening up right now, guys. We hit 2,000 views, and that means we have another skin. That's a Cypher Blockade Defect skin. So open up CD key, put in that code down there, DZR7CCR4G8. Well, I hope you guys have fast hands, because otherwise you would have missed it by now.
Yeah, 2,000 views. Thank you very much for everyone who was watching. And also, for tomorrow, we're gonna have the same thing. It's almost every game that we do have, or almost every series in where we have those codes that are being given. So yes, invite your friends. Once we hit the milestone, we're gonna be flashing the redeem codes down there in order for you to enjoy watching together with us. And as usual, everybody, we usually have our games at 2 p.m. It's time for snacks. It's time for dinner whenever that happens. So if ever you don't have anything to do in the weekend, join us tomorrow for more FPC.
Yeah, definitely not something to be missed. Of course, I mean, we built up everything for Sunday, and you want to miss that? Of course not. It's like missing a season finale for a series. But of course, if you guys don't want to miss any of the updates, considering that there's so much happening, right? Freddy, some reworks, some new patches, go ahead and follow us on all of our platforms. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Farlight84, just search for that. On Instagram, we're Farlight84_official. And of course, on TikTok, we go live and we have TikTok drop. That's Farlight_84_official. So go ahead and follow us, subscribe to us on all these channels to keep up to date on the Farlight news that comes almost every week.
Yeah, and for everybody out there watching, don't forget, again, our sponsor. Thank you very much to Techno. Thank you very much for being the sponsor, the partner of FPC Season 3. And also to Fantech, thank you very much for being our chair partner for this event.
Yeah, Fantech has been supporting us since Season 1, especially when it comes down to the LAN. Once we do have the LAN, we're going to be keeping it hush for now. But you guys are going to find out eventually where the LAN's going to be happening. If you guys want to find the Techno booth and, of course, the Fantech chairs, you want to try them out, they'll be on ground because they always are.
Yeah, and again, for everybody out there who's looking for a comfortable chair, take a look at Fantech, and even their peripherals are insane. And I honestly am looking to get another Fantech chair for myself because my back has been hurting quite a lot recently. So yes, Fantech, yes. There you go. Again, everybody, thank you very much for this. And also, don't forget, how many weeks is it going to be before we go to LAN Finals? I'm computing. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time. I think we have...
It's a few.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole time before we go to the LAN Final. So for everybody looking for that LAN Final hype, we're still going to be keeping you in the dark for when it's going to be, where it is also going to be. So be excited for that because the 2 times that we had already was quite a blast.
Yeah, definitely not something to be missed. It's always nice just to actually see the Farlight 84 community on the ground. But of course, what an exciting Saturday it has been. It's me, Josuave, here with Dash. It's been an honor to be here again in FPC Season 3. We're going to be seeing you guys next time. But that's going to be it for today. Good night.
Bye-bye.
get eliminated by execration. You're gonna get eliminated. That's last, and then CG falls. NCG eliminated Don King. NCG is down. The gods will be thrown. Execration.
Today, we crown a champion. A grueling first few weeks of the Open qualifiers from hundreds of teams boiled down to just 4 groups during the knockout stage.
They want to play without placement. They are the disadvantaged, but Major connects. And NCG, your mobile tournament champion. Let's give it a 4.